Hello, and welcome to our very latest episode of the Night Shift. Let's game it. I am CMoney, and I am joined by the always lovely Doodle.
What's up, everyone? Happy Friday. Thank you so very much for rocking out with us tonight. Let's have a good time. Let's get it.
Let's get it indeed.
Yes.
Now, excuse me. It's Friday night.
Yes.
All right, that means we made it through the week.
We did.
Weekend's here. It's time to chill. It's time to hang the fuck out. And of course, we're not here alone.
No.
No.
Mm-mm.
We got the usual suspects, except that we have a returning guest from earlier in the week due to popular demand. Our boy AGN is back in the building.
Go.
Thank you for being here, my dude. Appreciate you, homie.
Yeah, glad to be here. And thank you for that demand. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
2 episodes a day. We're keeping that going.
Yes.
There you go. It's a beautiful thing, man. That's the hustle right there. Love that. And then, of course, you know who he is. Is Mr. PSP himself.
Oh,
that's right. It's the Pony Slaying Papa.
Woo!
It's our boy. Tempo Flow Gaming. Welcome, my dude. Thank you for being here, player.
Hey, man. Thank you for having me. Once again, another Friday, another night shift. Let's see how long we can keep this up for, man. And just been an amazing week for gaming. Good, bad, a bunch of stuff. So can't wait to talk about it here in the show with y'all. And shout out to shout out to Pano. You know what I mean? Hey, I can't wait to get into this, man. Let's get it.
Let's go. Indeed. And then, of course, it is the wise one.
Yes.
It is the author. The Patriot. It is the Pony Slayer, the Pony Batir Maker. It's our boy. Hargeisha D. Welcome, thank you for being here, my brother.
Yeah. So another fun week. I haven't had a chance to play South of Midnight yet, but right, kind of where I expected it to be from the ratings perspective. But yeah, that's cool. We also had the Nintendo fun. We'll have a lot to talk about in that little area.
Yes.
We had some more news today about Nintendo. We'll get into it.
Yeah,
we will. All right. Well, first of all, you know what it is. You know how we do it here. All right. We got to shout out the homies who are here with us. We got to shout out the homies who support us over on Patreon and on YouTube. You guys are the shit. Thank you all so much.
Guys.
Always remember that the show is brought to you by you. So thank you. We appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
That being said, we do have to shout out our elite members. That's right. We have the homie Big Boy Mike.
Yes.
Dark Angelic, Coach Hooded Canuck, Music 72, and Queen Witch. And of course, we have our Inner Circle members, our boy Big Mix Gaming.
Woo!
And the new Inner Circle member, our boy Pragmatic Eagle.
Woo,
shout out to the homies.
Thank
Appreciate y'all so much. Thank you all for the support. Let me take this out because everything else is a lie. It has not been updated. But shout out to all of you. We appreciate the support very much. So thank y'all. You guys are the shit. That being said, you know what it is, man. You guys being live in the building right now. Sharing your time with us, man. You guys supporting us in such a major way. So we thank each and every one of y'all for being here. So thank you all so very much.
But
of course, you all cannot be equal.
No. Drop the hammer, baby.
Unfortunately. Only 3 of you can be the special.
That's it.
That's right. Some of you have risen or ascended, as they say in these streets.
Yes.
To become the specials. That's right. The first 3 people in the building. We got to know who they are. And I got to tell you, 3 in a row.
Oh.
He is not fucking around.
Damn.
He says, that's why they call me elite, bitches.
Oh.
It's the homie, Coach Hooded Canuck.
Yo.
In the building.
What?
He was like,
damn,
damn, I'm so good. You know what I'm saying? Like, he ain't fucking around.
You
Coach
killing
Hooded Canuck in the building. Number 1. Thank you so much, man.
Thank
you
you
for being here. Number 2 in the building. Oh shit. It's the motherfucking homie.
Who?
Game Shark.
Twinkle, baby.
Twinkle, baby. Number 2 in the building. Not fucking around. He has a great question, Coach. He says, why was I second, but the first to hit the like button?
Oh,
shit.
Shame,
Coach,
shame,
make sure you hit that button, fam. They looking for it. They looking for it.
Well, thank you.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you.
Game
And
Shark.
rounding out our top 3,
Coach, you've been twinkled.
the elusive one, the one who is always pocket watching me. That's right. Always looking at the time. It's our boy.
He's back.
672 back.
Yes.
In the building. Rounding out that top 3, man.
Yes.
Here,
Let's
man.
go.
Appreciate you, homie. Oh man, that's a good one.
That's awesome.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate
Thank you guys.
But I do see we have the homie
Avenged
Ninja in the building. Our boy. Member for 16
Thank you.
months.
Thank you, bro. Thank you so much.
Damn. That's fucking fire.
That's so
Says
dope.
Xbox, we have now lived long enough to see the hero to all of gaming media become the villain. Ain't this a serendipitous turn of events? I mean, listen, it was unexpected. I'm not gonna lie. That was like the last thing. I didn't think that the price would be the thing that we would be talking about when it came to Nintendo.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like I did not think so. But you know, we have a lot of opinions on that. We're gonna talk about it all. We're gonna get it out there. You know, we got the homies here, so we need to get their takes on things as well. But of course, before we do that, shout out to some more of our homies. We can see Anthony Sanchez in the building.
What's up, love?
What's up, my dude?
Anthony.
Thank you for being here. I see the homie Adidas 20.
Yo, what's good?
Up, my dude? Thank you for rocking out with us.
Thank you.
Becca in the building.
My girl, Becca, what's up, baby?
What's up, homie? I see General Spartan 27. What's going on, fam? Mr. Teddy Keys.
Yes.
With that dope ass statement. Happy Friday. South of Midnight rules.
Yes. Oh my gosh, it's so good. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Facts are there. And make sure you check out our review.
Yes. Leave a like, leave a comment, share
thing.
it if you can.
Okay?
That'll be awesome.
If you don't leave a comment, you're definitely a pony. Right? So just leave a comment. Do the right thing.
Don't be galloping out there.
What's up, man? Thank you for being here, man.
Jonas
72. I saw you already. PBM Gaming. What's going on, man? Power Boss in the building.
Power Boss.
What's up? Whoop, Kid. What's going on?
Whoop,
Queen
whoop.
Blueface. What's going on, homie? User for games. What's going on, player? Oh my, South of Midnight is beautiful from Whoop Whoop Kid.
It is.
Beautiful is crazy. Queen Blueface, same sentiment. South of Midnight is fire and gorgeous.
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely stunning.
It's just what it is, man.
Breathtaking.
Verb-based Brizzle in the building. What's going on, man? Thank you for being here, homie. Appreciate you. Razor Ultron. What's up, man?
What's up? Razor?
G Maybe. What's going on, my brother?
G Maybe was good.
What's up, player? Thank you for rocking out, man. Thank you for being here. Malcolm X Lax.
Malcolm, what's up, baby?
Thank you for being here.
Thank
Jean-Marc Louis.
Ooh,
I love that. We in the motherfucking building.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's how you enter the building. That's the energy.
All right. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Outward Lyric in the building. What's up, man? Says, oh, snap. We got the Furious 5. Let's go. I wasn't expecting that. You didn't know, man. You gotta be ready. You never know what's gonna happen.
Never know.
You know I'm saying? You never know. API in the building. What's up, man? Bonte. What's up, dog? Thank you for being here. Yo, damn, been working since yesterday morning. God damn, the hustle is real.
Get it. Get yours.
So I finally got off so I can play some South of Midnight now.
Enjoy. Let us know how you like
that
it.
Shit is fire. So enjoy. Alfred Aponte.
Alfred.
What's up, man? McFig in the building. What's going on, homie? Bit C. What's up, my brother? Thank you for being here, man. Ray Old in the building. What's up, dog? Sappho. What's going on, man? Let's see. Sappho says, I want to pre-order this thing, but people are in their feelings. LOL. Have you noticed at the Nintendo Treehouse and all the Switch 2 trailers, they didn't show a single kid or minor using the SW2, the Switch 2? Fam. What did I tell you guys yesterday? Literally with King in the building, what did I say? I told y'all, I've been saying this shit forever, and everybody wants to come at me and say, nah, the kids still love the Nintendo. Yeah, kids love Nintendo only if the parents love Nintendo first.
Yeah.
Okay. Ain't no kids waking up asking for Mario. That's just a fact. Unless their daddy or mommy told them that that's what they should be doing. Outside of that, they're in iPad world, they're in phone world, they're in Roblox, they're in Fortnite.
Yep.
Unless
in a way, what you're saying is actually true, but and this is what people don't understand, because I don't like when people just project that out too, because it's like a closed box mindset point of view. the demographic for the Nintendo Switch adult ratio was matching and sometimes higher than PlayStation 4 and Xbox One in its prime era. Because a lot of people grew up playing Nintendo.
But not from little kids.
It was like 25 to 35 years old.
That's what I'm saying.
The biggest demographic.
It's grown-ups. And so this is what we said yesterday, but Nintendo, motherfuckers act like Nintendo came into this shit like, hey, we're only the kid console. No, they tried growing up with their audience, right? They're the people who bought the first Nintendo, they tried. They went all the way to GameCube doing it. And then the problem is that the other people who entered the competition were doing grown-up stuff, quote unquote, better, I'll say, because they're the ones who took all the limelight from Nintendo. And Nintendo said, okay, let's keep it casual. We're gonna cater to the kids and to the grandmas with the Wii, and that's the world that they went. But that was never like Nintendo didn't sign up for that shit 100%. Like this is all the only people we want. Those kids grew up, they play it, but again,
that game's for everybody.
Exactly, they do it for everyone, but internally they're not blind to what's happening, right?
No, of course not.
They know what's happening with the youth of today, right? So they are making sure that although everybody's always, if you have a kid and you want to show them Nintendo, it's always going to be a great way to do it with a Mario or something like that. Mario's not going to start slapping holes in his games and shit. Like that's not going to happen. So you're safe to show them Mario whenever they want. But they are pivoting, right? They are targeting grown-ups, that they have that camera going on. That camera is for grown-ups. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why they're doing it. They're not doing it for the kiddies to get on the camera. No. King made a joke about it, but it's true.
Yeah.
The camera's about to see a lot of work.
Yes.
It's about to see a lot of work that don't got nothing to do with gaming.
Exactly.
And people are bound to act up, but
facts.
It's them also adjusting to realizing this is going to be their biggest third-party opening they've ever had. So they are going to be inviting all those communities that they're not used to being in a Nintendo community. So stuff like that shows definitely a casual target as well with the camera and all that.
Well, let me ask you this, since you brought that up, and I know we haven't really gotten into anything deep yet. But do you think that the third party is for new people?
No, I think they're just trying to expand with that.
I think they're looking at mommy and daddy, who have.
You mean like the soccer moms?
No. Like the grown-ups who bought the kid their Switch, right? Like for the grown-ups who said, yeah, I have a PlayStation, I have an Xbox, I have to have a different console because the game I buy, the console I buy my kid doesn't have the games I want to play. Now it's like, hey, check this out. Yeah, we're going to make Donkey Kong and all this fun stuff for your kid, but we also have all the big boy games that are out there so that you can play. So when you put kitty to bed, you can hop on your Switch and play those games as well. Right? I feel like they're
also with that, with the mouse and everything, they're trying to kind of, step into that PC type of style. But I think that, listen, some of the games are really old, but this is their way of saying, we put you these old ass games. You can play them here too, if you haven't yet. So, a lot of third parties.
I would say that they're coming to Nintendo, but Nintendo doesn't need them like they need Nintendo. They just want to make extra profit. Because they're mainly selling 90% because of their first party. Like, I'm not looking to get a Nintendo for third party. To me, I don't care.
But that's the thing. And it reminds me of PlayStation dropping their audience. And I'm not saying that Nintendo is dropping their audience. I'm saying Nintendo is leaning on third parties. Nintendo, when we talked about why haven't they sent out these dev kits, right? Why do you think that? You said Nintendo stands on their own. I saw them leaning like a motherfucker on those third parties.
No, they're leaning on Nintendo's install base to make more money.
Listen, for Nintendo to show up with showing only 3 of their games and the amount of freaking third-party games that they showed, even though they haven't sent out the dev kits to some other ones, right? That's a big deal. That's a big deal. That's Nintendo saying we're trying to go ahead and get that extra cash. We're trying to go ahead and not rely just on the so-called kiddie games that we put forward. I was looking forward, and I said it, on Tuesday, I'm looking forward to see what Nintendo's going to bring to the table. I was hoping that Nintendo was going to show up heavy with what they have, right? Show me another Mario game. Show me, obviously, what they showed, plus a Mario game. Show me a Zelda. Show me a freaking Animal Crossing. Maybe even a Pikmin throw in there. I just feel like they were slim when it comes to what they put out and what they bring to the table.
They weren't, though. That's the thing. Like, okay, so Animal Crossing, it's too early. They're going to be releasing this kind of like almost halfway into the year. So you got to save something for next year, too. Like, they already got the next gen Pokemon coming.
That's coming out next year?
No. That game's coming out this year, but.
Not Kirby.
Yeah, Kirby Air Riders is coming out this year.
When?
They didn't give a release date, but it's 2025. But look, they got Metroid Prime 4.
Yeah, 2025.
Yeah, you got to think about what they're already doing this year. That's what I'm saying. Like, they're actually making games that people are going to buy. So they got like Metroid Prime 4 that's dropping this year, the next gen Pokemon or Pokemon Legends, Mario Kart, Daemon X Machina, Donkey Kong, the next Mario Party, the enhancements for Zelda. They already have like 9 or 10
You said
first
the next
party.
Mario Party?
Yeah. They also have the welcome tour thing that you have to buy.
They have like 10 first party games that are dropping this year.
Yeah, but you're talking about Switch 2 editions.
The expansions, right?
These are new games.
No, these are new games. Metroid Prime 4 is a cross-gen game.
No, well, it's a Switch. So they made it very clear. There's 3 different tiers of game. So Metroid Prime 4 falls in to the tier of game that is not a Switch 2 game.
It's not from the ground up, no.
Yeah, it's a Switch game that they have enhancements for. And that's what they did with the other ones as well. So those are all not Switch 2 games that are coming out this year.
Oh no, but it's still the next Metroid Prime game.
But then we would have the same problem counting a lot of games that came out on the Xbox, series consoles in the first couple of years. And
I'm telling you, Mario. Look, Mario Kart is going to sell like 50 million copies. I promise you, like 40 million.
And then
copies.
Dragon Drive.
But I don't agree with the price, though. I don't agree with the price.
That's what I'm saying. I think as much as we know how much people will buy these things,
because it's worth it.
Yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't say it's worth $80. I don't think anything is worth.
No. I think that was a mistake. They should have set a premium title for $70 and set the bar for that. But Mario Kart is going to last people 5 to 8 years. Do you think that even $70 worth of entertainment that will last you, or $80 at 7 to 8 years, is worth it? People are going to do that for GTA. No, but the problem is that you don't want to open a door for people that don't match that quality to try to jack their prices up and have the whole market follow that, like a follow the leader tactic for more greed.
That's what they're doing.
That's what I don't like. That's what I don't like.
I expected Mario Kart to evolve, probably exactly in the way that it did. A lot of cool things, right? You can go ahead and just kind of hang out. You go from world to world. Like they changed that up rather than, in a freaking loop, which was awesome. But
they went Forza Horizon.
But
right?
but I expect that
kind of,
to be the evolution, not come out here with this price tag. I was kind of shocked.
Yeah,
that's the problem. That's the problem.
People for old,
I have nothing to say against that. I agree with you. I don't want to pay $80 for any game.
Like, they should have been able to come out and
that's why I'm getting a bundle.
Hey, now we're catching up, and you're charging us more. You're catching up, and you're charging us more. Catching up. You're not pushing shit forward. Let's be real. Like, there's nothing
from hardware. No, software though, they've always been better. Like, for example, if you look at Nintendo sales, they sell like 30-40 million copies on their games, 25 million. Nobody else in the industry can match their quality and standard of development. What they're behind on, though, is technology. So, for example, like the PS5 Pro is better technology, but what is it doing for Sony? better technology doesn't mean better video games, because that's the problem for Western society, and that's the problem on PlayStation and Xbox, that they don't have development that's so good that people want to buy it. That's why Microsoft needs Game Pass. Just telling the truth though, like from a video game standpoint, if Microsoft could do what Nintendo is doing and Sony, they both will be following their format. The thing is that they can't do it. Like they can't sell 30, 40, 50 million. Like Mario Kart 8, the recent one, sold over 70 million copies. That's insane. Like that's GTA level stuff. So they're thinking, and I know this is an investor issue. It's not the developers. The investors are thinking, let's see what we can do to get away with this type of success. Like it didn't used to be like this in gaming. Like not to the extent that it is now, but they're looking at more ways to see if they can make more money. So they jacked the price up by $10. And yeah, I think it's stupid because they're trying to measure quality of development for an excuse to raise the market cap. So I explained before that this problem originates though with season passes, microtransactions. That's way worse because people spend way more money on that on one game than just them asking for one. But it is even though it's not justified because Nintendo has no microtransactions in any of their games.
Sell the pack though. They do sell the pack.
They do.
Mario Kart
had expansion packs. $25, I think it was.
Yeah, but that makes sense though. You got so much quality out of that. That's an expansion pass. What I'm saying, they don't put any microtransactions in their games. That's one thing that I like about them.
But that's another alternative to the microtransactions.
Yeah, so they're just combining microtransactions into one big purchase every time.
Bro, there's people that can spend thousands of dollars on a game. Like it's crazy. Yeah. But obviously,
but it's if they did that with something like Smash and they brought the amount of skins, right, that they went ahead and did that for. But when obviously the reason why they're compacting is because they can only offer so much when it comes to Mario Kart. And I think there's also a selling technique where you want to go ahead and get your money up front altogether, right? Like here's your stuff and give me my money. Rather than waiting to see, if they're gonna go ahead and pay up. Especially if you're buying these games for your kids, right? Yep. But when it comes to the sales, yes, I blame that on nostalgia. I blame that on the same thing that PlayStation actually has going on with their console. The same thing.
They focus too much on technology, and then they got a 200
Mario Kart in these games that sell like this. In my opinion,
that's because they're good. What's better than them? It's like there's nothing better than them, and there's nothing that can compete with them. So they're dominating the whole scenes. The closest things after that is like Forza, but it can't match Mario Kart's greatness, and that's good though because they're keeping a genre that would have died alive.
Like, I wanted to say, bro, that look, Nintendo, they walking on thin ice, and this is why, because people are just mad at this. This was a bad decision. And on top of that, add the Novo on the console. On top of that, add the prices of the peripherals, which are like ridiculously expensive as well. And the list goes on and on with shit that's wrong with this. With their new announcement, we were all excited watching the show. I was watching I Am Desire's stream. We were all like, oh shit, the game's looking good. And as soon as we figured out what the prices were, like everybody dick went soft right away.
But there was misinformation too, though.
This is like, and look, and I'm gonna tell you something because you guys don't know, but yesterday was my baby boy half birthday, so we have family over. We caught a little
happy birthday, man.
Awesome.
That's not the point.
Happy birthday to baby Demo.
He said that's not the point.
Birthday. It's half birthday. The point is that I have my little cousins over, right? Kid stuff. And I told them about the Switch. They were like, "Oh shit, do you hear about the Switch? Damn, bro, the game's so cool." Oh yeah, I was like, "Papi, do you know the games are gonna be $80?" And it was like, who the fuck is gonna buy that? Like that, straight up. It's like, what? I'm gonna have like my mom has a hard time giving me $50 to buy a game on sale. Like asking her for $90, $80 for a game is wild. She's gonna I'm gonna play on my phone. That's what he said. I'm gonna play on my phone.
But you see, the thing is, there's only one game that's $80. That's Mario Kart, and I don't agree with that. Everything else is misinformation. Like they were saying that there was a $90 physical that doesn't exist in the U.S. market. They were mistranslating European
Yeah, but that's
US value.
It doesn't matter if it's $90 here and $90 there. It's $90 somewhere, and it shouldn't be $90 nowhere.
No. That's because that's
the if you go to Canada, it's like $100 and something for every.
Canada's been paying $100 for games for years. No. That's just market increase compared to what it would always be for anything that does that. European value pays more. A Canada value pays
because
more.
they include a VAT.
Yeah, and they're trying to justify that for the US market, but it's still $70 like digital.
By the way,
that's just physical.
I want to just because the conversation kind of shift off. I would have wanted Nintendo to show, even if they come out, if it's 2026 or 2027, or let me know that you're working on something. I want to know what they're planning to do. This is not. I'm not. I was expecting more from their show.
So the show.
I think they didn't want to make it more because it was already 60 minutes. And that's probably why they cut it. There's a lot of third-party stuff we still have to see.
A lot.
Call of Duty is absolutely coming. We don't even know. We didn't even see that, right? We know it's coming. We didn't even see that. There's plenty of stuff they still have to show. I don't know when that's going to be, but maybe June they come up with more stuff.
I said they like 7 games dropping for the rest of the year. Like you got to save something for next year.
5 of them, by the way, are exclusives to Switch 2. So they have 5 exclusives so far announced for Switch 2.
So I do want I do list them out. List them out to me when you have it. Like if you have them, find them because what all I remember was the Mario Kart at the beginning.
Okay.
Then towards the end they showed
Dragon Drive.
Who's that?
The Dragon Drive.
I'm never gonna look at the game.
No, that was the new Hyrule Warriors. That's the prequel of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. That's a Zelda game.
No.
Where you get to play as
is the wheelchair game.
Yeah, I don't care about that. No, but
it's a game.
No. That was the Zelda game.
Cool, bro. That actually looked like
Welcome Tour, and then
that's bullshit. They're charging. It's a demo that they're charging for. That's crazy work.
Yeah, that's stupid.
But it's a release. All right, Kirby Air Riders. Mario Kart, and then I'm not sure, but Donkey Kong Bonanza might be.
It's the next month.
Like a little.
Donkey Kong.
It's in July.
It's online.
In July. 2 days.
17th.
Yeah, 17th.
Yeah.
So and then you got the Hyrule Warriors Zelda game coming with Koei Tecmo crossover. That's coming this year. Then you got the new Kirby game that's coming this year.
But that's not a.
See what I'm saying?
But I'm saying the ones that are exclusive. There's more. Metroid Prime, all that stuff is coming.
Metroid Prime, the new Mario, Xenoblade Chronicles X. Bro, Xenoblade Chronicles X has an 88 meta right now. That's online. They dropped that too. Like they've dropped so many games. I don't understand what else do people want.
You're talking about Switch games though.
But it could be played on the Switch too, though. I'm saying it's Nintendo first party. Like they're developing games like consistently. Like
so we're talking about a reason to go ahead and scoop up the new Switch. And you know, I can only speak for me personally. What I wanted was reasons to go ahead and say, oh man, I can't resist. I want to get that. I can't wait to pre-order it. As dope as Mario Kart looked.
Yeah. It started at a high.
It started at a real high.
We were like, okay.
Nintendo said, hold my beer. That's what we said.
And they got 60 minutes of Nintendo coming out showing us the bangers because that's what the rumors were. Remember, no third parties. It was going to be all first party.
Really?
Nintendo had a
banger. They never said that. That's what people said.
That's why I said the rumors.
Right? Yeah.
So the rumors were that all first party was going to be a focus for Nintendo. Then it was like a second tier later, third party, then holiday.
Yeah, it was broken. I remember we talked about it because it was supposed to be broken up.
I was hoping they were going to come out with the mighty, hey, look at Nintendo. We've been bro.
Yeah, they're going to have more, obviously, right?
We haven't been it's not like when
I'm with you on the Mario. The one thing that I wanted was that 3D Mario. I really wanted that 3D Mario, and it just wasn't there. And I'm like, they're
not doing it the same year.
I would have loved to see that.
They already have too many games going to sell too much. You have to space out your games.
See, like that's normal for them. Like to be fair, it's always
the next Mario is next year. I'm telling you,
first party 8 to 10.
We have Mario Kart. You can't release too many.
I think the problem that what you guys are talking about is Mario talking to Nintendo heads, right? Yes, your Nintendo
not necessarily.
I'm telling you that from somebody who did not even look twice at their Switch. I don't care about Xenoblade Chronicles or whatever the hell it is because that's not a Switch 2 game. If it was a Switch 2 game, if they made that game for not for the Switch and they made it something special, then I would have. If I wanted that game, I would have bought it because I have the Switch. I don't care about the Switch. I don't care about that portion of the Switch right now because it's old tech. as much as it's a good game, sure, there's too many good games, right? So being a good game doesn't mean that you're going to get bought by outside of the Nintendo ecosystem, like of the heads that love it, right? Because I have other options, and I'm obviously I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about when I'm thinking of the Switch and what I came in hoping for with the Switch 2, where I'm saying, okay, I want to see the Switch 2 games. I don't want to see enhanced Switch 1 games. I don't give a fuck about the Switch 1, right? We left that down where it is bound down there. Not saying that the games aren't good for Nintendo fans. Nintendo fans like those type of games, right? So that makes sense, right? I played the shit out of Mario Odyssey. Loved it. Went to the darkest, whatever, however fucking many moons there were.
Darkest side of the moon. Yeah, so did I. Yeah, again,
love that shit. Great game, right? Breath of the Wild. Love that shit, right? Loved it. Phenomenal. Beat that shit. Loved it. Played I don't know how many, almost 200 hours on it. Loved it.
Same.
But Tears of the Kingdom, go fuck yourself. How you gonna make the same game and just give me upstairs and downstairs? You know what I'm saying? Like we're gonna be the same house.
Tears of the Kingdom was great.
It's again great for the people who are into it like that. I'm not a Zelda fan. Breath of the Wild, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not enough of a fan to play the same shit again, just with some extra. You know what I'm saying? I'm not looking.
No, I just mean like as a video game. I mean, 96 meta. That game was peak.
I mean, I feel like if there were the same people who would review some of these other games for Xbox, there'd be a lot of 96 meta games on Xbox. They just don't get that type of burn in the world. Like for instance, we played South of Midnight. I could tell you right now, as far as an experience, a game, and there's nothing on the Switch that could even hold its beer of what that game is as an experience. But the world won't say anything about that. They're going to treat it like it's some little game and blah, blah, blah. No, it's an amazing experience, but they will never get that, right? And that's my problem with this stuff, because yes, Nintendo has that Nintendo, smell, flair, right? Flair. That's just people who love Nintendo are going to love it. They've been loving it forever. I used to love it when I was a kid. I kind of grew out of it. Not saying that if you still love it, there's a problem. I'm saying that my tastes have changed.
That's okay.
But it's just the idea, and this is where it kind of cultivates, is like, okay, all those things that we were having a problem with, fine. But now on top of that, you're telling me that you think Mario Kart, and listen, Mario Kart is a fine kart racer, but you're telling me you think Mario Kart is worth $80? Think of all the games that have released. You're saying Mario Kart, sure. Is it a family fun game? Yes. Is it going to be bought by many people? Of course, because it's a family fun game. Families can buy them. That's why they do it. That's the reason why the Xbox games and the PlayStation games don't sell as much as Nintendo games, because they're family fun, right? And they already have the characters. Doesn't matter if Xbox tries to make family fun games. They don't have a Mario that people love that will back that shit forever, right? Again, only the new people.
Mascot does matter, but they sell that much because they're that good.
Nobody,
if they weren't, you know what I mean?
I could say that this is similar to pretty much anywhere else. If Mario was not a name that mattered and he wasn't famous,
throw in other characters in that same game.
If you took out every character
swap them out
from Mario Kart and you put Sonic character or Sega characters, you'll be in the same boat as Sega was, who released a phenomenal kart racer, a phenomenal one that honestly was more invigorating for me than Mario Kart was, because of the way that they hit the land, air, sea shit. They fucking grew that shit. It was dope, but they don't get the burn. Why? Because of the mascot. This is like PlayStation all over again.
That's
PlayStation
what I'm saying.
Puts a game out. It's like, oh, it's the second coming of Christ. And it's like, fam, it's
kind
really
of. But you have to think about this. This is the thing, Mario delivers. Find me a platformer that has reached the peaks of Mario. It's not just Mario, but he's that powerful because the developers made him that powerful. It came out of their own being. It's not grabbing somebody else's property to make yourself look better to then come out of your own being.
But how long has Mario been around for? It's like for the longest freaking time.
Yeah,
it's made a
and whatever matched him.
The whole point, guys, is like I feel like Nintendo shouldn't be getting any slack. We gotta spank him. We gotta call him out for the prices.
Absolutely.
And
yeah, $80 is ridiculous.
The games are great. Yeah, fuck it. I just bought 3 games yesterday on Steam and I spent $18, bro. You know what I mean? That's the shit that we as gamers need to be advocating for. We don't need to be clapping out here and because it's Nintendo. Fuck them. Because you know what I'm saying?
No, it isn't about that.
Blow them all in politics and all that shit. But the fact is, like, they did it and they're family friendly console, whatever, and they hired the prices when their main customers are supposed to be kids. So who are they hurting? Not me. I could care less about Nintendo. I got my original Super Nintendo collection in there. You know, I play every once in a while due to nostalgia, but I don't really be spending hours playing those games, dude. I don't really be like, you know, it is what it is. I play, I scratch that itch, I'm out of here. I'm back to playing Halo. I'm back to playing Gears and shit that I like to play. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, what I'm trying to say here is like, okay, look, Nintendo make those games, but they also made a mistake. We gotta call them out. It is what it is. They need to.
I agree with you. It's really big. I agree with you, Demo.
Yeah, we already talked about the price. This was more about game quality and development and sales. Like
I would say,
not true. Look at the budgets of the games. Like it's not just as viable. The highest budgets that they had in the game, I think it was like Powerballs already brought the fact today in the morning. I think it was like sold out or something for like over 100 million, something like that. It's not comparable to the AAA industry in other consoles like PlayStation, Xbox, and even on PC. So I mean, the fact is like they really getting a bang for their buck. You know, they're getting a lot of money back that they didn't spend making the game. And look, back in the day, people would say that games were expensive, but the games would actually almost like a whole fucking console. It had its own motherboard. It was like plastic, metal, tangible shit that you knew like, oh my God, I own this. You know what I'm saying? But now Nintendo is selling you digital games for $80, bro. This is nuts. This is crazy.
Just one game. But yeah,
that's the start. One game. Like, I don't care.
But this goes back. No, I don't agree with it. It's terrible. I'm saying this goes back to Sony though.
And make everybody else like this is just a way to soften it. This is the reason why throughout the entire show they didn't speak prices, right? At least PlayStation went ahead and at the end of the show addressed the price for that pisser, right? Nintendo didn't do that. Not for the freaking box. Not for the freaking games. You had to go searching for that. I found out on Twitter. Okay. So this is not something that we're even able to face themselves. And I do think, and I have to say that when it comes to the games, if you are buying a Switch as a secondary or a third freaking console, right? It needs to make sense. It does. They have to sell you differently. It's a different scope rather than if that's your primary console that you're planning to buy regardless, because I'm planning to buy that Xbox handheld no matter what, right? So it's a different scope. But the idea that Xbox has Game Pass because they can't sell their games, that's ridiculous. Because if PlayStation was able to have Game Pass and Nintendo was able to have it and deliver new games constantly in that way, I feel like that's something that they would do. If they were able to get those sales into a constant payment rather than let me just scoop up this one game. I'm just saying.
Just because something sells doesn't mean that is good. It's just like popular opinion, but quality is something different. Like, for example, and I'll bring hip hop into this. A lot of people would think that Drake is the best artist to ever exist, but in reality, the reality is different, bro. There's people out there like Cassidy who like eat Drake alive, based on bars, and the quality shows. Man, look, Mario, Zelda, all those games are amazing. But you know what else is amazing? All the games that released this year, for example, Kingdom Come Deliverance for $59 on PC. Like Super Mario has no business being $80, period. You know, I would not pay $70 for the platformer. I'll die on this hill. Like the more that the most that I'll spend on a platformer, it'll be probably $20. I had to be like really excited. It had to be for my kids, bro. Yeah. Honestly, there's no way in hell. Like, look, it's so basic. I know it has charm. I know it has, you know, certain level of complexity, but it's like not something that, you know, that I don't know. It's just crazy, man. It's just crazy. I don't feel like it deserves to be that much money. Look, all games, for example, like Call of Duty.
No, of course not. That's
Warzone
not what we were talking about.
It's free to play. You know, Warzone is free to play. Not only that, there's many other games out there free to play that you can just like log in and never spend $1 and spend thousands of hours playing. Like, look, I'm a huge Apex Legends fan. I have like 2K hours, and plus I have bought in there like maybe 2 battle passes. I play 2K hours and plus, bro. You know what I mean? Like, you just gotta be smart with the money. It's just like at this point, I don't feel like Nintendo games deserve to be this expensive. No game deserves to be this expensive. I'll say it again. Even GTA doesn't deserve to be this expensive. And you know why? Because we got it. Look, you know why? Because we gotta push back on this shit. Because if we laugh and we take it, you know, we take it once, next time it's gonna be for free. So we got it out here, you know what I mean? And speak our voice as gamers and be like, you know, Nintendo, you suck. You've been great for 20 years, but this season you suck. And you know what I mean? And you better get good, because I'm not gonna buy a Switch for my kid or my little cousin for his birthday. I'd rather just give him a tablet and 3 months of Game Pass, bro. It'll be all right. You know what I'm saying? Not only that, bro. Like, who gives a shit? You can pirate these games, you know, so go ahead and do it. You know what I mean? They want to hit us in our pocket, we hit them back, bro. Pirate this shit. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. People were actually excited for these games, and they were going to pay money, actual money, and be like, you know what? Don't need to like do nothing. The console is crazy. It even comes with a little mouse thingy. It's interesting. They added a bunch of stuff. 4K, 120. We were blown away. It caught me by surprise.
Yeah, you know, they did everything right.
We were excited. We were like, you know, with our hands in our pockets already, about to like, you know, drop the money. And here it comes, like the boom. The thing that actually matters the most, which are the games, are super expensive. Not only that, Nintendo doesn't even offer you a subscription service like Game Pass or even PS Plus. You know what I'm saying? On that level, yeah, they do offer you, but like retro games, old ass games, fine, amazing classics. We've been there. We done that. We grew up playing those games. We danced Despacito in 2020 when it came out. You know what I'm saying? Now it's 2025. What are we dancing? What? Show me the money. Like the new stuff, you gotta pay for it. And look, one game a year, if your plan is to get a Nintendo and play, you know, Mario Kart with your friends every time you get together, you know, by any means, go ahead, pick up that shit, bro. Who gives a shit? It's only $80. But if you are out here, you know, and you're a hardcore Nintendo fan, and you see Super Mario coming out, and you see the Super Metroid game coming out, and then you see a new Kirby and you want to play it because you love Nintendo IP, bro. We're talking about big money in a fucking year. And they, like you say, they drop games, bro. They drop 8 games a year. So 8 times 80, do your math, bro. It's fucking crazy. Not a lot of people are going to be able to afford
let's stop on this 80 thing, right? That is
but there's only one game that's 80. I just don't like the
it's not true. So stop the $80 thing. It's not true.
So it's not $80.
We do not have any confirmation that all games are going to be $80. So let's stop saying
that. That's the European physical. Like that's what I'm saying.
I'm not gonna like keep. It's bullshit. One game is $80. One game.
You're saying that Nintendo will make a price, a special price, just for one game that they're going to release. You don't think that the next
Tears of the Kingdom was special? One game, Tears of the Kingdom was $70 instead of $60
on the Switch. It opened at 10 million sales.
Yes, but Switch was at $60 forever until that moment.
Oh no! I'm just saying,
and
like
games after that came out at $60 again.
The problem with Nintendo is they don't drop their prices. That's the problem that I have with their price. Like okay, so one game is $80, and that's Mario Kart. The rest are all the same, like Xbox and PlayStation. And like I said, the problem with this, like we're talking about, that should have been attacked. It should have never got to 70, but nobody didn't attack it hard enough. And now we went from 70 to 80. Both are choosing greed, obviously, when they both do that. But
Yeah,
Nintendo
and I
went from
disagree with
$60 to
$80 for Mario Kart as well.
Yeah.
I don't,
because they're trying to tell the people on PlayStation and Xbox that my development is better than yours, and I'm setting a higher bar. You set the higher bar in front of me. Their pride is not going to take it. So now we have ego, pride, and greed coming in with all this type of nonsense.
So unless somebody can prove to me that like the cartridge size is bigger, because the game is apparently a lot bigger than anything they've done. Fair enough, right? If the cartridge is bigger, then okay, it warrants it, right? Otherwise, why? If it's just a stupid cartridge with a stupid key on it, why is it $80?
Real quick,
it doesn't make any sense
if
to me.
If the size was bigger, does it actually warrant it? Why? The game,
because the cost of the cartridge becomes more, right? That's all.
Yeah, sure,
correct.
But
so you have to pay more. That's why Zelda was Tears of the Kingdom was more.
If
the cartridge was bigger.
Or if Xbox said, "Hey, this game's going to be this much bigger, so we're going to charge it more." We have to move.
Remember, they're on a Blu-ray disc, right? They're on a Bluray disc. They have a lot more headroom. So if they have to suddenly say instead of it's
but they're going to sell less
10 Blu-ray discs,
Mario Kart
it's going to cost more.
So Nintendo would theoretically, Nintendo knows they're going to sell. Motherfuckers are bundling this bitch in with the Switch, right? So you know that they know what they're doing. They know they're selling.
But that won't come with the cartridge.
A lot more.
That won't come with the cartridge, right? That'll
no, I know. I'm not talking about the cartridge.
This is a digital push, by the way.
Nintendo going ahead and saying, we know we're going to sell X amount of dollars. I mean, X amount of these games, right?
Yeah.
Why the fuck? If they know they're going to sell how much they sold the last one? 60 million, 70 million?
So what?
Yeah, something like that.
70
it's in the 60 million range. Yeah. It's
something
Mario
ridiculous.
Kart? Yeah.
And
it's something in that 60 million range. It's ridiculous.
You're so greedy that you're going to raise the price $10. You're going to raise the price more.
Yeah.
Games
I think that's what it is. I think it really is just greed. They're like, we know you're going to buy it.
No, this has nothing to do with tariffs. This is just Nintendo being Nintendo.
That's what we're saying. We got to push back on it. And even if it is one game, we got to push back on it because that's how it starts, guys. You know, everything starts by number one. So I'm not saying let's all like gang up on Nintendo, but let's all gang up on Nintendo before they gang up on us. You know what I'm saying?
It was literally said. They went ahead and did it the last time with Zelda, and now here we go. They're doing it again. Another $10 with Mario Kart. And aren't they releasing both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom
a $10 upgrade for the enhancements?
Yes, but they're charging like full price, aren't they?
$70 for
they're adding an upgrade. You can get that for free if you have online.
Let's put it this way. In my opinion, they're making PlayStation look good.
But they're doing the same thing. But Nintendo allows you to get the upgrades for free. If you have online, you can get the upgrades for free. You're not charged for it. But yeah, I know what you mean, though. It's like, come on, man. It's just like me upgrading my PC.
You're saying if we have the online subscription that
and the expansion pack
switch to versions that are
free for you. Yeah, if you have the online plus the expansion pack.
Why would they not announce that during the show?
They did.
They did not. They said
I'm pretty sure that's where I heard it.
That's all I heard. An upgrade charge, and they didn't say how much it was.
They didn't say
I still don't know.
I got online.
Okay.
I don't think they did. I found that on some article outside on Twitter.
No, all they said was that there's if you want it, there's if you
already own it, later, but yeah, I thought it was in there. But okay.
Did they say how much the expansion packs are?
$10.
$10.
Oh, and it's just like PlayStation.
Okay, all right. When I heard the prices of the games, or when I saw it on Twitter, I was like, I can't even imagine. What are the expansion packs going to be? $40?
People were making up stuff. So, for example, let's say Tears of the Kingdom is $70, right? We know this on Switch right now. So if you add the expansion pack physical, it's $80. It's not that it's actually an $80 game. Same thing with Kirby. Kirby is $59 on Switch 1 right now. But they're trying to bundle the new expansion that they made for it.
They have a DLC with it.
It's not; those games are not $80. They're physical. They're trying to force the DLCs into them. But if you just go digital on the system, it could be on sale for $40. You could buy it and have the online, and you're fine. They didn't communicate and tell people this. I think people were just trying to stir up a lot of chaos, and they got so bad that you couldn't even talk to people. And I'm like, bro, that's not what's going on. The only game that's really like that is Mario Kart. Everything else is $59.
Like you guys said, they announced no pricing during the actual direct, which they should have, and then they should have explained all this, right?
They should have addressed
instead of just going and making all this hubbub, because now everybody's confused, right? And then you got the insider articles and like, it's $80. Like
this is an Xbox One situation. I repeat.
That they shut down the comments.
Nah, Demo, because Nintendo's still going to sell 100 million consoles.
Xbox One situation here, and this could hurt them really, really bad. Look, it's a lot of confusion. I was confused myself. I really thought it was every game from now on, and it's only Super Mario. This is still bad.
No, not even Super Mario, just Mario
Kart, which is even worse.
I think it's going to be Super Mario and Zelda. I think those big games, they're going to do 80.
I agree.
This misinformation is gonna kill. It's gonna kill. It could hurt them really, really, really bad. I mean, they're gonna have to come out here and clarify. We were checking today the stocks.
Yeah, they definitely should.
We checked the interest on Google first. Powerball, shout out to him, he did it. And the interest was low at the beginning. Once the Switch was presented or the rumor started, it started picking up at the start of the show, or while the show was going on. The interest in the Switch, picked up tremendously. And then after people found out after the prices, you see the pattern of everything going down like this. Not only that, in the morning we woke up, the actions for Nintendo were like $16.50, something like that. As the show went on for like the 20 minutes, we checked, because I'm not really on top of this. I'm telling you, this was doing the show. We checked again after like 20 minutes, and it was down to $16.05. So chess real. It's not only people out there complaining, the investors are also speaking with the wallets. And this is important because, I mean, like I said, the only people who had the financial backing to fucked up like they did, and they almost were gone. Even with the Microsoft power, Xbox was almost gone. Bro, Nintendo doesn't have the power that Xbox has when it comes to money. Like, a powerful company like Microsoft back there, with their arms like this, picking them up if they fall. They don't got that. They actually have it on Microsoft. If they ever feel sick or something, Microsoft already were trying to buy them once. So what I'm saying is, like, look, this is
not going to happen.
No, I know, and I hope it doesn't. I don't really want Microsoft nowhere near Nintendo.
Never rather be a third-party publisher than sell out.
Yeah.
It's just Japanese pride. Like they're not going to do that,
bro. What I'm trying to say is, like, this misinformation, it really messes up the marketing of the console, like it did for the Xbox One, and like it did for the Series X and S, where the people were confusing and making fun of like which one is X or S. Exact, all of these little confusions, they should be avoided.
Gonna know which one to buy?
They should be avoided by these companies 100%. There shouldn't be nothing like this.
Let's not forget that although we live in a world where maybe we think that Nintendo is somehow untouchable. Yeah. Let's not get it twisted.
We already
don't think that.
That's not the case.
Worst selling fucking console ever. Like 14 million consoles sold is think about everything you think about this new Switch, right? Everybody thought that going into the Wii U. People are gonna know. People will understand. They had games for days. They didn't have any third. It was all dope as first-party games that they came out with. And all the Nintendo fans said, the fuck we will. We're not buying a Wii attachment. Okay? This is the shit that happened. People did not care that it was Nintendo. People did not care that they had amazing games like Mario and Zelda and all this other shit. Nintendo is not God.
No, they're not. No,
of course not.
They got lucky with the Wii. Without the Wii, they were going down. Everybody was forgetting about Nintendo. They got the Wii. That's the only thing that propelled them up, and that was just by luck because everybody was clowning that shit. Nobody thought.
Bro, the DS sold 154 million.
Exactly. Nobody thought grandmas and fucking grandpas were going to be
the portable side. They always were pretty big.
But it's still profit
that
though.
Kept them afloat, right? So
no, that's what I'm saying.
The portable side kept them afloat.
They had a 256 million install base with the Wii and DS. Right? It was nuts.
And let's be clear, as much as that happened, like the Switch was a Hail Mary play for them. Yeah. They went ahead and they said, okay, the handheld is the only thing that is working. Our consoles ain't doing shit. Let's not get this twisted. You take the handheld out that Nintendo, you stick that bitch in and put it in just like Xbox, just like PlayStation, where it's just a console. Nintendo, gone. Nowhere near where, I don't mean gone like they're not going to be around. I'm saying like this idea of them killing it is gone. They are just, they'll be third place with console sales. The only reason that Nintendo, look at the Wii U. Anything before
that was a mistake.
Had a gimmick.
on the
Wii
market.
They shouldn't have called it the Wii U. That was
it was the Wii U, bro.
It should have been the Wii 2.
The Switch 2 is going to sell 100 million. We're talking about carryover. Like Phil Spencer said, we lost a console war. We lost the biggest carryover in gaming history. They got 150-something million ready to carry over. It's already over.
But you're forgetting that compared to when games were selling at $60, okay?
It doesn't matter, bro.
70 started fucking dropping immensely, right? You just told me that all those games on the Switch were 60.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So the idea of what you guys have, there's no data to support what you're saying. Without the name recognition of Zelda, they did not go into the $70 territory.
Mm-hmm.
They've been selling games at 60, right? That's what you guys told me.
But who put the $70 price tag in the industry?
But the point is, it doesn't matter. The point is that Nintendo has not gone up against parents who are buying games for their kids who are looking at a $70 game like, bitch, what? No, this ain't an Xbox. This ain't no PlayStation. This is a Nintendo. Keep your ass in the $60 pool. We don't know. As much
their games are better. What do you mean? Tears of the Kingdom had a 96 meta. There's no Xbox game getting no 96 meta.
Go back to Wii U and look. Tell me the same thing.
No, but what I'm saying is you're justifying not only off of one console. All the other consoles sold tons of copies, all software. Like Nintendo has the highest Metacritics and the highest software sales. You're trying to equate Microsoft to them is
so to be fair on the meta side
than PlayStation 2.
Go ahead, sorry.
I was
just gonna say for the actual numbers, I actually keep track of first party specific output. Nintendo has the worst score. It's 79.4 average. PlayStation is 82.9 and Xbox is 81.7.
The highest Metacritic games of all time.
It's average.
It's an aggregate of all their games because look, you might forget that they also have things like Everybody 1-2 Switch, Mario Strikers, things like that come out that are lower scores. Nintendo Switch Sports is a 71. Big Brain Academy is 73. Unfortunately, those drag your score down, right? So
that's the highest Metacritic scores. They have
a 96 and 92, and then I think that's it for the 90s.
Mario Odyssey has a 97.
I only look at output that is direct first party. Like
Mario Odyssey has a 97, Breath of the Wild has a 97, Tears of the Kingdom has a 96.
Astro Bot is a 94.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, but Astro Bot is that good though.
Freaking 94.
But Astro Bot is that good though. I mean, it is good. It just didn't sell. It doesn't have that power that Nintendo would have when it comes to platforming.
Why?
Yeah. So this is unfortunately.
But Mario was thrown off that power.
Excuse me, let me finish. Throw Mario in there, take out the bot, and what do you have?
A 97.
A 97. and how many copies sold?
A million sold.
Exactly.
That's not guaranteed to happen because Nintendo's not developing that.
Listen, the comparisons were there, right?
Yeah, it was certainly a ripoff of a lot of Mario games, right?
Yeah.
I think that they will all show up because Mario's in it. So
but Mario produces the highest quality,
a higher score too.
Only when they do though, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying like every platform that Mario has is high 90 meta. Every Zelda's high 90 meta. But you look at these games elsewhere, they're not able to produce that, and they do it with lesser technology.
But that's specific games though. Right, that's only specific game. That's not Nintendo as a blank slate, right? So you gotta like Nintendo.
Unfortunately, they have other games too, right?
Also gave you the shit ones.
But I said everything. So you want to go to total software sales for first party? It's not even close.
Yeah, but sales.
No, that one, by the way, you might not understand. Microsoft wins that hands down.
They don't have no first party games. If you're just trying to grab that Minecraft, like, dude, come on, man. Let's be a little bit more realistic here. Like, I think that
they own Call of Duty.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's credit, but he's being an editor.
But you see what type of game you're trying to play though. Like, we're talking about what have you done for the industry? Like for the biggest resume from the beginning to the end.
The top franchises are Pokemon and Mario, right? But if you add up all the franchises that Xbox has, they do beat Nintendo. However, they're both behemoths. Let's just say they're both behemoths, and PlayStation's nowhere to be found. Just to be fair. They really don't have anything. I think the biggest game now for them is Destiny. And like that's the next biggest would be Gran Turismo. Spider-Man isn't nearly as big as everybody thinks. So
yeah, Spider-Man 2 did worse.
It's not like Mario as a franchise has several hundred million in sales. It's ridiculous, right? Sorry, Spider-Man the games have just not sold that much. They've sold well, they just have not sold to that level.
This is the thing. Nintendo is held to this.
Minecraft is 300.
Well, these motherfuckers, they don't have to have any voice acting. They don't have to have any acting. They don't have to have anything. These motherfuckers are still grabbing their people like puppets on the computer, like top tier. God, wow.
I agree.
I wouldn't say that, man. They're not Western.
Nintendo games get a pass for all of that. Oh no, it's like it's so that so. But now
it's okay, mouth here like that. By the way, you guys.
Imagine if, for example, a game like Avowed had that, and you didn't speak, and there was no NPC, or Starfield. Like people would like literally destroy that.
They can't. They don't have the time.
I have to agree with part of that demo is that like you look at a game like Avowed, and they're not doing like mocap of everything, right? It's all animated. You give the same thing to Nintendo. The animations are way worse, right? Yep. Just to be fair, it's way worse. 90s and Avowed not so much. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Avowed gives you a branching storyline, which is very in-depth. It gives you all this capability, different magical abilities and all that stuff, but it won't get counted the same way. I'm not saying I love my Zeldas and I love my Marios. I think they're 90s, but then again, I gave Starfield a 95, and Starfield got pummeled by a lot of people out there in the reviewing world, and I'm like, well, what was wrong with it? Like, anyway, it is what it is. This is the world. So
now compare
I think they do get a bad,
you're talking about Avowed or
games. For example, games like South for Midnight. Games like South for Midnight getting smashed because of the combat is not that deep. But then you got other games like Zelda, for example, and the combat is not that deep. It has a lot of mechanics. But it's not.
There's a lot of mechanics.
A lot of mechanics and physics and stuff like that. But the combat is not as deep as something like I don't know, like a Souls game or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But Souls games are simplified with depth, and so is Zelda. It has there's so much ways to interact.
And now they have a Souls game, Duskblood. Is that what I think that's what it's like? Bloodborne 2, but it's not Bloodborne 2.
And you know who didn't
get it? Sony's being Sony, man.
What happened to Kalakawa owners getting skipped?
Yeah,
it's like
Kalakawa, here's our money, please. Release an exclusive Nintendo game.
Yeah, holy shit! What happened?
That's what they
wanted.
Crazy.
That's crazy.
So spectacular. And that's how they ended.
I know. Oh my gosh, I could have heard you laughing when that took place. That was amazing. That was amazing.
I would say. Ultimately,
at first, I figured, okay, this is coming to everything, right? And then, it's a Switch exclusive.
Listen, I will say this, okay? Nintendo has two places where they belong, and that's in their kart racer and in their platforming.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else, there is 100% a better version that exists everywhere. Zelda, listen, let me be clear. I don't care for Zelda, any of them. I think they're all just not it.
Top tier for me, but fair enough.
Breath of the Kingdom.
Breath of the Wild.
Breath of the Wild, yes. Breath of the Wild, not Tears of the Kingdom. Breath of the Wild, I enjoyed. The reason why, and I did play the hell out of it. I did enjoy it. But it was what they did different that for me, I never experienced was, and the only thing is that I could climb anywhere. So I can explore anywhere. That's the only thing that got me hooked on that game. The only thing. Assassin's Creed back in the day, you could climb, but there was always that one wall you try to get up to. He's like,
not this one.
Climbing that bitch. He could climb any fucking thing with his little tiny fingers, but not this one. Got it. But on that one, that introduced that dope ass thing. That, by the way, I already found the game I prefer. Eternal Strands. That's right. It just came out not too long ago. Go read a review. We loved it. But I can climb anywhere. I don't need Mario. Give me Eternal Strands, baby. I mean,
that was Zelda, but anyway,
just give me Eternal Strands, and I got the story. I got the game, and it was.
Look, I'm not going to pile on the games. The games are what they are, and if you like them, you like them. A lot of people like sports games, and I do not like sports games. Right? I'm not going to pile on people
Same.
like Madden or
Boo,
FIFA.
boo.
Enjoy your Madden and FIFA. Absolutely. They sell a lot. NBA 2K sell a lot. That's great. It's just not for me. I've tried them. I've given them a chance. It's just not for me. So fair enough, right? And some people like Mario Zelda. Some people don't. A lot of people apparently like it enough to buy them. So that's good enough for them, right? A lot of people love COD. I hate multiplayer COD. I just don't. I don't like it. I like the single player.
You liar,
it's fine. It's
Hardy.
good enough for me.
Last time we played, you were having a blast.
saw
Shut
you,
up.
Hardy.
No, I
you.
don't like multiplayer COD. It's just too much for me. It's like no, like I just can't. I want to relax and play, and like it's just not. It's not for me. So, and that's fine. And there's obviously so many people who play it. There's like hundreds of million people who play like the free to play. What's it called? Warzone. Good for them. I'm not gonna get in your way. Absolutely have fun. People love Fortnite. I'm not a Fortnite person. Whatever, right? And
same.
I'm not going to get in your way, right?
Yeah,
so
not a Fortnite guy.
So I like
Love
people
Fortnite.
like certain things. Good enough. The question is it too much, right? So I think the $80 thing is the one that's the big controversy to me. I don't think they should charge $80. I just they don't warrant it in my opinion. They may think they warrant it, but they don't. A GTA coming out at $80. I'd still say it sucks, but it's like, okay, I get it. It's GTA. I just don't see this from them, right? You would have to have a level of fidelity. Like, just think about what GTA looks like versus what this looks like. It looks good for a Switch 2 game. Fair enough. It does not look like what GTA looks like. You look at that game and it's stunning for what they're doing, right? It's not the same level. You look at Red Dead Redemption 2. Unbelievable what they did on those boxes like a decade ago, right? Unbelievable what they did. It's at the level higher than anything else. I don't see that here, right? And even then, I think they're still going to charge you $70 for the base game for GTA, and they're going to give you other additions that will entice you to spend more. Fair enough, right? I just don't see this being the thing that says $80. To me, it's greed. Again, if they show me that, hey, the game is on the cartridge costs more, fine, I'll buy that. What we're hearing is there's nothing on the cartridge except a stupid encryption key that says you have access to the game. It's bullshit. It's total bullshit. They're just charging more. I don't agree with that specific one. The console price, on the other hand, I don't know how people got pissed off about that.
No. The console, I feel like it was a good price.
For what it is.
I feel like it was a good price.
Really pissed off about it. I mean, I think
it's a big jump from 300 to 450.
Absolutely, it's also a big jump in capability.
As soon as I heard the prices for the games, I was like, okay, what are we doing here now?
So
I don't think. Listen, and I've spent. And you too, CMoney, just on Fortnite alone, buying skins. Probably
we don't need to put the number out there.
No, what I'm saying. It's crazy. It's crazy. So it's not a problem. It's like the principle, right? When it comes to coming out here,
that's the bigger thing.
Yes,
that's the bigger.
Because I don't care, right? I spend money on Fortnite insanely. So it's like it's the principle.
Agreed.
Yep.
So this is the thing.
Yep, I can agree with that. I understand that.
PlayStation 5 Pro, right? More powerful console. Okay.
Yep.
PlayStation 5 Pro came out and did the same fucking thing as the Switch just did. You can't. There's not a. Oh my God! Look at this. Is a Switch 2 game, bro. I swear to God, if you didn't tell anybody there was a new Switch, you go to any person who owns a regular Switch, and just go. They don't know there's a Switch 2 coming out, and you play the trailer for Mario Kart World, fam, it's just they took the barriers off the track and they're letting people drive. That's the way people. There's no visual. Oh my God, wow! Look at this big up, like this huge jump in quality. No,
you mean it could have been on the Switch, and
it could have been on the
nobody would have questioned
it. Could have been on the Switch because
really.
As far as power,
I mean, it definitely looks a bit better to me.
It looks a lot better in 4K.
It's not going to be. So it's not going to be like a 4090. It's not going to be a Series X,
right?
Right.
Like, this doesn't. It didn't look like. It didn't make me feel like, wow, look, like we're so close to CG with this. No, it's in the same ballpark. It is.
Video game.
I mean, listen, PlayStation and Xbox have games that are there, right? And if in a plain ass art style, understand Mario is plain as fuck. Okay, there's no this motherfucker don't got no wrinkles, he ain't got no scars, right?
Fruit.
He's just a smooth motherfucker everywhere. His fucking based on mustache. Those shits are not individually stranded out for him. You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
Cut out.
With no real need for any of this stuff, how do you not find a way to make the depth of field look crazy or something else that just makes it pop like, yo, this is next gen? It's not. You're playing catch up to Xbox One generation. That's all we're seeing on
that's
the
not how they do it though. They're looking at next gen development.
Exactly.
Like, my thing is, the problem with Western society is that they get too caught up in hyper detail focus and graphics, and that's why Western development has failed big time, and Japanese development has been carrying massively. And nobody wants to buy their products. They'll spend $300 million focusing on graphics when they could be making really good video games. And then they cry about the budget. Nintendo's way more intelligent than them.
$500 million, nobody cares because all they did was pay $70 for the game or $60 for the game. It doesn't matter the budget.
But the games are not good and they're unfinished.
Yeah, they're not spending that money
and just saying, "Fuck you, pay me." You know what I'm saying? You pay me now, bitch. Like, no, you're showing the same shit, dog. I need to see. Like, it has to make sense. Again,
so did Dusk?
We don't need whatever it was to experience games, right? Mario Kart is a fine game. If you love Mario Kart, you don't need to buy World to get your fix of what Mario Kart offers you. Okay, it just offers more, and it does that open world shit that, again, Horizon is a billion times like better than what Mario Kart World is as a game that you sit behind a wheel and drive, right? But they come out, and you know the real problem with this, I gotta tell you, is the price. We don't talk shit about Nintendo. We don't even think about Nintendo here. You know what I'm saying? We don't think about them like that here. That doesn't matter. But
that's okay though. That's fine. But they're still going to sell over 100 million consoles. I'm telling you.
Yeah, PlayStation tell me they're at 80. I don't give a fuck what they sell. It's still not, number one, they're not getting my money for all that extra. Like, we have like 5. How many Switches do we have?
Oh my gosh.
I remember you told me, brother. I remember you told me. We have
at least 6 regular.
Right? Well, if you don't, you can send them my way. I DM you my address later.
I bought you.
We have a lot of them.
Okay?
But we have to be in total agreement with $80 should have never happened. That's first and foremost. After that, we're kind of just been talking about
that 100 million is inflated, bro. That 100 million consoles you think they're going to sell, the 100 and however many they sold. The only reason they sell that much is because there's a lot of people like us that have 1 or 2, not one, they have 2 or 3 Switches between kids.
They still sell a lot
and other people. There's a lot, and then they double up, right? These motherfuckers sell you one, and they say OLED model, so they're taking the same customer base.
OLED model, then they have the custom one.
They might do a mid-gen upgrade, bro.
I'm telling you, so like that number is not. You don't have 100 and however many customers.
Yeah,
that's not real. They're in the same boat as everybody.
It's the same with any of them, right? So like I have multiple Xboxes in the house. You guys have multiple. Same thing with PlayStation. They have multiple.
Yeah.
That's why they don't have there's only 40 million or so PS Plus subscribers. It's because that's really where they are. There might be another 10 million players that don't have PS Plus. Xbox, it's the same thing. The vast majority are already subscribed.
Well, and
then
now,
there might be another 5-10 million.
Sorry to bother you, and in the Rob, but now PlayStation has a card that comes with a PlayStation, which is so that's already bundled. They have a card that comes with a PlayStation. I don't know if you guys seen that, but yeah. Going back to what we're talking and what we're saying, I wanted to say
real quick, Demo, real quick.
Yeah,
go for it. This caught my eye. Glacier says, "What's up? Thank you for being here." Kids be breaking them Switches like crazy. It's funny because we had screwed.
But you can take the Joy-Cons and get new ones, right? I think right?
That's $90 a pop.
Talking about the Joy-Cons, what do you think about these ones? They are magnetic.
I use Pro controllers.
This is gonna be a problem. The Joy-Cons are magnetic. That's gonna give a lot of problems. I can see I have it.
No, Demo, it's better because they made the controller way bigger, so it's not going to be as much of a problem. Like, if you compare
I'm talking about when you put it together like this.
It's better, bro, because you can take it off so easy. I like it.
Yeah, the button looks. I mean, the design I think is fine. I think I think kids are going to have the tendency to, even though they're pulling it, they still might do some crazy shit.
They might twist it. Yep.
Put
I get what you're saying.
Right. they break that little thing, that might be
Oh
a
my
problem.
gosh! Remember?
For me, I like it a lot better.
The
It's a
Switch,
bigger
if you put
controller
them in
too.
the wrong way and it happened by mistake, like
Oh yeah.
to get those suckers out. Oh my
So
gosh!
now
I think
this would be.
I think we broke one like that, or
I
like
think the
popped
Switch
it.
2 doesn't have a problem with the design. I think they did better having a bigger screen. I think they have HDR now. I think
I love that the buttons, are
doing,
bigger.
Yeah,
Bro, they have VRR on handheld mode. That's crazy.
VRR.
Yeah, so the PlayStation doesn't even have that yet.
Yeah,
yeah, not correctly.
They have
not correctly.
RR.
Stutter. But like let's also not get it twisted. They are still using HDMI 2.0, not 2.1. There is no future.
Because they don't need it, right?
They don't need it.
Well, but theoretically, NVIDIA came out and started talking about the Switch and saying that it's 10 times more powerful than the original. They also said they have DLSS, is going to have ray tracing.
I was telling y'all that.
That's what NVIDIA said. Right?
Yeah.
So cool.
But it's capped at 4K 60, so you don't need HDMI 2.1.
Why? If the NVIDIA is
for Nintendo, I'm telling you, that's fine.
Can do it. DLS
well, because that's all it's realistically going to handle, right?
And you got to remember, they're third-party games on there now.
Like, it's not going to do more than that. Think of this as like a little bit less than a Series S. It's in that range. That's it.
Yeah, somewhere around a Series S. That's what I've been trying to tell people for the longest. Like, you're going to get that. But for Nintendo, like, this is the way I'm looking at it. I'm saying, where am I jumping from Switch 1 to Switch 2? Not me jumping to Switch 2 and then comparing it to Xbox, because they make it quite clear. Video games are not about graphics to them. And it is proven because they sell the most more than anyone. They're the last ones that are surviving. They dissected PlayStation to bend the knee and Xbox to bend the knee. They will not bend the knee to PC, and they sell the most. They know what they're doing. They understand video gamers. Like for like a larger whole, like the majority of video game users. That's why a lot of Xbox users, the majority have a Series S. They just want to be able to play the game and get the experience. They don't look at the hyper details like a lot of other people look at. Though this is like it's increased more, but. Yeah, for the most part,
bring third parties into the fix. We are going to look at it and we're going to compare them and we're going to say, "Wow!"
Oh yeah, Digital Foundry's right there to show you.
Exactly, Digital Foundry is going to fucking go.
I fucking love Digital Foundry.
Now, this is the one thing I will say though. AJ, I think you're forgetting that Nintendo is the first one to bend the knee. They bowed out of the console market. Don't get it twisted. They bowed out.
No, they did. They combined it.
They took their hand. You could buy a Switch right now with no dock.
You can, but it's still a console handheld, because that's like saying that Microsoft bowed out because they're moving to PC and they're not console anymore. Nintendo's the only one. So I'm saying a console is either a handheld or something that's put on a TV. Like they combined it into one. The Wii won the PS3 360 era.
There's two separate markets, right? So like,
but at the end of the day, they combined everything.
Market, right? They bowed out of the handheld market.
Yeah, with the
because they didn't want to. They couldn't compete, right? Nintendo was selling two things the entire time until the Wii U crushed their souls and told them that people don't want their consoles if it's not a gimmick, right? So they said, okay, we're going to take it and we're going to take the only thing we have that's successful, which is our handhelds,
gel it into
and we're going to make that the star of the show. So I'm not saying that I love that they did that. I'm glad they did, because that is what I want from everybody else, to give me that. But I'm just being clear. They were as far as like bowing out, they did bow out of the console market. They completely bowed out. They said, we're not releasing just the console. It's our handheld market that is holding the business together. Just like it was before, it's still doing it. Like I told you, you put that dock, erase it, and you put it just into a console, I guarantee you changes the story completely.
But that's not going to happen. It's still video game production and development in a device. They just combined it, so you still have the console. So if they bowed out of the console, there would be no console option. It's the hybrid. Everything's a hybrid now. Like the original consoles are dead. They're all AMD PCs. There's no console anymore.
Meaning
like,
that
it's just the way that the industry evolves.
The priority, they gelled the two with the priority of the handheld, is what he's saying. Meaning that's what they had to do, because what was really selling, especially after what happened with the Wii U, was the handheld.
Yeah. So the thing is that the reason why that argument about their ability would never stand up is they had the same ability during the Wii U.
Oh, H-Time, of course.
They had the same ability.
The Wii U problem was the marketing problem.
But
it was still a console.
The Switch, just the vast majority of their games are just the Wii U games that they didn't sell back then, and they brought them out now, right? So again, it's just a matter of them being good at doing that, like good at making games, doesn't matter. There's plenty of people who are good at making games. Okay. It's the fact that the handheld is the part of the business that was successful for them. And that's the part that everybody focuses on here. Like the console portion of it is like the last piece of the puzzle. And honestly, like they just are not. It's different when it was the handheld, right? You knew that there was going to be a big difference between the console and the handhelds because it's a handheld.
But if it's a good video game, it's a good video game to me. I'm not trying to separate.
It could be a good video game. I'm just saying that there's plenty of good video games that are not Nintendo that don't sell as much. So like the cells and all that stuff.
Yeah, of course.
All that stuff doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, they're still relying on the name that they have. Again,
just like Mario PlayStation game, with their box.
Every Zelda game, all those games that you all know and love. You take out those main characters that you know and love, put the different name on the box.
Why though? They built that. That's their internal mascot that they manifested in the world, and they put all their power into it, and they made it happen. If Microsoft could do it, they would do it. See, they kept on trying to make Halo over and over again, right? Yeah, but what happened though? It fell down. Mario doesn't fall down. What I'm saying is like, it's hard to keep the same mascot and the same series alive for a very long time. They managed to do that and diversify the genres through that with the same mascot and outdevelop other developers and still sell because they're going deeper into the same thing. They're not just trying to start a new IP, though they make new IPs as well. But what I'm saying is that those other developers, they lose their teams, they break apart, they can't stay consistent, they can't stay excelling, the cells start dying off. And then what are you going to do when your cells are dying off because you don't have that power anymore? It's not easy like you thought it was. They had Mario alive for 30 years, Zelda alive for 30 years, Metroid. Every single franchise has evolved and they keep on taking it to higher levels, all simultaneously while running two consoles at the same time and developing for it and leading it. Microsoft can't do that. Neither can Sony. That's why Nintendo wins, because they don't have to go anywhere. Like, regardless of what people say, they still came to them with lesser technology and they're beating you. How can you not be better than somebody when you're beating them with handicap settings and outselling them?
Have a fan base.
No, I'm saying.
You're literally walking right into that door, though.
But you're
because yes, they did build it. They've been doing it for a long time. But again, Mario, right? We're going back to the character that they've been working on and that they built for so long, right?
Yeah, like Zelda never had sales
if
before
you
Breath
take
of the
him
Wild.
out and you deliver the same game, it wouldn't have the same impact.
But that's not going to happen. That's not reality, y'all. That's what I'm trying to say. We're all, you know what I mean? This is just video game talk. I still love y'all. I'm enjoying this. You know what I mean? But what I'm trying to tell you is that it doesn't matter what you're trying to say because that's not reality. The reality is what is exactly going to happen next. They're going to come in. They're going to take over the market. They're going to outsell everyone. They'll pass up Xbox in 2 years. This is realistic. This is exactly what's going to happen. Though they'll come out later, and I hope that they drop their prices before they do that. Like, I really hope that Mario goes to $70. If not, it's either you say, I want to miss out on the experience, or I still want to get it, because to me, that value, I know I'm going to put 5,000, 6,000 hours.
Most people are just going to buy it, AG. And
you're right, bro. That's what I'm saying. We can have these discussions, and it does matter, and I think we still should try to attack, but
we just luck out that we have Game Pass, which is freaking awesome.
Game Pass is the best thing in gaming.
Crap. I don't care what they charge the phone.
What they charge it for the wrong reasons, though.
No, but Microsoft is doing this for their ego, and we're getting the benefit. Let's be real. They're doing this.
Have led to where they've led, and everyone's contributed to it. And this is where we are now from that.
So we have
they're just punking people with money, but hey, we're benefiting. I love Game Pass, but it's because they can't sell. Otherwise, why would you do that if you can make more money? I mean, Bobby Kotick said the same thing. It's very smart. He got pissed off because they're putting Activision on Game Pass. He's like, dude, We make $1 billion every year. Why are you throwing me on a subservice? I don't need to do that. That's for when you fail.
So
when you're succeeding, you don't need that.
So the reason is, AGN, is that agreed that if everybody was selling, so many, that they would all do it, right? They would,
and it's still greedy though to think about that, but it's just
right?
reality.
But sometimes you could be in a position where you can say, we're going to keep doing that, like PlayStation, right? We're going to keep doing that and keep doubling down on that. Or you could say to yourself, okay, the market is what it is now. We all were greedy, doing whatever we had to do to get here, but now we're here. So what are we going to do? And what some people are choosing to do is say, okay, well, how can we, as opposed to milk the people as much as possible by keeping the prices high, never discounting them, because they just want to make sure that they have their esteem, right? And they can look and say, look at me, you will always buy my game at the highest price because I made you, bitch. To the point where now you have a company who's like Microsoft, who says, you know what, we already got all the monies, right? So as much as Nintendo flexes, Nintendo ain't never going to be Microsoft, right? They can't be it. They will never be it, right? As much as Sony might want to flex about their PlayStation, they'll never be a Microsoft, right? The biggest dog in the yard is Microsoft. And Microsoft is saying, you know what? Let's make gaming for everybody by not raising our prices. Remember, they did not go to $70 games until they felt like they had a true next-gen game, and that was Starfield. Starfield was the first $70 game that they came out with on Xbox.
Okay? It didn't deliver though to me, and I'm a huge Bethesda fan.
It delivered way below, so it's a fucking amazing. But again,
I like the game. I beat the game.
But Xbox got Game Pass. You didn't have to get pissed off at the fact that you didn't like it. You just continue to play all the games.
But I don't mind supporting a good video game. That's what that's what we've been doing our whole entire life. This is new still.
If you pay for Game Pass every month, you're supporting every game that Microsoft
on a consistent, rather than picking and choosing.
It's kind of deceptive though, y'all. Actually, Microsoft is basically taking most of the money. They have to get to those developers a paycheck, because that's not enough for a developer. It's not going to feed them like you think. Microsoft is getting the biggest portion of that.
What do you mean, bro?
Well, how much do you think they make a year?
$100,000 a year, bro.
How much do you think they're making on
Xbox are the ones being taken care of the most.
It was Redfall. Redfall was
no. Everybody's getting paid. Everybody that works for Microsoft is getting paid. Ain't nobody starving.
Kind of, but I get what you're saying. But you would make more money if you sold like 3-4 million on the market, though. You make way more money.
Well, here's the problem with that thinking, though, is that most games won't sell, right? So if you take even
exactly, so Game Pass is great.
Indiana Jones is a good game, right? 4 million players with Game Pass. 4 million players. That wouldn't have sold 1 million copies.
Not on Xbox,
no. No, period. It's going to be everywhere. It doesn't matter. It was on PC. It was on Steam, day and date.
Yeah.
It's the way it is. 4 million players. It was in Game Pass. That game would not have gone anywhere. Unfortunately, games don't sell. That's the problem. This gives them cover. You just pay. Now, do you know how much they make in Game Pass every year?
Are you talking about like the 5 billion or 4 billion that they're supposed to be reporting?
Yeah, so it's I know 5 billion. Okay, so why is that not enough to cover their studios?
You're making it seem like it's like that, but it's more deceptive than you think. I'm telling you, they're spending a lot to get those games on there. I'm not against Game Pass. I'm just telling you that it's not helping developers like you think. We're getting better benefits than developers.
Isn't that the whole point, though?
That's for their own studios. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, and the developers who put their games into Game Pass are all happy. We don't see reports from people who have their games in Game Pass. The only people that you see talking shit about Game Pass, the only developers that talk shit about it are the people who don't have their games in Game Pass.
Actually, we talked to developers that have been hoping to get into Game Pass and have asked how they can get into Game Pass. So,
like, people actively want to do it because Xbox is helping these companies. You know what?
The publicity, the marketing, they get the bag up front.
Before we go further, let me get these super chats that I have. People been waiting forever. Sorry about that. The homie Avenged Ninja with that $2 super chat. Appreciate you, brother. Says the problem is they think they could do no wrong. Facts, right? Nintendo is. I'm telling you, this is PlayStation. I
want to talk about that specific piece in a bit.
Okay, just keep that. Remember it. We're gonna go into it, but I want to get these people. But This is their PlayStation 3 moment where they think they can do no wrong. Obviously not with the console, more with the prices of the games. It's wild to think that a Nintendo game is going to be leading the way and going up in price. You can't justify that, bro. There's just no way.
Yeah,
I don't want to. I don't agree with $80.
There are people that enable that,
Yeah,
that they
it's just
can't
wild.
do any wrong, and that this is just the way that it's going to sell no
They're
matter
putting
what.
a microscope on themselves because they do some stupid shit like this. You know what I'm saying?
Mass
Mass
Effect.
Effect in the building.
I agree with you. It's dumb.
Yo,
Yeah, appreciate your homie said $90 for the fake physical is absolutely insane.
I know.
Well, yeah, that's the in the UK they got that $90.
Yeah, it's 90 euros, so it's not. There's no
still
$90
more than the digital.
Though he's Canadian, so it might be higher, right? Didn't we have this last night?
No, we went into it hard. You remember that it comes out to about the same, like maybe $1 or $2 off.
But from
like
Canadian
that.
dollars, it's
they're
something
charging
more
in these other places for the physical, and the physical is just the game key, which is wild.
Yeah.
Adidas 20 with that $2 super chat. Appreciate you. My brother says happy birthday, baby.
Oh boy, here we go.
God damn it, Adidas.
Oh boy, we got it. We got to get.
Look at them go.
Oh, I don't.
Look at those olives. Juicy.
Make it even more fun.
Oh,
look at those olives.
The container.
Not gonna lie, that does look good.
I know. I want to eat some now, right?
Green balls.
Hell yeah.
What? So you into leprechauns? You know what I'm saying? What are you into,
mean,
Debo?
Do they have
green balls on the screen?
That's not green balls, bro. That's freaking olive. It's food, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
See what is tripping.
Okay, sorry for that too. I appreciate you, homie. Says, imagine if Xbox charged for smart.
Look, they're the only ones that are good in this.
Dude,
they're the only ones that like the PlayStation and Nintendo. You have to pay for upgrades, which really sucks. And thankfully, that's not the case here. It's the same on PC. I don't think about that shit. I have it on Steam. It doesn't matter what card I have. I can just play my game.
10 years ago on Steam, and they released the upgrade to that shit now, and it's like, oh shit, it's automatically upgraded. Thank you, Steam. This is the thing. It's funny because it's funny how quickly Nintendo and PlayStation show how much they're not big dogs, right? They're reminding everybody
not consumer friendly. They're horrible.
Well, they're showing everybody that we're not big dogs. We need every penny. We need every penny. We need it. That's rough. It's a rough spot for them. I'm not gonna lie. The homie Big Mings Gaming said, remember, good? Chat man, appreciate it. Remember for 14 months, my motherfucking homie.
Yes.
Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you, man. Says the YouTubers at the Switch 2 events, like iJustine, for example, were told not to ask about prices as well.
Oh,
damn. Not even at their own event, they wanted to answer questions about prices, which is crazy.
That's wild.
That is crazy work. Right, you are gaming. My dude, with that $2 super chat says, "Wait till AGN finds most kids don't care about Mario now." That's
it's not like that's why I tell people before they'll play Fortnite, freaking, and all those type of games.
The Roblox, Minecraft, those are the
games. They're fine though,
because they know that they have to keep that age group that was there. They need to keep those dudes flowing because the kids are not going to replace them. The kids are not replacing Nintendo. Nintendo's the only one outside of the whole spectrum that they relied so heavily on the kids for these last couple generations, right? Where they got that badge, right? So we basically from the Wii on, it was all about the kids, the kids. And now that's now gone to them, right? Now you're only left with the kids of the parents who love Switch. But outside of that, those kids, even though they like Mario and they'll know Mario, they still will prefer to play what their friends are playing. And their friends are not playing Mario. Their friends are playing Roblox. The friends are playing Fortnite. That's where it's going to be an issue. Like I said, we have a house full of them. I told you how many Switches we have. The only game that gets burned now is Animal Crossing. And that's because we were so into Animal Crossing.
And they were so small, build their island.
Now they finally are of the age and they remember all the stories of Animal Crossing. Now they can play it themselves, so they're into it. But outside of that, Mario don't get no burn. Mario Kart don't get no burn. Super Smash Brothers don't get no burn. We got them all.
Smash Brothers sold 35 million. It's the biggest fighting game in the world. Like, there's another genre that they're leading in. And I get what you're saying. Like, there's some households that it just may not happen, but worldwide, like Mario is bigger still than ever. Like, Odyssey sold 30-something million. Like, he's just continuing to grow because real gamers are liking those games. Like, because you can't get quality platformers consistently. It's hard to find that. Like, they just don't exist that well, and they don't sell. Like, you saw Astro Bot, good game, but it didn't sell anything. And that was supposed to be game of the year. First game of the year ever in history to only sell 1.5 million.
Yeah, it's a problem. But it's because the industry, the kids, the people who grow up playing, not obviously not the ones who are still on it.
Because nobody gave a shit about it.
Everybody grew
on
up.
the PlayStation platform. Nobody cares.
Yeah, exactly. They don't care.
And there's people who still like cartoons, right? And there's nothing wrong with the people who like cartoons, right? Trust me, I know people love anime.
Yeah. But T-Body, hold up. I know where you're going, but it's not the same to watch Solo Leveling, for example, which is a cartoon, or the new Devil May Cry than watching Cocomelon. You know what I'm saying? It's not the same. They're true. Not in the same category.
But I can tell you that there are clearly.
Are you calling Mario Cocomelon?
Mario is Cocomelon.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
That's fine.
That's what I got from that.
But there are just people who, at the end of the day, I don't care if you stab people and paint blood on my screen, it's still a fucking cartoon. And no matter how you cut it, it's still a cartoon. By definition, it's a drawing, right?
Animation,
and any cartoon that's out there. I'm talking about just TV, right?
Makes it less sensitive.
So meaning that I'm not like, there's certain group of people who are just not into cartoons. Okay.
Yeah, that's why they have to make it so extreme.
People who do like it. I'm just saying that there's a certain group of people who don't. People change out of that stuff. And I think for gaming, it went a lot further separated from that, where the majority of people who are playing, let me tell you this, Astrobot not selling well lets you know that the people on PlayStation don't give a fuck about Mario. Like, they don't care. Yeah, they don't care about Nintendo. They don't care about the Switch games. Yeah. Even if they own them, they contributed because why? Because they bought that shit for their kids. But they themselves are not doing it because when they came to time for them to pull the trigger and say, "Oh, I love me a platformer," they are saying, "Fuck you. I don't want it. I don't want it. I'd rather play these other games." It's just gaming has grown and changed.
And that's Sony's fault.
I mean, yeah, but it's
it is.
I mean,
it suits a certain audience, though, because the idea is that it was going to evolve, right? And that it's going to evolve. The fans are there. If you deliver a good game, then the game gets scooped up. But CMoney, Rayar has a request to please leave anime alone.
I'm not talking shit about anime. I'm just saying that no matter what the fuck I do, I can't stay awake. And it's because I can't. It's as soon as I see drawings, it's like
a lullaby. Oh, we saw the Minecraft movie today.
Let me really make that interesting. Most video games are also just animated graphics, so that's just anime. 3D just a cartoon.
3D animated. I'm down. No, 3D animated versus just a regular drawing is a very different thing. And
I want a real life game. I want a video game.
Interactive.
Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna even lie. Those JRPGs got me knocked.
Oh yeah, they do.
What was that? What was the good one that came out?
Yes,
that people were pumped about?
You remember?
Metaphor.
Yes, Metaphor. They released the demo, right? They released the demo beforehand. I was like, oh shit! Bitch, I'm ready. Press play. Watch like 3 cutscenes.
Marquise Goodwin.
I can't.
Marquise Goodwin had a thing in here. Hargit on Steam. You do have to pay for upgrades. Example: Horizon Zero Dawn, a PlayStation game. That's my point. Most other publishers don't do this. It's just PlayStation and Nintendo, and PlayStation puts their games on PC now, and so they're carrying over their bullshit from console into the PC world.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Like, Last of Us Part 1 being $69.99 was crazy. Returnal $69.99. An indie game that should have been $39. They were charging $70 for it, and they hurt the game because of that.
And that's why they don't sell.
Yeah, but you know what?
Exactly.
But look at Xbox. Xbox has
they can't do that.
Doing the opposite. They have when they release a game, if they see that it's not what they consider to be a super top tier AAA experience, they
No
fucking
play.
they lower that price, bro.
Yep.
South of Midnight
$40
is I think
right.
Is it 40?
On
Yeah, something
PC,
like
I
that.
think it might be. I'll just check, but I think
So it's
it
like
is on PC.
like they release a fucking banger of a game and they release it for $40. Yet these motherfuckers are out here still saying the same shit. Like, bro, you don't.
Yep,
No
it's
matter
40
what they
bucks.
do,
Right?
No matter what
Okay.
they do,
Yep.
nothing makes sense. You're paying for basically half of a game, and the quality of the experience is worth 3 times more than most of the other games that come out, and they still find a way to kind of give shit to it. It's crazy. It's crazy work.
I feel like CMoney, I feel like competition in the gaming industry is heading the wrong way. I feel they competing with each other by seeing who got the most premium, more expensive product instead of offering the better value for gamers. And I think that right there is right really, really, really bothered me because I mean, and that's why I think people should celebrate what Xbox is doing and just say it straight out. You're doing shit right to encourage other developers and other people to go lower on their prices and have more accessibility with the games so that people can play more of these games. So the reality is, man, that they competing in the wrong way. I'm not liking any of this as a consumer, as a father now. In the future, my kid might want a Nintendo, and I'm gonna say flat out, no. You got Game Pass, like what the fuck, like, and you got my Super Nintendo. You be alright, like, you be alright. You need no, like,
I'm
you know.
sure
And
you'll
it
cave, Demo. You'll cave. You'll buy it for
But
him.
look, he sucks.
He
sucks. He sucks because, like, you know,
gotta see
like
what happens.
for this generation of the
they're never
Switch-
going to ask for something that you
You
hold
have to
interest
Well, so here's the
them.
interesting one, right? There is one
no.
IP that is like that, and that's Pokemon. They do pick up Pokemon outside of gaming.
Even
They pick up Pokemon.
Even Pokemon,
and that could be a vector in here.
Listen, the teachers in one of my kids' school, they give them Pokemon cards every once in a while. Like, they'll just come home with a card, and they're like, "Oh," and my daughter got into collecting the cards a bit because of it. But it was just the hypeness from that, because now we have all these cards. They don't care about Pokemon. Pokemon is the same thing. I'm telling you, I promise you, they don't care.
So that's an instance. There are plenty where that's not the case. Pokemon is one of the most lucrative things in gaming, period.
I'm not saying that it's not. I'm saying that you're talking to the same people who still think Mario's the shit, or the same people who still think Pokemon's the shit.
What's better than Mario and Pokemon?
Do not resonate, right? But
no, I just want to ask, what's better than Mario platforming wise? It reaches 95, 96, 97 meta. The last Mario was 97 meta.
So that's like, let me tell you something. That's like you asking me, what's the best horse and carriage I can buy today? Platforming.
No, but you said people think Mario's a shit, but I'm asking what's better than it. Like,
but what I'm saying is nobody cares about platforming games anymore. Platforming only happened because that's where the technology was. That was the baby steps that gaming took to get to where it is. Platforming served its purpose. We don't want to. What we want is to platform in a game like South of Midnight. See, South of Midnight is a game that I enjoy going through because there's something there for me to take from it. I don't want to save the princess again. I don't care.
But Mario's a lot more than that.
And I saw
Midnight wouldn't even sell 1 million.
Somebody put up that song. She's for the streets. You remember that song?
Oh my gosh, that was so funny.
That she secretly be fucking Bowser, bro. So now I'm like, you know what? We really don't need to get saved.
Maybe Peach wants to go. Maybe she just leaves and Mario goes chasing after her.
Exactly.
They ruined the story for you.
I don't know if I agree with that. There's plenty of good platformers that still are made. Like Ori, for instance, those were pretty good platformers.
I beat them all. I love platformers.
Yeah. And AGN, I still agree with you. Mario, when I play platformers, Mario is still way above everybody else for me.
I'm just being honest. It has nothing to do with Mario. It's that these developers, it is good because you could put a president that looks a mascot that's there, but if he's just sitting there, he's not doing anything.
The same game for 40 years. They better be fucking good at it, bro. Like,
they're not making the same game.
They have to be. Listen, they have to be good at something.
No, they are changing it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been good, right?
So the same thing as Mario 64. Mario 64 was amazing, first of its kind. Really take it to the next level. Come on, man. Let's not act as if Mario has changed gaming after that moment. Mario 64 was
Oh,
the
of course
last
it has.
time.
Sunshine was quite different, and then Odyssey was
gaming. I didn't say
extremely different.
I didn't say change the game. I said change gaming. The last time Nintendo was important, gaming.
Yeah.
The last time they were important was Mario 64. That's
Astro decided they had to copy all the stuff.
That's crazy.
It's the
It must have done something.
That's the last time that Mario mattered in a holy shit, Mario did something crazy. Now they just make good platforming games. There's nothing wrong with that. I told you I played the shit out of Mario Odyssey all the way to the darkest.
I understand that.
Goal. I'm not knocking a platforming game. I'm saying that is not.
Breath of the Wild was the next one that did that, right? And
that's not the first one that
what the next thing's
your mind when you're thinking.
No, I was just simply asking,
listen,
what's better?
Because we keep rotating to the same spot, and we talk.
I don't think there is a platformer that's better, but I don't play platformers like that. I would say Metroidvania,
which is why Prince of Persia failed, which sucks. Prince of Persia was a platformer, which is a great game.
Games are the better platforming games now. Right, like Metroidvania games are the ones that are more exciting, and that was Metroid. Who, I mean, I guess I could only assume that's where it started, right? Because it's called Metroidvania.
It literally did. Metroid.
So it started with them, great. But
Metroid and Castlevania, those were the two.
Is Metroid? Metroid and Castlevania. Yeah, but is Castlevania and Metroid the gold standard now for Metroidvania type games?
No, just like everything evolves over time,
Metroid,
right? So
not even Metroidvania.
They're not, but that doesn't mean Mario isn't. He still is.
Exactly, but you're proving my point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Platformers have been left behind. The world is not competing on platformers.
It's not platformers. It's certain people want different things, and that's fair. And like, there's more genres available. Right at the time, you're right. There were only a few things available, right? And it's like, okay, cool. This is like the best of what we've got. Let's play it, right? And then like now you have so much. And there's so much depth in storytelling, right? So that's the potential that you now have in gaming. And it's like, oh, I want that. Cool, that's great. And that maybe like that older stuff. I'm not going to play that anymore. But others still want to play it. I still love my Mario games when they come out. I like some platformers, but look, I try all platformers and I find them very annoying. I love Mario. It's so tight. Like,
but you love what
gameplay is so well done.
You love what you know, Hargeet.
That might be it.
Understand that. You love what you know. And Mario is a warm soup. You know what I'm saying? It's like when a cold day, you just sit down.
What's the Ratchet and Clank, for instance, or
that's boring. This is whack.
The one they got with Activision, Crash Bandicoot. I'm like, it doesn't flow for me. I don't know.
That was
I beat all of them and Spyro.
Yeah, that was last year.
I gave up on Spyro as well.
But
100% of that and Crash. It was not easy. Definitely Crash.
It's just the world has left these games behind, and Mario is the only one that is buckled down. Anytime somebody new says, you know what? There's not really any competition in Mario. Let's make one. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody. No. You told me that Astrobot was a great game.
It is.
Okay. So those people on PlayStation don't have a Nintendo theoretically to go play, right? They have their PlayStation game, and they said,
got their platformer.
I'm good. I'm good.
Astro, and they have Ratchet and Clank, and both of them
didn't sell.
Exactly.
The point is, it's not about how good the game is. It's that there's no one willing to compete in a real way with Mario because there's no like the audience for them outside of Mario proper is not there. Outside of that character, it's not there. And that's Nintendo's pass. That's why they won't change that shit. That's why every other game you put Mario in outside of Mario Kart and maybe Super Smash does not get the burn. Mario Tennis is not selling 40 million copies.
It's not that good enough, though. That's why.
But it's the same people making these games.
But it's like when we talk about the score, right? We can selectively speak about scores, right? Or we can go ahead and see as an average how they come together. But we pick and choose how we want to see it. So when we want to bring up Mario in a certain game, you can't be selective when he's not taken the same way on a different game and be like, well, no, that one doesn't count.
They all count.
It's a different studio that he's talking about, right? So different studios make different types of games, different types of capabilities.
I'm saying the main Nintendo team is not making those.
The point
you
is
take
that
Ferris,
Nintendo
right?
should be able to
Jason,
do that with
is that his
everything.
name? Joseph Ferris,
Joseph Ferris.
right?
I
His
mean,
games
they've
are
been at
also
it for so
platformers,
long, right?
and you know, like they are pretty good, right?
But
So
they're not platformers the way Mario's a platformer.
yeah, there's a story involved, right?
There's
And
a
then that
story
maybe
involved. There's
kind of
high
pulls you along.
fidelity graphics.
But that's the thing,
involved.
right? So it's just differences in different like game types. Fine. I still think they're relevant. Obviously, Mario sells a lot, so it's not like it's not a relevant property. It still outsells, I think, all platformers by quite a bit. So, and what was the latest one? The Mario Wonder. That was fantastic.
I loved
that.
it.
Was great. That was pretty good. Well, look, we've talked too much about this. Let's move on.
How did that one do?
Move around to the other fun part.
Wonder do? I'm asking for
15 million.
A specific reason.
15, 20, something like that. It sold quite a bit.
I was wondering how Mario Wonder did. I'm asking for a specific reason because, you know, you talked about Odyssey and how engaged you were with that one, but you knocked out playing Mario Wonder. And I played for a little bit and then I was like, okay, I'm done.
Yeah, it's just
I thought it was great. I loved it.
It's just like a certain type of game that like
or anywhere near.
I think there's a combination of circumstances. Maybe for me, that's specific. I don't have a lot of time. So time is a big deal for me. So
you got to be selective.
If it's not gripping me, you know, between the work and the stuff I do there, and then kids, and then trying to squeeze in gaming. Like if it's not a fucking banger, I got no time to watch the dude run across the screen all day.
Mm-hmm.
I don't unless it's something like Replaced, right? That game that's supposed to come out. There's another game that came out that I enjoyed, and it was like that, but it's like really graphically intense. Like it looks real good, even though it's a side scroller. But shit like that is like for me, I could do that, but like I can't play like these generic things. Like it's just old school, man. Like, and I get it. There's nothing wrong with old school shit, and if you're in the mood for it, you do it. But I'm saying, like, I'm still in gaming, and it's crazy because I've done this since I was young. I'm looking for what's exciting,
next?
Right? Yeah. What's exciting? I'm not in it to replay shit that I could have played a million times. Like the next Mario, as much as I'm most likely will get it and probably enjoy the shit out of it, it's like I really didn't need to experience it because it's just more of the same, maybe more refined, maybe in a different location, but he's still going to be finding Peach, or he's going to be bitching that Peach don't want him no more. Like what story can they tell with Mario outside of them going, which I hope they would have and they didn't, or it doesn't seem like they're gonna, outside of them going more towards like, oh shit, look, we're in a Mario movie, right? Mario talks, characters talks, there's real conversations. Let's make Mario more of a, actual presence in real gaming out here that's pushing shit forward, not just doing what you do really good over and over again, right? Like that gets stale real quick, right? I'm not interested in that. I want people like Xbox who are always coming out new IPs now. Like they got the money, they're putting it in, right? Doesn't matter what they did in the past. Today, now, all new IP all the time. They're pushing. They're giving these developers creative freedom to make what they want, what their heart desires, right? And they're backing them and they're giving them the time and everything they've been dropping to. I've been playing experiences like Our History Untold. That shit ain't on no Switch. You ain't got no Switch. You ain't got that experience, right? You're stuck with Nintendo's experiences that they give you. Now, Civilization finally coming over there. Great. Hopefully that works. But that's not a Nintendo joint, right? Nintendo makes what they make, and that's all they do. They have not elevated or grown. They haven't. Nintendo is the same dudes they have. What genres are they in now that they do at a level than at any other of the genre, the other games out there that are the peak at it? Outside of platforming, Zelda is not, I can tell you right now, Zelda is literally just the name. Zelda is not a great game in general. If you take out Zelda, put anybody in there, that story, how many times the same fucking 100 years? I've been asleep for 100 years. I'm back and I'm gonna fight. Come on, man. This is like
I mean, I can't disagree with you more, but that's okay.
That's okay.
You're welcome to not like it. It's fine.
Yeah, that's
But
okay. You know what I mean?
I find the
highly
same
disagree.
thing with people who decide to buy COD every year and play the same multiplayer that makes no sense to me. But it's fair enough. NBA 2K, you have basketballs. Play, right? Oh yeah, you push it. It's the same goddamn game every single time. But people buy it. It's like, okay,
the difference
same game
is that
every
you're
year.
playing against other people,
literally,
right? So there's a randomness to every time you play that game that makes it not the same. Whereas when you're literally
random about basketball? Are you kidding me? Versus an entire
turnout.
You're saying
turnout every time you play. Somehow I don't play basketball games. But the point,
come on, give me a
break. It's who you're playing against that could be harder, right? So if somebody's better than you,
that's the same no matter what.
How?
What do you mean? If I'm playing against you, you're still this. It's always gonna be the same. I can play against demo. It's still the same. I can play whichever one. I can play the 10-year-old version. I can play the 5-year-old version. It's the same game.
I don't know. In the way I agree with CMoney too. It could be like I play games like Mortal Kombat, right, all the time.
Yep.
And I could play my homeboy. It could pick a different character, or it could pick the same character. Even if we're playing the same character, we have like different matches, different outcomes. We learn different things. We come up with new stuff, new strategies. It could be like a whole. It's like a whole different level. 1v1 in video games is where the real competition is, in my opinion. And it's all about mind games more than skill.
But that doesn't require a new version, right? You could play like last year's NBA instead of this year's NBA.
No,
it's still gonna be
but you get upgraded boosters. They add more mechanics,
but they won't. We wish
it's usually the mechanics that they improve,
which they've been doing in Mario and Zelda the entire time.
Those games are emulating real life. So every time they get closer to trying to emulate it more, that's what they're doing. That's the goal of these sports games.
But it's still freaking basketball, dude.
I agree with
an audience for that.
Look,
and I get
100%, exactly. I don't mind that.
It's like literally the same architecture of the game, only they start improve different things until they polish it and also
minor things here and there. Cool.
More real. Yeah, and it's usually a couple of things they added, like this, like focus dribbling or something, something like that, and it makes it like a little bit different. But at the end of the day, it's the same thing at its core. Is basketball and the same rules.
And to be clear, I don't think anybody who plays NBA 2K or Madden or any of them would ever say, "I wish they come out with another one." Once they find the one you like if it has all the mechanics the way you like it, most people just prefer them to have a roster update and call it a day. But the companies are not giving that to them, right? The companies are forcing you to buy a new game if you want all the newest shit. So that's the problem. But the point is that, again, that's fine. And again, sports people who love those games are just like Nintendo people who love those games, right? You're both stuck in the same cycle of playing the same shit over and over again because you love these things. And I'm not talking about you, like obviously when I say you, I'm talking about
you're talking
like every level is different. Bro, I don't see how you can say that they're the same. Like levels are not designed, they're different. Like you can't say that Odyssey has the same levels as Mario Galaxy. They're vastly different. And Mario Galaxy was fantastic. So was Odyssey.
What am I doing in those games besides the gimmick that they attach to it? Mario Odyssey was fantastic. I love it, right? Great. I
didn't like really Galaxy, right?
Okay, I hated Galaxy.
Yeah,
I
loved Galaxy. Galaxy was awesome.
I kept going around this goddamn little planet, jumping to another little planet. That's it.
It felt compact. The little planets, but
I feel like the problem is
he didn't like it at all.
They're forced to.
I love it.
Listen, our son loves.
And Madman loves it.
So I'm not
like
you wanted variation, right? There's variation.
97 meta.
But I'm still
saying they continue to do it. Nobody else is doing it.
Why am I doing it? I'm just jumping from place to place, regardless of what it is, regardless of the version of this game that comes out. There's no meaningful reason. It's old mentality of games.
It's just a game mechanic to give you more experience.
To have fun. It seems like you want Nintendo to westernize their games, put voice acting in, get into.
Thankfully, they aren't doing that. Please don't do that.
The industry's dead.
Listen,
they sold their soul for
sure. Eventually, you guys are going to keep getting older, and eventually you're not going to be here. And there's nobody to replace you down there, is what I'm saying. Okay, now it's still a long time. We still got time. We still got time.
If that was the case, they wouldn't have sold 150 something million Switches and almost be the highest selling console of all time. There's a lot of new people that join in that like Nintendo's methods. There's people that want to go in those retro worlds. Like on PC, you said like 60% of the base was playing older games because these new games suck. They don't want them.
Can I ask you a question? How much did their best-selling handhelds sell?
118 million Game Boy, 154 million DS.
Oh, that's wild. How much did the Switch sell?
150 something million. It already passed up the.
So, to be clear, though,
yeah,
when I made my argument before, and I told you that the console got bought out, you just got the handheld people buying the new Switch, right? You're still claiming that 150 something million people who bought the handhelds in the past who are just transferring to the Switch. Before, when they had that 150
I'm not a handheld
million
player.
Okay, that's not true, bro.
But hold on. But that's even worse. That means you lost
actually.
That means you
lost. Demographic shows more people docked.
But this is the thing. Well, it's because it's the option, right? But the handheld people, right? At the same time, they sold consoles, right? Handheld and consoles. Different group of people, not always lined up immediately, right? You just said it, Hargeet. I'm not a handheld. So you were buying the console. You weren't buying the handheld. The only reason you're buying the handheld is because there's no console.
I had it, but I just didn't care to play it. I had it.
Okay,
I'm like,
so you don't like it. So theoretically, it's as good as
I'd rather just play on the console
because you don't want it, right?
So I'd rather play on the console.
So if you had the option, you would just play on the console. So for you, you're one of those people. But you have 150 million people who bought a handheld before. You're just catching up to 150 million people. How many people bought consoles at that time that 150 million people bought the handheld?
Well, what happened to the 101 million Wii people?
Million people?
That's
what happened to the 101 million people that bought the Wii console?
Just answer you with a question.
But your question.
No. What I'm saying is that
CMoney.
What I'm saying is that the 150 million couldn't possibly be all handheld because the DS only had sold 80 million previously before that, and the Wii U fell, which was the people coming from the Wii, which is 101 million. The 3DS came after that.
Blew away the other two, right? The Wii destroyed both.
Yeah, it sold over 100 something million. What I'm saying is that they have what they have because they're making really good video games, and people don't care about graphics. The average gamer just wants to play really good video games. And it doesn't matter about technology, because if that was the case, then it would show. But every Vita, every PlayStation handheld lost to a weaker console, right? You know what I mean? The Series X is stronger than the PlayStation, but it can't outsell it. So, like, it's not about technology. It's about good gameplay and having fun. Most people play video games for that. All the stuff that you're talking about, I mean, I get it. It is nice, but it's not going to move the industry. You see?
I mean, is anything funny. Nintendo doing moving the industry?
Not pushing it.
Oh, yeah, because they got 150 million consoles, and they're about to come in and sell another 100 million.
It's funny because we talk. Man, okay.
I just say how.
No, I'm just saying they did.
How is it pushing the industry? Because the industry's not changing. They didn't bring more people in. They didn't bring anything else. The problem you have is as soon as you hit a certain number and you don't reach that number, you're not bringing anybody new back. Like, you're not bringing anybody new in. You're just reclaiming people you lost. If you already did 150 and you only got to 150, no matter how you cut it, you're just regaining. You didn't push anything forward. Just like PlayStation thinking they're doing great when they're not. They're literally behind the PlayStation 4. They're just moving those people over here. They're not changing their lives.
They're getting some people that are new. I get what you're saying, because if you go all the way back, eventually people get too old.
People, that means you're losing old people. So it's the same difference, right? If
it's hard to recapture 150 million. That's still insanely impressive. I have to say, bro.
I'm saying that that's not changing it. If you're saying Nintendo people are so diehard anyway, theoretically they should always move, because the best games are always there, right? You said Nintendo makes the best games. So if I'm a Nintendo fan, I should always move into the next one, right? So if they're doing that and they're not getting more, you're only circling the same group of people, right? That's just what it is, and that's cool.
Kind of. People leave, but I get what you're saying. Like, obviously, you always want your foundation. That's for any brand. You got to have your foundation. You know what I mean? But basically what I'm saying is that they're going to keep making really good video games, and it's not going to have any microtransactions, no gambling, no politics. It's going to be pure video games like we've always wanted, and people are going to support that because they want to support video, like actual video games. They don't want movies like in Sony's world, and not everybody wants subscription games, because a lot of the best games are not going to be able to be put on subscription. Like Monster Hunter Wilds ain't going on no Game Pass. You know what I mean? That's why I said that Microsoft has good value, and Game Pass is the best value for a gamer, but it doesn't have the best games.
Monster Hunter World was on Game Pass.
Huh?
You said Monster Hunter Wilds is not going on Game Pass, but Monster Hunter World.
Not at launch, no. Yeah, but that was after like 4 years. You know what I mean?
Like at launch, of course, they're not doing.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So what am I going to do if Nintendo is have games that I want to play? Like the only way for me to get them is to get the platform. This was always the gaming industry for like 97% of just in general. People buy games. That's the only way to get it is for you to buy it. You know what I mean? So I don't have a problem supporting a good game. Like if Monster Hunter came out, guess what? I went to buy that immediately because that's a good game. Nintendo drops a good game, I'm buying it because it's a good game. And if their games were not that good, nobody would buy them. You know what I mean? And like I said, find me some series that have lasted 20 to 30 years that can still continue now and haven't died off. And you're going to realize how hard it is to continue with the same mascot.
Halo.
Yet diverse. Halo, it doesn't pull its weight anymore. Not even close.
Halo.
They went free to play.
Infinite have 25 million?
25 million.
That's not real, bro. That's not how many people are playing. They don't even have 500.
But Nintendo's real, and those cores are real too, though.
Their numbers are actually active.
I have trouble having a conversation where on the other end it always leads to the same answer with the console sales and with the scores. If we've already addressed both of those things.
Yeah.
Right now,
Halo is still alive.
2,930 people playing on PC.
Really register. So.
No, that's on PC. That's on Steam, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. If we could pull up Xbox numbers too, you're not going to find more than 200,000 people across all devices right now. You're saying that 25 million.
Who cares? How many people are playing Odyssey right now?
No. I'm saying that you said. I'm saying how many people are actually playing Halo because it's a live service game. It's supposed to be like booming, right? It's not easy to be successful. Halo's not the same.
200,000 is not bad.
As it used to be.
That's not bad.
Come on, man. And I would like for it to be better.
Not everything's going to be Fortnite.
Not everything.
Like.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm asking for a franchise that's selling a lot that's alive.
Let me tell you something. Nobody invests more in gaming than Fortnite players. They're not playing Mario. They don't want to play Mario.
I'm not talking about Fortnite.
No, but I'm saying that in the spectrum of people who are if we're talking about sales and we're talking about numbers, right? The console sale, sure, but that's just the box to get you in. Let's be clear. 140 million people didn't buy Mario, right?
No, of course not.
No. Okay. So I could tell you right now that Fortnite players have spent enough to buy Mario 140 million times. Okay,
but that's microtransactions, not actual video game development. See, like you're trying to run to a third party microtransactions.
Then microtransactions are not born
how they
from
make money, right? Whatever.
They're developed.
Yeah, and I mean, isn't that what PlayStation is trying
to? That's
a
problem with video gaming, though. Is microtransactions.
That kind of money. You think that anyone that would pass on the idea of making that type of money, Fortnite money, with the skins and everything? Come on.
Listen, let me keep going with this because
I think that's the problem with video games.
So yeah, we can get.
A lot of people. We're gonna move on because the actual topic involving Switch we have to get to. Let me get the whole. Did we get Game Shark already? I don't know. With the $5 super chat, it says we shouldn't defend shit companies. We should defend us. Nintendo can fuck themselves. I mean,
agreed.
They're pushing this higher price narrative is some bullshit.
Agreed,
for sure.
Yeah, of course. We already talked about that. I'm just talking about
with that $2 super chat.
That was good.
Happened. Nintendo is not invincible.
Exactly.
Facts.
You can't be selective and take things out here or there or scores out here or there. It's either it all goes or none of it.
Well, then we could go totality. The first party Nintendo, total sales and total hardware.
I'm just laughing at Glitch Money.
Oh, Glitch Money, here he comes. he always does that at one point or another.
So if we want to play that game, Glitch is funny. If we want to play that game, then combine all Nintendo total hardware sales and their first party, combine Microsoft first party and publishing and development and their hardware and Sony and Sega and watch what happens.
You don't want to do that because
no, I said
hold on. First party Microsoft includes Windows. Do you really want to do that?
But you see what game you're trying to play though? This is what I mean. Like
I'm not playing a game. It's a reality. Can you play games on Windows?
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
This is what I'm talking about. We're talking about consoles here. I said, you know what I mean? It's like now you're trying to run the PC.
As a whole, like period.
Yeah, it's not
when
the
we
console themselves. It's more
the
about
handhelds.
the games,
handhelds were sales that we talked about.
That counts as the same $10 as a AAA game I sell for $10. That's what I'm saying. There's no separation because it's still publishing and development, and it's still profit. You see what I'm saying? Like if I made $20 off of a handheld a game, and then I made $15 off of a physical third-party game, is the third-party game more valuable? You know what I mean? It's the same money.
Yes.
There's no difference.
Yes.
You're still publishing and developing, but you're putting it at different settings. And just because you have lower settings to someone does not mean that you're inferior. As a matter of fact, that's been proven the exact opposite multiple times.
I think the problem is that I don't think anybody can argue with the idea that Nintendo is not in the gaming space the way anybody else is.
They're 100% gaming.
The majority of gamers that exist, like understand, you can't quantify who's a gamer, who's not, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the majority of gamers who exist do not fuck with Nintendo. The majority of gamers that exist, the majority of them are on PC, okay? And then you have PlayStation and Xbox, you add them together, and then you have mobile, who is not fucking with Nintendo either. Mobile, by far, is the biggest group of gamers that exist, and they are not fucking with Nintendo. They don't care about Mario.
That's not real video games, but sure. Go ahead.
But it's just one of many, right? So the problem is, at the end of the day, when you look at it, and look, I understand. Nintendo has a lot of space and a lot of hearts. They've been around forever. I get it. But like, understand that, like, you know, because you play them, that gaming has moved on from Nintendo as an idea completely. What they do, gaming has gone way far beyond that. Right?
You're not making any sense. They're selling the most.
Those same boxes, though. They want to stay in those same places, right? Same platformers, same sports games they make with the same kart racer, the same fighting game, right? That's their box. They've made it repeat, rinse and repeat.
To be fair, they added Splatoon, which is brand new, right? They've been adding, new things here and there.
Ring Fit
is, so I don't know. Like they have other genres. They pretty much cover everything.
Fire Emblem.
But you just don't like those games. I get it. It's fine. But
yeah,
they
I'm speaking neutrally.
Adding more stuff. It's not like they don't like. They're not like PlayStation. All we do is dad walking, simulators, right? But just to be fair, right? But like
that's PlayStation, really which is the same shit.
Go everywhere.
Do we not give the smoke to PlayStation though?
We
right?
do
for doing the same.
But so Nintendo,
yeah, you should.
Like how many games? What was that?
Anyone can get it.
What was that wheelchair game? Driving something, whatever it was. That's a new thing. Who's doing that? They're doing that. That's like, so they do weird, quirky things. At least they try. They at least try, right? So I kind of, I don't know. I disagree with the assertion they're not trying new things. They're actually more innovative, hell of a lot more innovative than PlayStation. And then as far as other publishers, they're all losing. They don't know how to innovate and make money. Right? At least PlayStation, at least Xbox and Nintendo are trying. They're giving us quirky games, which is awesome. South of Midnight would never be made by PlayStation. They would say, can this shit, close the studio. No. Right?
Yeah, it would sell a few 100,000 copies at most.
Yeah, but Microsoft covers it with Game Pass, right? Which we haven't gone back to talk about. But anyway.
Yeah. All right, let me get to these super chats. You got the homie Gliz Money with that $2 super chat. Appreciate you, homie. Says, I love Nintendo. Switch to Let's Go. Take my money. Listen, they would have. They would have. That wasn't my fault. Their fault. You got the homie
ponytails though.
Thank you for being here, man. Thank you for that.
Yo,
says
thank
70
you.
Nintendo games cost the same as my 4090 desktop and 4090 laptop. This is why I'm on 100% Steam and Game Pass for life. Best deals in gaming by far. And I think that's where it gets a little. I feel like, if I'm being honest, I feel like the problem with the Nintendo conversation is that it's basically the PlayStation conversation. That's the only conversation that there is to have, because what's actually being delivered is, again, the same thing as PlayStation. They shit on a spoon, 9 out of 10.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, Nintendo's on the same spectrum. They're both the same shit. We have to talk about their sales.
No.
We got to talk about how much they sold. We don't talk about what they gave us as a customer.
Yeah.
We don't get to Xbox. The only
and I'll add CMoney that they're even more consumer unfriendly in many cases than PlayStation, though they both.
Yes.
So,
okay. Yeah. Then I agree with you.
I love their games. It is what it is. If they put their games on PC, I wouldn't buy their hardware. Just play
Harky, what you're telling me is that if you liked PlayStation games, then you would defend their bullshit too.
I like PlayStation
No,
games.
I like some of their games. The Ghost of Tsushima. I love Ghost of Tsushima.
I have 56
even bought it on
platinums.
PC, even though I finished it on PlayStation. But so I will defend the studios making good games that I like. Fair enough. I have no problem with that. But thank God they put their games on PC, so I can just play it there. I don't need
that would be nice.
5. So if Nintendo would just put their games on PC, I'd be happy to play them there.
There's a will, there's a way.
Yeah. So the other option is I just buy the game and then, like Demo, you were saying, I could just emulate it on PC.
Yes,
right? That's obviously an option.
That's the real way. And I need
if I buy the game, I bought the game. Right?
I'm not going to deal with their shit because they'll find a way to get that down. I'm good. I'm not going to waste my money on that. I'll have to see. Nah, man. You know they'll come after you, man. I'm not messing.
Bro, even hold on.
I got a channel too. I'm good.
I got something to say. Even if you emulate these games, Hardy, like, are you really gonna play? I mean, would you play Metroid over Doom, over the new Doom that's coming? Would you play?
I played Tears of the Kingdom. I played that emulated.
Nah,
but I bought the game. I bought it. So
there's way too many games coming out.
He's not saying that when you play the game. He's saying
over
when you have them both ready to go. I don't know.
So I'm not a Metroid fan. So to be honest, yes, I would rather play that. But I'm not even that much of a Metroid fan, right? For me,
Metroid Prime's gonna be huge.
For me, it'd probably be Mario Kart. I'll play that more than I'll play. So, but either way, but I'll try Doom. I'm really not a Doom fan, so I will.
But that's the thing that's only you, right? And your thing.
Exactly. Each player has their own flavor of what they like, and that's exactly the.
But not only that,
maybe we have so much.
Exactly, but you always gonna have to be with the choice, and specifically for like third-party games. Like, are you gonna buy Cyberpunk on the Switch? I double dip.
Heck no, I have it on PC.
No, I have it on PC.
No. I
fully ray traced and whatever
games, and I double dip in Cyberpunk. Why? Because I have it on the Xbox, and I wanted to see how I played on the PC, right, with better graphics and all of that. And I got it on a sale for $20, and I know it was worth it because I knew it was gonna look better, and I was gonna be impressed by the graphics and the technicals. But in the Nintendo Switch, what are you gonna get out of it? You're not gonna get shit. You're gonna get uglier faces, uglier environments.
It's not for you.
It's
for
but
the
I'm
person
saying
who has that as their primary, and they're like, okay, I want to play this game. I haven't been able to.
But I'm saying, like, let's say you have both. Let's say you have both.
Then you'll pick the console. Can I tell you or the platform?
You know why this is happening? Let me explain why this is happening. Let me explain why this is happening. Again, how long have we had Nintendo in the background? We don't have conversations like this about Nintendo. We don't give a fuck because Nintendo is so irrelevant to us in that way. Like, in this conversation, it's just not worth it. They don't have anything to talk about. They just release whatever game they release, and that's it. The reason we're talking about this is because Nintendo, the ones that they're trying to defend here, are the motherfuckers who decided to take the fucking lead and try to grab the whole fucking group of gamers and put them in this world where now they got to pay more money because people think that fucking Mario is worth 80. What do you think people who spend $200 million on a game are going to think their fucking games are worth? Mario's not worth shit. It barely was worth 60. It was barely worth 60. That shit should have stood at 50. That shit has not advanced with gaming technology, bro. I know technology is not the big thing. I get it. But the reason that prices go up is gaming technology. That's the only reason it goes up. They spend more money on games, so they want to make more money on games. If you're fucking staying in the old ass fucking way of making games, and your games are fucking prehistoric as far as graphics, you're fucking rocking 360. My 360 will come out and stomp on the goddamn Switch. The fact that that's the case, and I mean that wholeheartedly, because if you go I've seen it on Twitter. If you go put motherfucking Metroid 4, the 4K version, and put it up next to Halo 4 on the 360, the one that can't compete with Mario, bro, Metroid will be lucky to suck on the tip of Halo's shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how bad it looks in comparison. Like,
I've seen the treehouse slide.
Nintendo thinks they're pushing shit forward. Fuck Nintendo. How dare they come out here with the weakest fucking link and think they're going to put everybody else on notice that now, oh shit, now we got to work. Motherfucker, we just got $70 games. We just got one generation of $70 games. And they think that they're going to come out here and take fucking Mario and be 80? No, that sucks dick because it makes everybody else look and have the same reaction. Fucking Mario? They're getting 80 for that little plumber, bitch. Fuck that. We're going 80. Let's go. As a group,
we're going 90 or 100
now.
Yeah.
Now, hey, Microsoft, Sony,
GTA is going to do that.
GTA, nobody would compare themselves to GTA.
It. Yeah.
If they do that, and if you go by what they've delivered, they should not go anywhere. $70 is more than enough for a fucking game. More.
I agree with you.
Now you're gonna go to fucking 80. You're gonna go to 80 or 100. Listen, Grand Theft Auto. The only reason I say like it's whatever is because everybody knows that Grand Theft Auto or that Rockstar, they're fucking amazing. Okay, so if they go ahead and put something out, nobody needs to buy it. The world will tell them if they fucked up. Okay, but no one is gonna look at Grand Theft Auto and say, "Yo, Grand Theft Auto went to 80 or 90. Fuck that. I'm taking my shit." No, that only works when you look down. When you look down on something and say, "Yo, that little shit down there is getting that." Fuck out of here. No, we're going to do it too because we spend real money on games, not this fucking recycled bullshit that they have the same. I could only imagine looking at the code of Mario and see how old some of that fucking code is from back in the fucking day. I could only imagine how old that fucking code is. The reason Nintendo is even on our fucking channel getting talked about is because they decided that they were going to be king dingling and walk around and say, we're going to take our game, our little ass Mario, and try to tell the world that we should go to $80 games. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. And that's why everything they do now is being critiqued and talked about, because it's like, motherfuckers, who the fuck do you think you are? Stay in your fucking lane. Stay over there, sell your 70 fucking million copies at $60 and be fucking happy because you made a game that's worth 20. But go sell it at 70 and be happy, or 60 and be happy. But no, they want to take themselves, put themselves out of where they belong and putting themselves into our gaming sphere now, because now they're saying $80 is okay if you think your game is good enough. You don't think PlayStation thinks every fucking game they make is good enough? You don't think Xbox thinks every fucking game they make is good enough? What's going to happen? Well, because Nintendo decided that their little shit Mario is the way to be at fucking 80, that now every fucking game's at 80. Come on, man. Fuck that shit, bro. That's bullshit. That's bullshit that they fucking had that. And I know that the discussions that we've been having tonight are about different things.
Yeah.
But the reasons those discussions even fucking happened is because they decided to put themselves into this conversation. We always slap up ponies here. That's where the fuck they go. But these fucking, these motherfucking Nintendo fucking assholes think that they're going to come out with their fucking Mario Kart, the little racer that could, fucking Thomas the Truck Engine bitch shit, and come out here and fucking charge $80. Go fuck yourself, dude. Go fuck yourself twice. That's fucking crazy. That's
yeah, everybody's against the $80 price tag. That's for sure.
But that's what infuriates the situation, and that's why nothing they do makes sense anymore. Because they're
like that a lot.
Fucking league, bro. They're trying to take themselves and treat it as if they're pushing shit forward. Motherfucker, Horizon fucking 2 was open world.
I got 100% on both of those games. Bet on those Zelda though. Like,
dude, that shit infuriates me. It just infuriates me that they went ahead and did this. And it's crazy that now, like, dude, listen, I'm gonna calm down.
Okay. No, bro, it's okay. No, it's okay. I don't mind. You see, like I said over here, like I'm not feminine about this. You could say however you feel, because that's real open, honest communication, whether it's ragey or whatever, man. It's cool. You got to say how you feel. You got to let it out, man. I ain't judging you over here. I'm just listening to you. And I understand there's a lot of other people that feel the same way about you, because they look at Nintendo too and saying, why can't you just have tech like Xbox and PlayStation, or they want their games on PC too because they want to play their games at max settings. And I get some things they do are frustrating as hell. And I don't agree with the 80 either, because they had, to me, the perfect road, golden road that they turned into a crossroads now.
Facts.
So now it's like, bro, this is unnecessary crossroads. What are we doing at a crossroads? You know what I mean? Like, you had the perfect road. And I thought your 449 kind of like factoring in the incoming tariffs. But now that got delayed, and we could be paying $500 for the console.
We're gonna pay more.
That's
that's
no, that's not their fault, but that's still annoying as hell.
No, it's not their
fault.
What's
their fault is the $79.99 Mario thing, and I would never argue against that. I'm 100% in agreement with you. That's bullshit.
It's crazy. But let's get the rest of these super chats, and then we'll talk about the actual topic. Dave, I appreciate you, homie. Says tired of Mario saving Peach and not getting some ass. Yo, I wish I had that fucking that video.
Right? That was
it's
hilarious.
The dopest fucking song ever. Oh my god, it's so good. Effective 458. This motherfucker. Yo, good.
Oh my god.
Welcome. Thank you. I'm glad you listened.
Thank you. I thought you were gonna up them.
Wait. Hold on. No. We made a deal.
Yep,
Sorry,
we
bitch.
made a deal.
No. You got PlayStation tax, dog.
Yep.
5 and up. 5 and up. You look, I even put it. I know who you are. 5 and up. You got PlayStation tax, dog. You got PlayStation tax. Game Shark with that $5 super chat, man. Appreciate you, homie. Says shout out to Purple Berry. Is there a pony word for Nintendo? But console sales. Oh shit. Goddamn console sales. I hate those fucking words. Dave Reezy with that $2 super chat says F Nintendo, F PlayStation, Xbox better, Xbox butter. I mean, that's the truth.
What's up, Dave?
Go with the 5. Appreciate you, my brother. Says please stop saying good or better when referring to games. That's 100% subjective in every single way. Thanks. 10 out of 10 is not everybody's totally 10 out of 10.
Agreed.
That's also factual.
100%.
100%.
Yep.
And that's
what he's saying makes sense.
Like
to a certain extent of like obviously this game is trash compared to that. You know, I mean, those are obvious too. Like, but I get what he means though.
Yeah, I mean, like I always give the example of Baldur's Gate 3. Everybody thought that was fucking phenomenal, and I got bored to shit. I couldn't play it anymore. I'm like, all right, I'm done. I gave this thing 12 hours. I'm done.
That's part of the balance of life, though, right? There's people that are always going to like and not dislike. That's the duality of the human nature. There's always going to be somebody who does not want to be a part of that, and they're not wrong because they don't want to support Nintendo or any of that. They're always going to be that. So you have to expect that as the open.
Just like people who don't support Xbox. Xbox games are trash. Xbox has no games.
And they're the worst. They don't sell anything. They're on PC now. Why do you need Xbox? And they're right? But the people who want to get it are also right for wanting to still enjoy it. Just at the end of the day, you got to play what you love the most. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I'm not here trying to convert people into Nintendo like some religion or anything or any of that. No, simply what I'm saying is that they're able to do what they do because they've always provided the quality. They've done so much for the gaming industry. The reason why we have gaming, remove them, it doesn't exist.
And
all those templates that we talked about are the foundations of a lot of video games, like the foundation of just running and jumping. Like that's if you took that out of a game, you'd be like, "What the hell is going on, man?" Like, and we take that type of stuff for granted, but it all came from there.
You would think so, AGM, but PlayStation games can't jump yet, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh no, you know what, Demo? That's a good one because you're talking about that while cinematic just getting covered like the division.
I just had to go back from the kitchen. That's the record.
That's a good call out.
That's a good call out. Damn, bro. But I got something to say about all of this, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
I feel like you know, a lot of people have a lot of love for Nintendo, me included. I grew up on Nintendo games, bro. Just know this. I used to write the Killer Instinct and Mortal Kombat techniques on paper, bro, and take it to my school and study that shit like it was math, like, you know, like that was it. We will build the paper controllers, the Super Nintendo in paper, pretend that we were playing at school, bro. This is like, that's what we call it, Nintendo magic, because we didn't call it a console. Even though I had a Sega, my call it was like, my grandma used to be like, turn off that Nintendo. And I'm like, that's not a Nintendo. I said, fucking Sega. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just like magic. It was like that thing. But they sadly been left behind when it comes to like, you know, technological advancement of the games. Even though their gameplay is solid and the mechanics are solid, and the way that they build the game is a great way, and it's, you know, like gamers games. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I don't know if you feel me, right? Gameplay. But yeah, gamers games, but they haven't really done anything to back up the claim that the games are worth that much. I mean, like, to put into perspective, I said earlier, games like, you know, Hellblade, and I know Hellblade is more like a movie, but you can fucking play and you can move your fucking character back and forth. You got gameplay, and it costed probably a lot more than any of these Nintendo games to make, and it was only $50. Not only that, we just got South of Midnight. I mentioned earlier that what is this game? Kingdom Come Deliverance.
That's an amazing game.
It was $59. So when you put that into perspective, when you think about it, it's really a ripoff, bro. There's really no other way on looking at this. Their games aren't that expensive to make. It's just like, it's like paying a lot of money for like I don't know, like for chicken. Like go on ahead and buying a breast of chicken and paying for it like it was like a lobster tail. You know what I'm saying? That's literally what it is. It's just like, fake shit, fake value that they put into the shit that they need to back it up, bro. And it's just like it goes against the way that, I mean, in my opinion, the way that Nintendo was doing great was like in the handheld aspect and the part that it was like an accessory for a kid. Like it's literally an accessory for a kid. It's the same as having a backpack, the same as having a freaking, rolly, like it's just like kids freaking, they just have one. Every fucking kid had one. You know what I'm saying? And everybody and every person, even people who are not really into Nintendo, just because of the novelty and just because it's another place in which they can play games. You know what I mean? That's what makes it popular. But the end of it is that Nintendo is moving the industry forward in the wrong way. They're pushing for higher prices when in reality the wise move right now in this economy would have been like, maintaining the price. And, I know they're not going to be able to lower it, but at least maintain it and at least not be the first one to take that step based on, on the, I would say, what's the word? Scale of their games, right? Mm-hmm. Because I mean, let's keep it real. They're well done and everything, but they don't have a bigger scale. Like, for example, the Assassin's Creed game that just came out. Look at all the years that they were developing that game and how many things they had to fix and do it. You know what I'm saying? It's just not the same level of development, to for them to to back up that claim, man. It's just not it. It's not good. It's not good for. I don't like where this is going. I feel like a lot of and this is gonna make that Steam Deck more valuable. It's only $399, and guess what? You don't get Nintendo games, but you get Steam, which is like games are dirt cheap, and those are the games that you usually play at home. Because what's hot is that the fact that you can start a game at home and keep playing the same game and following the progress of the same games that you play wherever you go. And Nintendo's not going to offer you that. You're going to have to keep your Nintendo with you at all times. Sometimes you just don't want to play Zelda. You just want to continue playing whatever other game that you were playing, and you're not just in the mood. It's just convenient, right? Something like a Steam Deck. Not only that, you have two platforms in one because you got Xbox there and you got Steam, and on top of that you get some PlayStation 2, and if you know somebody, you can even get Nintendo games in that bitch. So I mean, the possibilities, and the Nintendo, like I agree with somebody when he said this, the Nintendo was stepping into a territory in which people were going to start criticizing them and thinking of them like, okay, you are equal now because you came here to this price, so since you equal, we're going to treat you equally. You know what I'm saying? So if you come over here, you better come correct, come straight. You got to meet me here, and we are the consumers. Meet us in the middle, and if the game is good, we'll go ahead and buy it, bro. I got no fire. I've dropped, you know what I mean? Whatever money I need to drop on games, if I see it, I like it, But like, we got to push back, because the fact that we're criticizing this doesn't mean that we are never gonna buy an $80 game, because we all got our needs and wants. Right, and like everybody says, something
people been doing
subjective. I wouldn't pay $20 for a platform. I wouldn't even pay 10. Hell, I wouldn't even pay $5. You know what I'm saying? But some other people,
Prince of Persia failed.
Right, but some other people will.
Sad.
But why is that? Too? Because of the scale of the game. It didn't offer a higher scale that people were expecting from a big franchise like Prince of Persia. It's like one of the most famous games.
You can't take a big franchise and dumb it down.
Bring it down so low.
You can't go in reverse,
Nintendo can do it. They go down to 2D Mario and still sell 15 to 20 million.
they could do it, but now they came up here, so they can do it no more. This is not that. This is not.
But they're not coming in nobody's way though. That's just their world. You can ignore it. Like what I'm saying is that like they don't need to come to like
Is that
Sony or
ignore it
or Xbox because they sell more than them. No, it's like I said, they won. Like I agree with people. The console war's over. Nintendo won. So because they're the winners, and I agree they do need to be checked for the $79.99. That's it. And like we already said that multiple times, so it's like, yeah, we understand that, but what about the greed in the other worlds where all their games have transactions, battle passes,
but that's optional. That's always optional. Like I'm gonna say this.
Yeah, bro, but how much money do they make off of those games though? Do you say that
people buy it if they want to? You don't have to buy it. Like
yeah.
You're taking advantage of people.
It's what it is.
I mean, I'm not a child. I go and I
not you
buy a new skin, but
saying free to play is terrible. I hate it. It's ruined gaming in a lot of ways. No, I'm serious.
Yeah,
the question.
It changed gaming.
About that, right?
It didn't ruin it. I think it changed it a little bit, and now
it did the forever game.
Bro, thank God for those free games, specifically on Nintendo, because like who in the hell is gonna be able to buy games all the time like that? You know,
you're not gonna give nobody a free game to not make any money off of them.
Well, they don't make money from a lot of people. It just depends on the ones that want to go ahead and spend, right?
Who do spend that,
like Roblox, you can play without spending money. You can play Fortnite without spending money. Like it's a choice.
I get what you're saying, but that's
something else to be said about that.
But that's psychological exploitation. They hire psychologists to take advantage of people. Those people that make those games.
There are problems when it comes to minors. Unfortunately, there are now laws that are coming up to handle this, but they do actually play psychological games to make sure, no pun intended, that children especially get hooked and they want to keep spending. And if unfortunately parents leave the credit card on there, oh my God.
I don't want video game to become a gaming addiction. It's supposed to be about fun.
Like I don't
know. So unfortunately, that is a problem, and there are laws that are coming up, both EU and US, that are looking at that as this is not cool with children. We got to have some level of responsibility from the publisher and the developer to not do those kind of things. But we'll see where that goes. So there is a part of that, AG, and you're right that it is scummy. But if you're an adult,
season pass, $120 gold edition Ubisoft games,
that's on you.
But those
pay me $15 to $20 every single month consistently, or you're missing out on these cosmetics. Like you can't earn anything. You're instead of giving you good development where you could earn something, it's always about how can I focus on my developments to make more money off of you.
But they're earning. That is their earning, right?
I'm saying that greed is worse in those worlds,
right? As long as they're not like doing something negative in their life, right? It's not causing them harm in their life.
Of course,
this is all entertainment. To be frank, all of it could go away.
Thing, Hargi,
it doesn't matter.
It's a hobby, right? It's a hobby.
It's a hobby. It's fun, right?
And the question really is, with PlayStation, their latest console, that pisser, $700 here. How much is the next Xbox going to be? And their handheld.
I think it's in the same range.
Here comes Nintendo, $150 more, right? They were $300. Now they're jumping up. They're jumping up with the games as well. And PlayStation, they seem to be a bit more divided where they're like, we just want PlayStation, right? But Xbox fans, we go ahead and dip around. We don't mind going ahead and getting other consoles for exclusives. A lot of people that have an Xbox might get a Switch as a secondary console. How many people may now be kind of put off knowing that here comes Xbox with a handheld and conversations are about 2026, right? They're coming out with a new console, which is supposed to have, a lot more power. And here's a new price for the Switch. And when we buy the Switch for their exclusives and we saw, Mario Kart, and we didn't see the extra that I was hoping to see, right? Mm-hmm. What does that mean then, right? Are we going to go ahead and say, okay, well, I'm going to get the handheld, I'm going to get the new Xbox, and this is what Nintendo's showing up with. So I think that, and I said it on our last show, the prices are going to go ahead and get rid of some of the people that go ahead and buy multiple consoles that may feel now like, okay, I'm being cornered into picking and choosing which one to get.
Yeah, I agree.
Let
me get.
Yeah, as far as the price, I don't know if we want to get into that one, but I don't know.
I want to get into it, but let me get these last super chats.
Yeah,
keep stopping. The homie Freddie Fox in the building with that $5 super chat. Appreciate you, homie. Says Nintendo first in console sales, but revenue has declined 3 years in a row. So console sales don't mean shit. Xbox third party in console sales. I'm sorry, not third party. Xbox third in console sales, but is second in revenue.
Mm-hmm.
They're in their twilight years, though. It's like the 8th year they're dying off. When the new Switch comes out, they're going to blow past and get first place in both.
But
you know what I mean?
even
like
with
you're
that,
on your 8th year.
Looking at the declining revenue, it's still 30% margin. In other words, they're making 30% profit. Actually, that's 30% net revenue. The profits are like 6 out of the 11 billion. That's how much profit they make. They're ridiculously profitable. And that, in comparison to the other two, blows them away. PlayStation and Xbox aren't.
They don't spend on their games, and they're charging them like they're worth more.
Exactly. The margins on their games are so ridiculously good.
They don't. Good. Yeah, they have an evergreen effect. But what I'm saying is that like you suspect it to decline on your 8th year. The fact that they're still managed to do that in our 8th year is insane. And like they're going to dominate Japan because Japan doesn't support anything but Nintendo as well. So the success is going to be there, but like I said, we just need to adjust the prices. But like, other than that, they're going to be first in console sales and revenue for like 4 straight years in a row. And if they drop the price, they're going to sell even more.
Yeah.
So that's not going to slow down.
Night. Yeah, what's good? Thank you so much.
Cypher with that $2 super chat. I appreciate you, homie. Says Nintendo sells Mario Game Clubs for Mario Party. Oh my god!
No. That would be a totally different type of game.
We just learned what this is during last night's show.
Yes. No. You don't want to know. If you don't know what it is, it's not safe for work. We shall just leave it at that.
Okay.
Don't Google it.
No, not on your live stream.
No.
Homie Glacier Don with that $5 super chat. Appreciate the fab. Says Nintendo is under the microscope from here on out. They did it to themselves. Facts. Yeah. I mean, honestly, it is. It's going to be something now that I'm going to be, looking at the news, and instead of it just being a PlayStation shit that I'm going to make fun of, I'm going to be watching, bro. They better fucking change their shit. Figure it. They better have that 3DS moment where they fucking nobody was buying their shit no matter. See, every time there's always a way to show you. This is what's crazy. 3DS, same fucking problem. Too much money. What happened?
Yeah.
They did drop the price.
They dropped the price. Why? Because nobody was buying that shit. They didn't.
But they got the carryover, bro. It's over. It's like Phil Spencer said, man. It's hard, bro.
That people that they were making good games. Nobody cares if they don't want to buy the thing to get into the. Just like the PS5 Pro, nobody's buying that shit, right? That's optional. If you make the dollars too much, people will react. Nintendo has seen this happen to them, and they've seen it where their dollars weren't fucked up, and people just didn't care because of the way that the console was released. So the point is that
they still think like that.
Dollars are concerning if they go ahead and remember, we already lived through Xbox. It doesn't matter what reality is what the word on the street is. Okay, so Xbox One was going to be phenomenal. Everything they were going to do was going to be phenomenal. Everything they were going to do, motherfuckers are doing now. Look at Nintendo. Like, here's that family share. We're going to go ahead and hit you. We'll just beat this, hit you with the family share. All the shit that Xbox was doing, they should have kept to it, but they didn't because the word on the street got too overwhelming. Right now, the word on the street is that Nintendo is crazy for thinking that they're going to charge $80 for games. Doesn't matter.
And that's good. They deserve that press.
And they're going to deserve... Listen, I hope they get
I hope they lower the price, but what are you gonna do if it still sells the same and Mario Kart still sells 40 to 50 million?
And I'm
it's
gonna
like,
be
damn,
pissed because that's the
reason that's what's gonna happen.
Because that's gonna be the reason why people are gonna think they can sell at 80. And it's always gonna be Nintendo. So
they
Nintendo doing something good to being the shit. See, people already look at PlayStation like the shit because they're the ones who decided to go 70 first.
They're the ones that got cocky. You said that Nintendo got mad that you said, Nintendo, you should be beating us. No. What you told them when they were out selling you with lesser technology, this is Sony. This is Sony's fault. Oh, $69.99. I'm above you, Nintendo. Bullshit. You were getting destroyed in sales and software sales. You started hiding your numbers. I could put it here right now. I got the link right here, right now. All we got to do, bro, just pull this up for the chat, because this is what PlayStation people need to know about why Sony started hiding our numbers. I put it right there. They were selling so much.
Oh, it's in the private.
Yeah, stream to the. I could put it.
If you stream, if you share it, I could just click it.
Where am I gonna do that at, brother?
It says present. See the bottom?
On the bottom of the.
Okay, I see it. I see it.
And you hit share screen, and then I could just pull it up.
Okay, it's gonna be this one. Oh, you mean that? Okay, yeah, right here.
There you go.
I'm saying like what? Okay. So you have it now. I don't need to like stay on the screen. I'm not sure how this works.
No, you need to stay on the screen. You're controlling it.
Okay.
So you're showing us.
Yeah, let me know when it's up.
No, it's up right now.
Okay, yeah. So you see these cells? Like if Microsoft or Sony could get these, they would not be on PC. They're absolutely insane. When I tell you, when they showed up, they were destroying Sony so bad that they didn't want people to pay attention to it because people were so into the PlayStation versus Xbox ecosystem. But would you look at like what they're doing, like kart racing, 67 million, but the Wii U version sold 8. Social simulation, Animal Crossing, fighting genre, Smash Brothers, action adventure, Zelda. They're reaching the highest peak of sales across every single aspect. Pokemon, turn-based, selling 26.60 million, 26.30 million, 21 million. Like these sales are absolutely unbelievable. And even if we keep going down here, we're still seeing 21 million, 18 million, 15, 50. There's so many games. That's what I mean by like, if you look at what they're doing, their selling power is so high that the gaming community in the world has told them, whether we like this or not, that you don't have to put your games anywhere else, because people are putting games on all platforms and they're still not getting your numbers. Like Resident Evil can go on all platforms, Monster Hunter, and SL 10 million, but yet they have games that are opening like that. So that scared Sony. I remember they were showing their numbers when they were beating Xbox One, and when the Switch showed up after a few years and started taking over the market, Sony started hiding their software sales because they were getting embarrassed. So Microsoft sees that, wait, they know how to beat PlayStation, so let me look at some of their strategies, like the Series S selling a cheaper model, improve my first party in-house. They partnered together. They've done great things together. And I think it's good for them to lead because it shows the gaming community that it's really about video games. It's really about your first party and your in-house. And this is what makes you successful. Because if it was about graphics, then nobody would be supporting their products. I'm just trying to tell gamers that, if we look at like the numbers, most people just want to play a game and have fun. Like Animal Crossing is fun. Creative Mario Kart is fun. Even when you look on PC at games like League of Legends don't need even a damn 360 probably to run. But the whole damn world was playing it. The whole damn world was playing Minecraft. People are not really playing video games for graphics. Same thing with Roblox. No. It's what entices the gamer. And that's what I was kind of trying to say earlier. Fortnite, I mean, that's not even the best looking game, but they managed to get that going over time to where, like we're talking about those cell shaded animation approaches that Nintendo has started. It's just taken the world by storm so much that they kept updating the engine and making the game look good over time because everything else was good. That's why I was able to grow. You know, I mean, it's the same thing with these games. They're so good. And if the graphics get better, you're benefiting it. But people, first and foremost, are buying it because they know they can't get that experience anywhere else in the world, and no other developer can offer those type of experiences. So that's why I kind of wanted to show this. I'm not sure if, like, how would I unshare?
Yeah, it's right there.
Ooh, there you go.
Okay.
No, I just need to fix it. There we go. Cool.
Yeah, that's what that's what I'm saying. Like, that's insane. Think about it, right? Like, it just blows my mind.
It's sales, right? It's sales, right? And like, that's like, I get it for sure that they've sold things. They have a captive audience on their Switch, right? Like, yeah, that's the people who buy that are enamored with Mario, Zelda. Like, as much as that list was impressive because that's the number. If we go back to that list and dissect outside of Mario, Zelda, and their,
so Animal Crossing was number 2, I think.
Well, Animal Crossing was from. Let's be
oh my
clear.
Gosh, yeah. If you look at their prior sales,
Animal Crossing before Switch was garbage. The only reason Animal Crossing hit,
not the GameCube version.
The pandemic.
Well, I mean, I don't mean garbage like good. I mean garbage like sales, right? None of those games sold. Animal Crossing only sold now because of the pandemic. I never played Animal Crossing in my life. I would never play it again. The moment that it caught us when we were all stuck home and we were all living lives through that little fucking characters on the screen, right? Because it was a hard time in life, and that's where people found peace. Why you think
that was the way of going outside?
Yeah,
I mean, I get what you're saying.
Nintendo was like, oh shit, people bought this. We got no plan for more.
I know they dropped the ball with the
no
content.
idea.
They had everyone's attention, and they
now
took so long
gone.
for that.
Nobody's
next.
They did end up making a DLC, but I get what you're saying though. But it's like
yes,
the Sims died, right? Remember the Sims, like from EA, the Sims games. They couldn't continue making
around, I guess, right?
Yeah, it's kind of still around, but Animal Crossing, I said, man, they took that to the next level. No, I'm talking about like simulations, like cells, like it's still
not really like much of a sim, right? Like it's like baby's first sim. Like it's like very simple. You can dive deep into it in your mind, but it's so like you really have to choose to do that. It's not like it's a very kind of simple idea, and that's why like our youngest kids are playing it and just kind of planting seeds and shit and decorating. But let me
but anyway, so Pokemon, the other ones that are in there, Pokemon, obviously Mario Kart, and then like they have a variety of games that make a lot of money.
Yeah, but it's the same. It's the same usual suspects. That's not a variety. Pokemon,
those games are not the same though.
Yeah, but it's the usual suspect. It doesn't matter. People want to buy Pokemon games. They're going to keep buying Pokemon games. People keep buying Mario Karts. People keep buying the new Marios.
But they're the best. So
Halo, Gears, and Forza,
all I'm saying
right? Halo, Gears, and Forza. But like, okay, but they're good games.
But that's not Xbox today. Xbox is not Halo, Gears, and Forza.
No.
Yeah, but they have other games, and you don't want to recognize.
They kind of were, though. They had to monopolize to it. They monopolized. It's not really a comparison.
What I'm saying is that there's only. It's just like when you're talking to a PlayStation person. The only reason we're talking numbers is because of them.
Mm-hmm.
On Xbox, I'm not talking numbers.
Yeah, because there's nothing to show. That's why. Like Microsoft can't do it. Like that's why they play that hide and seek game.
From that. There's only one person.
Consumer,
there's only one group of people who are benefiting in gaming today, and that's Xbox people.
But the companies that you care about need to sell so that you can get more updates and more DLCs, and they can make another game.
I'm getting that already.
Yeah,
I'm getting that already from Xbox nonstop. I don't need it. I don't care.
We're talking about the whole gaming industry, though, like not just Microsoft.
Yeah, because the majority is on mobile. Right?
Come on, man.
So a lot of people are playing totally different types of games than we are.
Listen,
we're not the bigger game.
Like Microsoft has the smallest community. By a mile. They have to grab like mobile numbers and combine them with like all this. But when you really think about it,
people can't be mad because if
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that's just the reality.
Listen, like this is the thing, and these are the things that trigger the conversations because the conversation wants to be closed off to what suits the narrative. If we can't speak freely, all of us, then there's an issue, right?
Yeah.
If they have found other ways to grow, kudos to them. The fact that Nintendo or PlayStation are closed off, I mean, that's their problem. But as a whole, we benefit from everything else that they do because that's money coming in that they invest back into the games. And that's why we can have Game Pass. Putting their games on PlayStation so that they can pay freaking $100 for the premium edition. And these games are the freaking top 4 games on their freaking store. That is going to fund our games. Right. So I'm sorry, I cannot exclude it and say, I'm just going to make it to what PlayStation can do or what Nintendo can do.
It's what makes Nintendo or PlayStation look good. We don't want to frame it that way.
You know what's that saying? I
can't
can't dim my light because I need to meet yours so that we can both be at the same level. I can't exclude the other things that they do to grow as a freaking in the video game industry.
No, there's nothing wrong with that.
Let me finish, please. Because Nintendo and PlayStation are not doing the same. We need to compare it all then, right?
Yeah.
And just frankly, Nintendo can't compete, right? Nintendo cannot.
What do you mean? They're the only ones that won. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, what do you mean they can't compete? Microsoft lost.
Xbox as an entity, right? Mm-hmm. They can't compete with Call of Duty and World of Warcraft and the bigger entities. They just don't. Mario Kart 8 is one game. It sold 67 million copies. Great. Call of Duty comes out every year. Add up every game that came out this generation and tell me how many copies of games that they sold, right?
You see, you're trying to just grab a package, Activision, Call of Duty, and then put that in the face of gaming like that's something impressive. No. What I'm saying is like
when you buy a house and you go into that house, does everybody have the right to say, hold on, you don't actually get to stay here because I used to own this house, so I was here before. This is not your house. Like, no, it doesn't matter. The conversations are twisted to suit the narrative, right? Nintendo wants to look a certain way, so it's going to twist the narrative. PlayStation is going to want to look a certain way. They're going to twist the narrative. Xbox said, fuck both your narratives. We're going to go ahead and do what you can never do, what you can never, ever, ever do, which is...
No, they can't do that. That's why they did that. They can't do the Nintendo game. That's why they're doing that. It's the other way, bro. They lost. They stepped out of the console industry, and they're now joining PC and other platforms. And that's good. I like that better. And they're giving people a subscription because their games can't sell. They lost. Phil Spencer even said it. It's over.
What does that mean for me? The game?
I like this Xbox, though. I don't want the Xbox that's trying to compete with PlayStation and Nintendo. That's bad. They can't do that game. They lost. Nintendo won. It's over.
I don't know
you know
if you heard about let's spend them out of business and all the logic that went into this, right?
But they didn't, though.
You heard about the fact that PlayStation tried their damn hardest to stop them from buying ABK, right? Jim Ryan had a meltdown that they haven't recovered from, right?
But it didn't help.
Listen, at the end of the day, they got out of the mud, and that's okay. I'm happy about that, right?
They really didn't, though.
We have different playgrounds to go ahead and have fun in.
Like you can look at it and be, you can say, I love the way Nintendo did what they did, so that's what I feel is good, right? And that's
brother, I'm speaking neutrally. Like I'm just saying,
there's nothing on Nintendo that touches Minecraft. There's nothing on Nintendo that touches Call of Duty. There's just nothing there. There's nothing there that touches it as far as what's happening. The dollars that are generated, if you want to talk about money being made, Minecraft reduces Nintendo to nothing. Minecraft is every day making more money forever. This is just what it's doing, bro. It's always happening. You can't beat it. You can't be. That's one game in Xbox's fucking portfolio. One game takes out everybody.
That's not true, though, because Minecraft doesn't sell like that anymore. It used to, but it was just selling copies. It doesn't have NTXs. It's still
in the top 10 or top 15 of games being played all the time. All the time.
Because if you want to say that, then Pokemon Go is still making billions of dollars, and they're topping everything.
That's great. Pokemon Go was made by Niantic.
No, what I'm saying is it's still a Nintendo IP. Okay, like it's well, actually they don't own. But like I said, I don't understand why you're like trying to grab like the history of Minecraft, because it's not out selling and making a profit like it is before, and stuff that Microsoft tried to like buy it, and you try to make it seem like they could just outdo Nintendo's gaming resume, but really they don't even come close. They can't even beat PlayStation.
You brought in for
no. What I mean is like
Nintendo with all
what are they doing now?
They're making amazing games right now, nonstop.
I wouldn't say that. I would say they're making solid games.
That's okay. To each their opinion.
Games. That's again.
That's what I mean. Like we got to speak all metrics. You said everything, so I'm including everything. What are you producing? What are you developing? What are you selling? What's the profit?
Because we're talking about dollars, right? If you're talking about dollars, there's no conversation to be had.
I'm talking about strictly video games. Like, what are you doing for like you know what I mean? Like producing development, like making new games, those type of things. Like, you know what I mean? Sales, profit.
10 new games this year. And have enough games to fund another console's games.
Yeah, for the first time ever, they've done that. And I've already celebrated this on my channel. You know what I mean? I'm saying it's amazing. I like what Microsoft is doing for the first year, but Nintendo's been doing that for 35 straight years.
I mean, but 35 years ago is a different
and making their own games. And they built that from the inside. They didn't go grab and buy prepackaged stuff that they didn't work with from the ground up. And I just have to call it.
They made it one time and they just keep making it.
We just
no. What I'm saying is that their in-house is their success, like 90% in-house first party. They're the reasons why the console industry is successful. If it was Microsoft, the console industry would die and it couldn't be successful because they couldn't sustain it. They're just around with a bunch of money feeding their machine a bunch of subscriptions and a whole bunch of stuff because they have a bunch of money, non-gaming related. But gaming-wise, I wouldn't want them to leave, bro, because they would just sacrifice gaming and make it as a subscription model. That's not going to help gaming.
How is that? Like,
but I like what Microsoft is doing for Microsoft, but the gaming should not be just returned into a subscription model and sacrificed. Like, and
right,
then
so
put a bunch of AI.
Because
put a bunch of AI in there.
That you seem to have an idea of. So can you tell me what the revenue of Take-Two is on an average?
That game actually did well as a platformer. So like 15 million.
So but can you tell me what the revenue of Take-Two, that owns NBA 2K, WWE, all that stuff?
Oh, I thought you said It Takes Two, the platformer.
no, okay, Take-Two. Take-Two, the publisher. How much do they make a year? What do you think?
I don't remember. They make a lot of money though. They were high valued on the market at like, what was it? Because
it's $5.5 billion, essentially the equivalent of Game Pass.
Yeah,
that's how much they make in revenue every year, and they can fund all that stuff that they're making. But you're saying Xbox can't do that when they also have the cash cows that you haven't talked about.
I didn't say they couldn't, but
Candy Crush is the top game. King is the top publisher of mobile gaming. They own that, right? Minecraft is the top selling game of all time. They own that. They have World of Warcraft, Call of Duty, Warzone, all that stuff that keeps making money. They have other live service games they've had on the Xbox side forever. Bethesda brought in theirs. They have constant revenue, constant. And then on top of that, they're making games that actually sell. They actually sell these copies of games.
No, they don't. Their games don't sell, man.
What are you talking about? Like
Microsoft new games do not sell.
Forza Horizon didn't sell.
One game, yes. That game sold. Yes, that's one game. It sold like 10, 15 million. Yeah, that's fine. I love Forza. That's one game.
Sea of Thieves didn't sell.
Kind of.
On Steam, over 10 million at least.
That's players, not sales.
No. Steam is not players. Steam, on Steam, at least 10 million. I think it's up to 15 plus million on Steam, not on PC Game Pass, not on Xbox Game Pass, not even on the console sales. So that's not true. They do sell their games. Their games absolutely sell. Right?
It's not selling anymore, though.
What do you mean? They just put it out.
No, I'm saying Sea of Thieves, like, okay, you can pull it up, right? You know what I mean? It's like you've been on multiple platforms to get your sales, not on one platform. What I'm saying is, where is your sales at, like, right now?
Collective.
No, it's not. Give me your sales. I'm saying, give me your sales right now. But give me your sales right now. Pull it up.
If I had to guess, I would say the sales are at the 25 to 30 million range, and then a lot of Game Pass. They're over 40 million players, right? So
what they've sold the past couple years. I pull up the Nintendo list. You can pull up the Xbox list. I could do it for you if you want, and you'll see what I mean.
Yeah, they just don't publish them. That doesn't mean they don't sell.
Hey, bro, come on, man. They're not selling. That's why they're on Game Pass. I'm telling you that this game is the game that Microsoft is playing. Only Microsoft is playing, and the reason why they're playing the Game Pass games is because their games cannot sell. That's it.
But
it's good though. It's not opinion, bro. If you could sell, you would do it. There's no reason not to.
But they already did that years ago, right? Like they made Game Pass, and then they made the decision that first-party games were going to Game Pass years ago.
Yeah,
life is already. It doesn't matter what they sell now or don't sell. They're already doing that. They're committed to it. They're not going to go back on their word to Xbox fans. So the idea to think that because games are going to Game Pass today that they're not going to sell, that's crazy. That's just
so now you're saying Call of Duty doesn't sell?
That's just what it was.
I never said Call of Duty didn't sell. I said Microsoft's first party games do not sell. They just now got Activision.
Call of Duty is a Microsoft first party game.
But that's what I'm saying. That's the game you're playing because they grabbed them. Now you're trying to like put that there, but it's like you know what I mean. Like that's what all their games do not sell. Like they hardly sell.
But the problem is the people who want to have this conversation
for the entire industry
have to accept the fact that at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Xbox owns what they Xbox owns what they own. The money that comes in is not fake money. It goes to Microsoft.
I never said
Xbox
that.
is the only one. Nintendo doesn't.
But I already debunked this whole thing. Take-Two takes in the same amount of revenue total with Zynga as Xbox Game Pass.
Zynga que la vida es pinga. Si no Zynga te muere.
I know who they are.
Total. Take-Two takes in the same amount of revenue as Game Pass. Total. That's GTA. That's Zynga. That's NBA, WWE, all that. All the mafias, all that stuff that they have. Take-Two takes in the same amount of revenue as Game Pass. Xbox has that plus all the other stuff they do. So how can you say that they can't sustain their model? It works. The thing
I didn't say they couldn't sustain their model. I never said
more
that.
Profit. That's it. They want to. They look at Nintendo. Why are they making that much money? That's what we want to make because Nintendo rips people off. That's it. That's just that simple.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. There's nothing wrong with thinking that. I'm not objecting to that. That's okay. Right. They don't drop the prices.
I still love the Nintendo games. I'll keep buying them. I'm one of the people supporting this stupid thing. It's bad. I get it, but
I agree.
That's the way it is.
Right,
but they absolutely
talk
are
about
ripping
the
up the
thing.
customer.
These conversations are gonna make me never want to support Nintendo again.
That bitch. Hold on. Let me. All right, hold on. Let's finish these super chats so we can go on to a goddamn topic. At least one. Game Shark in the building.
Game Shark
with that $5 appreciation, homie says,
Thank
if more
you.
sales equal better, then the Big Mac would be the best burger ever made. Not even beef. Same with games. Twinkle, twinkle.
That's not the same.
Twinkle, baby.
God damn.
I mean, that's funny, but it's like, no, man.
I mean, it's true.
I mean, it is true because the problem is like you're looking at the sales of the games of Nintendo, but you won't recognize that Minecraft that's been owned since 2000 and fucking what 14? Yeah, I think over 12 years now. And you won't look at that as they became the best-selling game in the world after being purchased. Xbox did all the moves that needed to be done to get it to where it is. And you choose to say that it's impressive what Mario Kart has done versus Minecraft that is the best-selling game of all time.
Tetris actually is, but
whatever Porky said.
No, but I get what you're saying. No, bro, because they didn't build or develop that game. They just grabbed it and put their label on it.
Not back then. That was 2014. Though. It's been
the game already blew up. It already sold so much. They grabbed it and they put the label on it. It's not the same as when you say, I know how to do this out of my own being through a unity of love.
Right? It could have went one way or another.
Yeah, exactly.
But it wasn't their development, though, is what I'm saying. They bought it after it blew up. It's always this prepackaged buying and not actually investing your own heart and soul into it out of your own being and building from the ground up with your own mascots and leading with all your games rather than you and Sony being 80 to 90% successful because you're living off of other people's sales and microtransactions. You're third-party vampires. You're not in the same league. You can't even beat them and make better games than them and sell more, and you have 10 times the technology. I'm sorry, but I cannot in any way, fashion see Microsoft or even Sony being anywhere near in the same league as Nintendo. If we really want to be honest about this, money aside, the closest thing to Nintendo ever has been Sega because they could do it. They can say, I'm getting in your face with my device. Everything that's selling the most, and the reason why my console is selling is because these are my games that are moving it. But Microsoft's like, I want to buy this. I want to buy that. I want to buy this. Sony, I'm locking this here. I'm locking that there. Nintendo says, here's my heart. I'm opening it for you, and I'm beating you with lesser technology. You mean to tell me that's the same thing? Like, I'm just being honest. I love Game Pass, but I'm not going to be fake about it.
Did they open their heart when they were making ARMS?
That came from their in-house.
Okay, so where is that? I just want to know.
What do you mean? It still sold a couple million, but it died off over time.
Is it? But hold on. But they made it with their heart. So if Nintendo makes it with their heart, it gotta be.
What I'm saying is that they're the ones that create in-house. These other people are just vampires and monopolizers. They're just vampires and monopolizers. They're not leading their device.
So let me counter that. South of Midnight.
That's a media, bro. It's a 77 meta. That game will not move a couple 100,000 copies, and it's not a bad game. But it's a 70.
You said, do they make their own games? Do they make their own games? Yes.
Compulsion is funded completely by Xbox.
I know that.
That game was fully funded by Xbox.
Now the craft, the heart doesn't matter.
Bro, that game is not producing the quality to move the industry. But I say with Nintendo, you're moving the entire industry. You're making your console sell 10 million more copies, and you made Microsoft get a need to you and PlayStation, and I ain't going on PC. With lesser settings, I don't understand how it's a competition.
We already got to the point where we understand that the handheld that was sold by Nintendo before hit 150 million. Switch has not surpassed that. They're just recouping the same group of people they already had. What industry is moving forward?
If that was the case, then why did Microsoft recoup the same people they did? They lost way more over and over again, and now this is lower selling than the Xbox One.
It's in Japan. The Japanese people.
You literally said
this. They came to another territory and sold more. You couldn't go to their territory and sell more. They're smarter than you, and they have a more appeal. What do you mean? Hold on. What do you mean? Like I don't understand how you're saying because it's Japanese, but yet the Japanese are coming over into Western territories and they're outdoing them with lesser technology. And you go to their territory, you're not successful, and it's like, wait, because it's Japanese, or it's like, what do you mean? Like they're showing they can be more universal.
The Japanese market is tough for other countries.
Yeah, we can agree that we're a lot more open.
because they're pretty ridiculous over there. It's very hard to do things over there. But either way, so for Japan, for any Japanese company to come here, though, that's pretty normal. I think most of the world is pretty normal. But either way.
All right, let's get through this fucking super chat. Wait, we got the homie Forza Legend, my dude.
Forza,
$2 super chat, man. Appreciate you. On God.
Oh God.
Also, stay strong, aka Xbox. Yo, that's been your saying for so long, bro.
I love it every time.
On God.
Yo. On God.
Pragmatic Ego with that $5 super chat. Appreciate you. Says, can I be left field messy? You know what sells a lot?
Ooh.
Don't do crack, folks. Sales don't equal fun. Sales are not a good point to make, in my opinion. I mean,
I agree.
And gaming dies. It doesn't. Nobody buys anything. It's not successful. So,
I mean, if $5 billion,
I just feel like this narrative is bad because you guys like Xbox instead of realizing that gaming sales are the most important thing in the industry. That's how you make your money. You don't make money off of hardware. Where else are you making money?
I just say that conversation because it can't be as open because, like you said, we like Xbox, right? But we're trying to speak openly, but you keep closing and pigeonholing the conversation. And I guess it's because you like Nintendo, right?
I like all of them.
I think well, it can go both ways.
All of them too. You know
Every time I buy everything, right? So
like I said, we have literally about
you're not
10
the only
switches.
one.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I don't know if you have 10 switches.
I don't know.
No, that's not what this is about. No, I was just saying, like my statement.
Nintendo, I guess I'm supporting Nintendo a lot more than you are.
More than most people
literally
support Nintendo.
But
so if we're talking about it, you know, it's as consumers, it's not as blind Xbox people who don't participate.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
I think when we're saying, when we're throwing things out there, like close-mindedly saying Nintendo's the best. No, Nintendo can do no wrong. Nintendo cannot be beat.
They're not God.
Nintendo this and that. And just like I think that we need to open that conversation. And if it's a little more open-minded, then we wouldn't hit the wall every time we're talking.
Listen, this is all because
I think
Nintendo went.
No, what is not open though?
I know, just $80, right?
That's the fucking reason. Nobody would even be talking about Nintendo if we were AGN, praising them. We would have a conversation just about praise if they came out at the regular fucking price.
I know we would just be talking about the excitement, right?
But that's not realistic though.
Yeah, but they don't need to be there. Let me get
Hargy was gonna talk. Hold on.
No, go ahead. Finish up.
Let me just finish these super chat. You got Forza Legends that $5 super chat. Appreciate you. Xbox didn't really lose anything. The industry has proven Xbox right by it being biased towards Sony and Nintendo. Xbox has the selling game, Minecraft. I mean, facts.
Bars.
And then Master Rack with that $2 says it's the biased media that hurt Xbox. Facts.
There is
so
that too.
That's why it's
the
so
rest of
difficult
the world
to
doesn't
talk
like
about these scores.
Exactly.
I think AGN, you're talking about like one narrow area where they have console sales and they sell their games on their platform pretty well. And you're saying, hey, look, most of their IP they made in-house. Most of their IP is based on Mario. That's kind of the way it is, though, right? And they have one other major one with Zelda, and then the rest of it's kind of like you could say Splatoon, for instance. That's kind of a new thing. Cool. You could say Pikmin, right? Those kind of, they have these quirky little things on the side. That doesn't mean that the other two haven't done that. Like PlayStation's done a lot of quirky games. But unfortunately they've shut them all down, which kind of sucks. But they used to make a whole bunch of quirky games. Xbox also had a lot of quirky games. They just didn't do well. It's just the way it is, right? They commissioned a lot, even with Japan. With Blue Dragon and what was the other one? Lost Odyssey. Lost Odyssey. Yeah, they did those, right? So, I mean, those are great games, right? But again, it just didn't do anything. And so they're like, well, what do we do with that? They've tried other quirky things with Remedy, right? And some of that worked, some of that didn't. It is what it is, right? So, like, it's not like they haven't tried. Now, do you say those are in-house? Do you say they're partnered? I don't know, whatever. They basically said, hey, we will make a game with you. We need a studio to do it. Ori, is that it's an Xbox IP, but it was made by Moon. Does that mean it's Moon's game? Does it mean it's, I don't know, but like if they collaborated and made that
I love
happen,
those games.
Right? So to me, that seems like they are trying to do that. And, they have tried to do that with a lot of different partners. A lot of them fail. Recore, right? Like nice quirky game, but unfortunately it just didn't like land. Another platformer, right? So it is what it is, right? So I liked it, but that doesn't mean everybody else does. Pentiment, did they make that in-house? Yes. How many people played that game? Like 2. me and one other person. Unfortunately, that's what happens, right? But fantastic game, awesome if you give it a chance. But you'd have to like that kind of game, and unfortunately, a lot of people just don't like those kind of games. So, but did they give it a chance? Bleeding Edge, was that the one that
Ninja
right
Theory.
that they put up? So they allowed that to happen, so but it didn't go anywhere, but this is the way it is. Grounded, fantastic. It's a great game if you give it a chance, but I think it has like 20 million players or something.
Honey,
like
I Shrunk the Kids.
So yeah, that Honey I Shrunk, exactly, right. They allowed that to happen. Now, is that profitable? Most likely. I mean, if it was done by like a handful of people, right? So very likely profitable.
4 people.
Yeah, so why is that an issue? I think it's great that they allow that kind of breadth. They are nurturing games. They're definitely nurturing games. Now, do they bank on Call of Duty? Do they bank on Minecraft to say let's fund the rest? Yes. Why not? Why is that a bad thing? I think that's a great way to go. I think Xbox has done successfully what everybody else in the world wants to do, which is they want a black hole game. They want black hole games that people come back to all the time and keep putting their money in, right? I'm going to spend thousands of dollars in Call of Duty. They did it. They've got it. They went and said, well, if we can't build it ourselves, fuck it. We got the money. Let's go buy it. And that is exactly the right thing. If you had freaking hundreds of billions of dollars, you would do exactly that. Why? Because your hundreds of billions in the bank do jack shit for you. They make money if you buy something that keeps generating cash, gives return to the shareholder. That's exactly what they did. It's perfect. They have exactly the thing that everybody else wants. They could go say, I want Fortnite. You like Fortnite? I can just pay cash and buy it. They can do that.
That's soulless.
The other two, not so much, right?
And
that's kind of
soulless.
Also remember that Nintendo. Well, I was just gonna say. Also remember that Nintendo. Yeah, they're not gonna go on PC, right? For sure. And it's not because they don't want to. It's because
not yet.
It's because
wait till this debacle gets through its shit.
No,
then let's see what
Nintendo will PC players would laugh at a Nintendo game on their platform. They want something that's high quality.
And this is the part I was going to talk about at some point when we get to this level. CMoney is you're right about that.
Now, don't forget this though. Let's not play cute. Nintendo is not above everybody else because they're making a Pokemon game. And if I don't mistake myself, it's going to be dropping day in day on mobile.
They're not the Switch 2 Pokemon game, not Legends.
But it's a got it. So now the Switch 2 is the only one.
Yes, that's the only one.
No, I thought that's what we were talking about.
No. I'm talking about Nintendo as a whole, right? So that's saying PlayStation. Oh no, they're only putting Lego Hole on the Switch, right?
Out of Pokemon Go, bro. Doesn't matter.
So this is the thing. Nintendo has been desperate to get into mobile. We know that. They tried they made games for it. Okay, they just
Mario. What the heck did they have? Mario something.
Animal Crossing.
Let me tell you a secret. When they put Mario in a world where other choices exist, nobody gives a fuck about Mario. It's only in the Nintendo bubble that Mario lives strong.
Well, it was a trash game. All you could do is jump. Now maybe that was to poke fun at God of War, which you can't jump.
Many mobile games are just tapping the screen that are doing hundreds of millions of copies sold or makes $100 million. It's the quality bar in mobile is a different beast, right? There's a wide spectrum. The name Nintendo doesn't hold weight outside.
Pokemon worked. Pokemon for some reason that did work. Pokemon
because
Go.
Pokemon is
I think that was because it was interacting with the world, right? And it was people all congregating places, so it became a social fun thing, right? So
mobile got introduced to Pokemon through Pokemon Go. Not Pokemon sit there, catch them all on the screen and sit there with a controller and play. It was just through mobile that Pokemon is known to mobile players. Just through Pokemon Go that mobile players know that. Now, if Nintendo went ahead and dropped the new Pokemon over there, they might have something there. And that's what they're doing, right? They're making a new game that's going to be on Nintendo Switch and mobile day one. Again, I'm just saying at the end of the day, nobody's above the money. Nobody's above the money, right? Nintendo would go ahead and put their shit everywhere they thought that shit would be sold. They would because who wouldn't want more money? right? If the game is that good, they should be able to put it anywhere and people still would want to buy it, right? If the game is only worth buying because it's on a Nintendo platform, then that means by definition that the game is not good enough to succeed elsewhere. It's not that good. If it can only survive in the bubble of Nintendo, then it's not that good. Now, we saw Forza go ahead and come out and immediately being up for pre-order, and that side of the world lost their shit on PlayStation all over the world, all over the globe, in Japan too. They want Forza #1 on PlayStation. All of them. As a matter of fact, it's only United States that wasn't #1 for Forza. So that, which is funny. But it's just like no one's above it, right? Everyone wants to make more money. If Nintendo found a way to make mobile work, they would make it. They would make every game go over there to make more money if they could. They're not.
They did. They did.
Mobile.
They made billions of dollars off of Pokemon Go.
That wasn't Nintendo though, right? That wasn't Nintendo's heart. That was Niantic who made that.
But they do make money off it. To be fair, it is their IP.
It's their IP.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
But we're putting them in
bro. Hey, look.
Remember,
like I said, we can remove the mobile. I don't care. I told you before. I mean, we kind of know what we're talking about here because I'm not going to get on mobile and play a mobile game. But I get what you're saying. I kind of think it's like a cheap soulless option to gaming. It's not the same as sitting on a desktop or a console with a controller in your hand playing a fully fledged game.
Except for the people who only play mobile games, and
which is okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like, since the majority of people prefer that, like, we're in the minority. Like us, we're the ones who are.
I wouldn't say that. That's kind of like, that's what I mean. Like kind of like more like this little casual slide across. You know what I mean? It's like not considered like real video game. It's more like casual gotcha simulations.
I would say, man, that do not underestimate mobile gamers. Like, I don't know if you're familiar, but they have like Call of Duty, they have all the FPS games.
I know, I have it.
They got a bunch of shit. Games that are competitive too. And I mean, I'll consider those people, they go hard. I don't know if you're seeing anybody playing on touch. It's hard.
China and Korea.
I can't play in touch. So these motherfuckers are talented, and they like with the little fingers.
They know how to do it.
Whoa,
the same way we know
crazy,
controllers.
So,
they know the same way you get on the screen and you're like, God damn it, I can't hit that button the right way. These motherfuckers are bang, 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 bang. Like it's nothing, because that's what they grow up knowing, right? It's just a different one.
India does it too.
I feel like CMoney is right too. I agree with him. We are in the minority, even though I'm not a mobile player myself, and I'm like you, AG, and I much rather that I don't know what cut off my, what I'm saying. I'm playing games on mobile. At the same time, I know people, right, and I always bring out people like around my circle. And I always bring out here in the show. My aunt, she spends thousands of dollars. I bet right now on Candy Crush. She plays that shit. My little cousin introduced me to games on mobile all the time. I keep on saying here that he has a PS5, and every time I go home, I see him sitting down playing in his mobile. I mentioned him about the Nintendo Switch. He was like, fuck Nintendo, straight up, because he thinks that's expensive. So he'd rather play on his phone. And like that, all his friends, like he showed me a game and he's like, this is what we play in school. So that means like they have a little league of little kids who play together on mobile. And and he keeps on growing and growing, and his kids are gonna play that. They're not gonna be on Nintendo because he doesn't even care about Nintendo anymore. And not only that, man, like gaming in mobile and PC is getting out of control. People realize it, and they were like, okay, we want graphics, we want our powerful hardware, we want our games to load fast, etc. Which is the best place to play? On PC. And not only that, man, PC is super convenient because you don't have to pay for online. You got the Steam store, you got good old games, you got CD keys, you got many ways getting a handle. Games like in Amazon, you can claim a bunch of, like, if you link your account to Amazon, you can claim a bunch of games for free. I do
it every week.
I built a whole library, right, of video games on Epic. Just claiming the free games. By the way, on April 10th, you can claim River City Girls. I think that's a pretty cool game. It's a beat 'em up. Pretty much like right there on the Nintendo territory. Nintendo gamers will love this. But I'm saying, man, the opportunities are endless now. So being stuck in something like anti-consumer for you, a platform that makes it hard for you. And when I say platform, I mean, Nintendo and Sony PlayStations, which are the ones who are actually, doing these practices, and they need to be stopped, and they need to be called out, and they need to be treated, the same. I do feel that Xbox is getting the route that I much rather see. And it's not to chill for Xbox, not to be an Xbox fan, but I'm saying as a
Nothing
consumer,
wrong with that.
I like to freaking save money, bro, because I spend money on some other shit that actually matters. So the fact that they're making the games more accessible for me and cheaper, and they on top of that, they give you a bunch of choices like Microsoft Rewards, so you can get Game Pass for free. So if you're really broke and shit, like you can really get a month of Game Pass out of grinding for points. So they give you opportunities, and at the same time, you're winning, and it doesn't feel like you're getting, ripped off. I mean, and when I feel like that, I feel welcome, and I feel like I want to stay. Like other places, like Sony games, for example. The other day I bought what was it? God of War. I was like, you know what? Let me play God of War 2018 because I was playing, Red Dead Redemption, and I wanted to do the comparison and be like, who was right, who was wrong. Obviously, Red Dead is superior in many fucking ways. They really can't even say shit about that. It was one of the biggest robberies in gaming, right? And I paid $60 for it, bro. No, well, actually, I paid $20, but it's a 2018 game, and it rarely goes on sale. It rarely goes on sale. It's usually $59, and it's just like wrong, dude. It's just wrong that they want to try. Matter of fact, they're getting sued in Europe. We talk about this all the time here because of the anti-consumer practices that Sony PlayStation has, and now Nintendo is showing its true colors because we all knew that Nintendo's always been badass. Nintendo's always been mafia, bro. They Yakuza. In case you don't know, like these motherfuckers will go to the store and be like, we don't like PlayStation here, and they kick your shit and then be like, you better not sell this. Like back in the day, it used to be like that, bro. It was dark. It was for real. Like Nintendo and Sony PlayStation, these people laundry their money with the console sales. That's why you see the inflation of 70 million console sales of PlayStation. And it's like, really? Like, they can even sell 1 point. Like, you cannot tell me that out of 70 million people, like nobody bought the game of the year, was supposed to be the most hyped game. Like all PlayStation fans should be excited and should be like, oh my God, this is it. We got a hit. And nobody showed up. Not only that, they haven't showed up for PlayStation games in a while. It's been a while since Sony PlayStation has sold the game with such success. So, I mean, I'm just saying, this is bad for gaming. We gotta be called down, and I'm just gonna go where I save my money. Steam is giving me, like, look, I got my Xbox right here next to me. I got Steam, and my PC, I got all the other shit. CD Keys, UG, I mentioned it. And every time I see a game, and I was like, oh shit, I see this game in sale, my brain goes like, boom, maybe I should check to see in other stores. And you know what? I buy it, whatever is convenient for me. Because at the end of the day, I got the opportunity. And that's the reason why you have a couple of devices. And look, here's the thing with the freaking exclusives. And this is what happens. Just because Super Mario is exclusive to Nintendo, check this out. Nintendo can ask whatever they want for it, because you need to go over there and exclusivity and all of that. And it's the only way that you can play it, right? They legit, right? So they feel powerful enough to go ahead and charge you whatever the hell they want. And the same thing is gonna happen if Xbox was doing this, if PlayStation was doing it, and it's just gonna turn into a whole mess, bro. It's just gonna turn into a whole mess. They need to
really
chill.
hoping it doesn't.
They need to chill, because this could bring like the repercussions of Nintendo doing this could lead to like massive change in the gaming industry. It could go either way right now. Like they could try us really, really, really hard, and it could affect the hobby that we love, bro. At the end of the day, what we really want is more people playing more games, bro. We want to connect with different people. Look, I made a friend the other day playing Mortal Kombat, bro. He was raging at the beginning, and I was just making fun of him. Then he realized that I was like, a good opponent for him, and he started playing better. He got serious. We got some great matches. He sent me a friend request. We talk. We play a game today a little bit. That's what I'm fucking talking about, bro. Like going in there and making the game was accessible to him. And he got to play it, and that's it. Imagine if Mortal Kombat wasn't exclusive or something. Like I could have never made this friend. You know what I'm saying? It's just like it's divisive in my opinion, and it should be stopped. Because I mean, like I said, I'm all for accessibility. I want more people playing games. I want these lobbies to be filled. So that's the only way that these games can keep going, bro. If nobody plays this shit, if they make it hard for you to play this shit, like I'll literally stop playing. Like, because it'll get to a point that I can't afford it. And I had to it becomes a luxury, right? Which it shouldn't be that luxurious to play something as simple as video games. It shouldn't. This shouldn't be caviar. This shouldn't 100%. Be lobster tail. You know what I'm saying? This is like an everyday thing that we use, just like watching cable TV, bro. It's just like we cannot allow these motherfuckers to enslave us, on their products and on their FOMO like this. So we gotta fight this. And how do we fight it, man? Don't be slave to one platform. Go to the platform that is gonna give you a better deal. Buy in the store, same as you do like with your groceries, bro. Same that you do with your gas, because that getting off the expressway, what are you gonna see? You see the first gas station, you're gonna stop there. That that's gonna be expensive because it's right there in the highway. So you know what I'm saying? Just go go fill up your tank in your neighborhood, bro. It's probably gonna be cheaper. And the same thing with groceries, the same thing with shoes. Like, we are bound as humans, bound to get the deal. Like, if we're smart, some other people like to boast and flex. Like, I got the most expensive shit. Here I am sitting on $1,000 games. My game collection is worth millions. Like, who the fuck does that, bro? Who gives a shit? All we care about is playing. Playing, having fun. Having these conversations and enjoying ourselves. Because at the end of the day, this is, like you said, man, for fun. This is it should be fun. You shouldn't be out here unexcited and with our dick soft just because a bad move like this, right? Like,
Devil got a lot of dick movement when he's playing games. I'm just saying.
Our worry should be playing somewhere else, bro. Not this shouldn't be stressing us out, bro. Like, honestly, and I don't care about this.
Well, you shouldn't get stressed out. Right?
No, I don't care about this because I don't really play on Nintendo like that. But it's just I feel like it's gonna affect. I'm doing it for you guys, for the Nintendo fans.
Well, it's stressful for the parents whose kid says to them, "I want this game," and it's $80 now.
Yeah,
it's crazy, no, $80 is a lot of money. Wow. People want to play more than one game. People already only buy 1 or 2 games a year. Let me ask you a question. You think that's because they don't have a desire to buy more games and they can, or because most people just don't budget that much for their gaming when they have other bills and shit in life to pay? So what you did now is, if this becomes the norm, you take that 1 or 2 to make it none or one.
Yeah, none or one.
And none exists because that means I just play free to play games now.
Yeah.
Right? You got me out of the market of buying new games. I just sit down and I play the same games because I still want to play games, but I can't afford to because of this.
And that's what happens.
That doesn't count for most enthusiasts like us who have fucking 10 Switches, but for the rest of the world, it's fucked up. And yeah, just because I could buy 10 Switches doesn't mean I want to fucking spend $80 on that game. You know what I'm saying? So that's my biggest thing. But let me get Forza Legend in here with that 5.
Forza
says also Nintendo and Sony always bundle the games with the console. So to be fair,
Xbox does as well. To be fair,
not often.
Everybody does. I mean, everybody does.
I got Diablo with a bundle.
Okay, so Diablo, but that came out.
Halo Edition console that came with the game.
Oh, the Halo
Edition
we got
console.
That shit was
beautiful. I love that.
Yeah.
I mean, console. I don't.
They had a Forza bundle.
Was there a Forza bundle?
Yeah, there was a Forza Horizon 5 bundle.
These bundles.
Yeah.
Oh, did you read the whole
do
thing?
That too.
I thought I did.
Wait.
So it's never true sales if you package it within a console, unlike Steam.
Okay.
I
don't think you finished it.
Maybe I
right?
didn't. My bad.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I think I interjected.
Yeah, maybe you did. To be fair, it's never true sales if you package it in with a system, unlike Steam. Got it.
Yeah.
You can look into that and separate it if you want.
Yeah. I mean,
that's a lot.
But I don't think that's worth it though, because like for the most part, like I said, their games are selling at full price. It's not really.
Yeah.
So everybody else has to go on sale.
No,
that doesn't mean that I don't want them to drop the damn price. I wish they would. That's the problem here. They didn't drop the damn price of some games. It's like, come on, bro, drop the price.
Will not last forever. You know what I'm saying? Pragmatic Eagle with that $10 super chat says, last point for why sales is a horrible metric. Game Pass exists. My sub is not less than a sale. If you don't use today's metrics, the argument is moot. Box sales mean little. Player count matters today. And that's why all the big companies are using monthly active users and not just the box sales.
They're saying that because they can't get the sales.
I mean, maybe.
No, I'm just saying, bro. It doesn't make sense to me to say that player.
So Fortnite isn't making money.
I didn't say that. I'm saying that we're talking about gaming sales. Like you're saying, sales don't matter.
Yeah, Fortnite doesn't sell games.
Of course not, because it's a microtransaction money hog. So it encourages people to be gamblers rather than play actual video games based off of what you develop.
Well, no, gambling is different than buying microtransactions, right? If you're just buying like things that you want to buy,
something
that's
that you see in the store.
Gambling thing does exist. That's a problem.
It's microtransactions is gambling into gaming though, psychologically.
No, it's not the same thing. One where you could say, hey, I'm going to randomly get something by giving you money. I don't know what I'm getting, right? That's gambling, right?
Yeah, like buying FIFA packs.
Yeah, exactly. Right? If I'm saying no, I want this skin. I'm going to pay you $20 and I'm going to get that specific thing. That's not gambling. That's
that's a transaction. But what I'm talking about is the greed that comes out of it. It was thinking of more ways.
I mean, we're talking about greed right now with Nintendo. I think.
Exactly. The $80 is greedy too, right?
$80 is definitely greedy, but there's worse though.
I mean, you can play the game for free, so they're giving you the option. The
option,
but
in a bootleg option, though. It's a bootleg option.
They're not in any way.
Give me my bootleg free to play.
Every time I go ahead and I freaking spend $90-something on V-Bucks, and it's often they're not making me do it. I'm choosing.
I didn't say you. No,
and there are plenty of steps for you to stop.
Yeah,
some people can't stop themselves. They know that.
Haven't happened.
Yeah, it's just a matter of again, none of that stuff matters. At the end of the day, it's just a matter of we are clearly not happy with what Nintendo is doing now versus what they've ever done in the past. Because again,
it's just mad about $80. That's it.
Yeah, but that $80 again is the big thing. But let's move past it. We're going to go into topics.
I agree, though,
because it is what it is. Okay, real quick. And we're not going to do big long topics because we're definitely not. We're just going to kind of round out and call it a day. But we have not done nothing on the thumbnail or on the fucking title. So I got to be able to fucking put a timestamp somewhere.
This has never happened before.
Okay, so Nintendo delays Switch 2 pre-orders, price increase inbound. I put that part. Look, I didn't even take the goddamn timestamp. By the way, this is a record. Never in history have we gone so long before getting to a topic. Okay, now I'm going to say it again. Nintendo delays Switch 2 pre-orders, price increase inbound. Now, this is the thing. We know the reason why there's more than likely going to be a price increase. Has nothing to do with Nintendo. Has everything to do with the situation that's happening in the world. We're not going to say any names of that because YouTube don't like that. And they mark you if they hear names. So we're not going to say nothing about it. But we know something took place on the same day that Nintendo Switch announced it. I don't know. Was that a shot? Were they? Damn, I was about to say the name. Were they watching? Like, hold on, let's handle this. I don't know, but that is going to be a problem if in US it goes up in price because of the things that are happening in the world. And my question is if anybody has any real desire to speak on this or have any bars on it, just from the idea of they're already going up in price on the the dollars of the games. Again, I know this one's out of their control, right? It's out of their control for sure, but it doesn't erase
it's not
what's
out
happening.
of their control. They can change where they're manufacturing. That's all in their control. So this is up to them. They can respond however they want to. It's fully up to them. They can figure out how they want to handle this. I'm surprised that they don't already have a contingency for this. They should have known this was coming. It's not like this was hidden.
That's true.
So why didn't they already have their freaking consoles here already? Which they probably do, by the way. I'm sure they've already shipped in 10 million consoles into the US because we're the largest freaking, sales arena for everything. So if they haven't, they're just fucking morons, absolute fucking morons. So they should have already done that. So if they haven't done that, dumbasses, what the hell were you thinking? So, but this is 100% in their control. They can choose where they manufacture whatever they want to manufacture. That's on them. They can figure that out. Why is it so cheap in the freaking Japan arena? Gee, I wonder why that is. Yeah, get out of here. They can totally control this. It's on them. If they don't like geopolitics, that's my answer.
I agree with you, Huggy, 100%. And maybe if they went ahead and handled that prior, they wouldn't get to play victim or say, this is the reason why it's going to be even higher. So instead of coming out with that price that they really wanted to go ahead and push, they went ahead and went lower and potentially go higher. Or maybe this could be a situation where we're not going to higher the price because we already knew about this and it was incorporated. And so now we look like the hero by saying we're just going to take the bite and take the hit for you guys.
To everybody here, you said that they should have had this already in their mind, right, Hargeet?
Of course.
Okay, so let's say Nintendo is a rational company who would have known that this was a possibility.
It's been announced since last year.
Facts, but
so if you didn't pay attention, that's them being dumb.
So do we think there's a chance? And I'm just saying, do we think there's a chance that they're taking the opportunity of the official announcement of it to delay the pre-orders because of the massive backlash and smoke that they were getting?
Oh, that's possible too.
What they did with this pricing,
and then maybe change the price
to lower.
That's a good question.
That's possible.
On Twitter, they showed. Oh, if you guys,
go ahead.
Okay, on Twitter, they showed they did change their manufacturing spots. They moved out of China into Vietnam and to Cambodia, and there was some other spot. And when they did, they didn't think that they would find those places, and they ended up recently putting a 50% tariff on that and 46% tariff on that. And if you try to remanufacture again, it's going to cost you hundreds of millions of dollars. You have to put so much into building resources and development to do that in the United States. If they would have did that before, that would have been nice, because with tariffs, United States people and anything USA-wise gets no tax. This is only on foreign products. Exactly. So the biggest problem here is MSRP, which is manufacturing physical products. And did Nintendo know that they will be dealing with that in that facet to those areas? No, not necessarily. And are they going to jack up the price? I think so, and I'm not happy about it. I think that we're going to at least pay $500 for the console minimum. Nah, with that,
without
because if you're going to keep your prices, why delay anything? You could just say, "Oh, it's the same."
The only thing that I feel like they pushed it back, and again, before coming to this conversation, it's one thing, but the fact that Hargeet made a great point that they had to know that this was possibly coming. You said that they did know because they already found other places to make their games. So it just seems all a little coincidental and convenient for them to be like, you know what? Let's push this back until we can let the smoke die down a little bit and maybe figure something out.
I hope so. That would be nice, because they kind of need it. To be honest with you, because like I said, Nintendo was looked at, and they always have been looked at, even outside of Nintendo fans, as the people who were supposed to come in and lead and be a better example. You're supposed to be this light like Disney or whatever, though Disney's nowhere near that. No, but they kind of have that kind of similar effect in certain ways.
I'm going to counter that when you're done.
No, go ahead then, bro. I don't care. Like
So like you probably weren't around when they were in the 80s. They behaved like PlayStation. Okay, so they were the bullies. Okay, so Nintendo, yes, they saved gaming. Fair enough, right? Then they went to everybody and said, you're locked to us. And when Sega wanted to do stuff, they were the bullies making it not happen. It was a pain in the ass for Sega to go get games, right? For anybody else who was getting into the market, NEC got in the market, all those things that came in, right? They got really bullied by Nintendo until PlayStation came around, because PlayStation had fuck you money and said, oh, really? We're going to take all those games and make them come to PlayStation, and fuck you, Nintendo. And Nintendo got their ass handed to them. That humbled them. Now they play a little, we're just a nice player. No. They were never the nice player. Okay.
Well, maybe in that sense,
so,
yeah.
So they've been waiting for this, Peggy. Is what you're saying. They've been waiting for a moment.
So they've never been the nice player. Okay, they've had to be the nice player because they got their asses handed to them, right? So once that happened, they played a different lane. Okay, the third parties kind of went away. They all went to Xbox and PlayStation and PC, of course. And then, they finally have come to a console where they can actually bring people back, and they fuck up the whole messaging. So, look, this is really on Nintendo. Yes, they can try to be the nice guys. I think the nicest one right now is Phil, but ultimately, as far as their market dynamics, this is going to be an interesting play, right? The console price of $450 is fine because what they give you it's fair, it's fine. They give you a dock that, like, Steam Deck is $400, doesn't even give you the dock, right? So, and the dock's like $80. Fair enough. The ROG Ally cheapo edition is $400, much lower power. The higher end ROG is, I don't know, like $600-700. If you look at the ROG X, I think it's like $800-900, something ridiculous, right? So if you're looking at that, $450 seems reasonable. Fine. I don't have a problem with the console price. And keep in mind that when the Xbox version comes out, don't expect it to be $400. Don't expect it to be $450. It's gonna be much higher. Keep that in mind. It's gonna be that way.
From an Xbox device, so.
Yeah,
so expect it to be more money.
Yeah, it's gonna have a higher performance, level. So expect that to be like that $600-700. I expect it to be in that range.
Yeah, so, unfortunately.
Right, but so and depending on where it's manufactured, that could be even more.
No, you're right, bro. You're right.
We will see how that goes, right? But like the Nintendo is a good player in the industry thing. I don't quite believe that.
Well, you're talking about the mafia,
yeah. Because like I was there when they were doing this to Sega. Okay, I was. They were bullying. They were doing all sorts of fun things in the background. They were not so nice. But they got their asses handed to them. That's really what happens. Once you get humbled, then you have to deal with reality of like, oh, okay, yeah, well, we need to kind of play nice. So maybe they are kind of nicer now. But I still think they have the scummiest practices, especially when it comes to content creators. Like if they do anything with Nintendo stuff, you get knocked down, right? You can't. There was a tournament of freaking Smash, and they wouldn't even allow them to play that because it wasn't licensed correctly or something. I'm like, get the fuck out of here! They are such ridiculous assholes. Like seriously, like can you imagine Phil doing that? They don't even care. Yeah, right? Go do whatever. They just want more exposure. Absolutely, do what you want. Like they're open to all content creators. It's such a night and day difference. They really do go after people. I mean, even PlayStation is better with that. But Nintendo, oh my God, they are such assholes about that. They really need to come back to reality, come down. Maybe they need their asses handed to them in that world as well. They're going out to freaking PAL world.
I know, right?
PAL world.
That's crazy.
What a bunch of assholes. Anyway, whatever.
They scare.
No, they are assholes. I agree with you on that when it comes to when it comes to those type of topics.
So that's why I would push back on that. Like again, I like their games. I'm not saying I don't. I'm probably gonna buy the stupid Switch 2, and I'm gonna.
But can the
it had to be said. It had to be said.
This is my problem.
If the tariffs affect the pricing of the console, are they also going to affect the prices of their physical games?
Yes.
It depends on where the manufacturers, right? Yes, it depends on where they're manufactured. It might. They might eat the cost.
They better.
It may not be that much of a hit.
Well, because they're showing us how much they're willing to eat in cost for sure.
And what about this tariff for the digital games? Do they get like
they can't? Too? I don't think they can.
I don't think they do the digital.
No, it's about manufacturing. Is the
no? It's MSRP. Yeah. You can't touch digital.
Yeah, I don't think it's on digital. I don't think. I'd have to look at the actual language, but I don't think it's on digital.
Okay, so who's gonna buy digital games that are more expensive? I mean, I know physical media people out there, bro, but like, you know, y'all need to chill. Y'all need to let it go because y'all getting ripped off, bro.
80% of the industry is digital. That's the thing.
Yeah,
it's
I know.
niche
And
audience.
Steam is 100% digital. So one other area I wanted to get into was CMoney. You mentioned like they're not pushing the boundaries. That's right. The problem is that they haven't pushed technology. They used to, right? They used to have high-end consoles, right? And then they got smacked, and PlayStation and Xbox could do that and take the hit, right? They didn't want to take the hit. It wasn't beneficial to them. Once they did that with the N64 and got, they lost that gen, and then the GameCube and they lost that gen, right? Both of those were much more powerful than PlayStation. It didn't matter, right? The system that won was PlayStation. So they're like, okay, well, we can't keep doing this. So they went to the Wii, way underpowered in comparison to their competitors. And since then, they really haven't come back to us with something that pushes the boundaries of power to value, right? That's what the other two have been doing, power to value, right? I give you some level of graphical upgrade, some level of capability upgrade, which they haven't done. They finally caught up to chat. Yay! Absolutely awesome. We've had that for how long now? Like, seriously, like that was 2002 for the Xbox, something. It's like, come on, right? Like you finally caught up to that. Yay! Kudos. That's awesome that it's there, but that is way too late. They have really not pushed the envelope on feature set that the others have, right? And so that's kind of where they're behind on just the console. And on the games, because they don't have that and because they don't put their games on PC, you never see a high fidelity. Have you guys seen like the Unreal version of Ocarina of Time?
Yeah, it looks amazing.
Like if you had that, if that was the next Zelda, just imagine, right? That's what needs to happen. But they don't need to.
They refuse to go there.
Exactly. They don't need to because they're console
they
locked.
Told you why.
Right? They're console locked to the Switch or Switch 2, and that is only going to have so much power. That's it. And that's where they are. And it's sad, right? I would love to see that. Are they going to ever invest that way? Could you imagine a $200 million budget Zelda and it actually has the assets that match, right? That was done by like some dude who's just interested. It was not done by a big team. Right, that Ocarina of Time, right, like the Unreal, it was just some dude like I just want to go do this, and you just put it together. Why can't they do that? Why can't they do that level, right? Because then Zelda would become more relevant to people like you see, money. You would want to see something like that, right? Where the graphics match the quality of what you're looking at and playing, and so they could do it.
Fable,
they just don't. Yeah, like look at Fable. Oh my gosh, right? Okay. It's not out yet. It's not out yet, so I don't want to like pass judgment yet. But like what we've seen so far, it's amazing looking, right?
Yeah.
So this is stuff they could do, they just don't, and that it's sad because I still love the IP. I think Zelda is fantastic. Every incarnation, I've loved it, and like if they could do the same thing with Mario, we haven't seen it yet. We'll see what they do with it. But again, it's going to be gimped to the fact that it's on the Switch 2, and it's not coming to other more powerful platforms. Vis-a-vis just put it on PC, right? I don't care if it comes to the other consoles. That's fine. But put it on bloody PC so we can put it up to the max settings and see everything the best way possible. 120 frames, 4K, whatever, right?
Yes.
But they won't do that. And it's sad, but it is what it is. And you're going to say, AGN, that they sell enough on theirs. That's fine.
No. I'm going to say that's what I've always wanted from them, but they're never going to do it.
Yeah, exactly. I would love to see that because I would absolutely buy it on PC. Max the settings, turn on RT everything. Like, holy crap, that could look so good. I would love to see a Zelda in the same vein as Fable. Let's redo that thing in a whole new light. Man, it would look so nice, but they just don't do that. They don't push that envelope anymore, and that can be somewhat disappointing.
You've been saying this CMoney since
that's
the
what
movie.
I want.
Yes,
that's what I want.
Exactly. And like, I don't know if that's doable on Switch 2. We'll see. Maybe it can.
Yeah, this is the closest we've ever gotten to them being able to do that.
To be a lot of talking, but just enough, right?
Yeah.
So think about it. You've seen what the Series S is capable of doing. It can make certain games look really good. Nintendo Switch is somewhere around that. I think with their first-party games, that's where we're going to get something like that.
We'll see. I would love to see.
Have y'all seen the Treehouse Live? They put Mario Kart in 4K. That game looks way better than Mario Kart 8. I've seen it. I've seen all the games they've done in the last 2 days, and it looks really good.
Yeah.
But like we said, the only problem is just the price. But other than that, Nintendo's not a problem gaming-wise. They're a problem when it in the U.S. and the Western market, money-wise. It's just a greed that's the problem. Whereas like when you look at the other gaming issues, it's problems that are gaming related, but it's not money problems.
So
we got like two problems on two different ends that are both issues. We kind of get what I mean. Nintendo has a price problem.
These other people streams though, that's the problem.
I know. Because I get what you're saying. Somebody else could put those games at $80, but guess what? Ain't nobody gonna buy that shit. Yeah. they feel like they could get away with it, and it sucks because they're fucking gonna get away with it. I'm not with the greed just because I like Nintendo. I will tell people just like anybody else. No, I will never agree or defend that $80 price tag. I thought they should have set the premium bar. Said, you want to do 70? Let me show you how to do 70. Like that. That's what I would have done. But 80, that's the only thing that pissed me off. Otherwise, I was happy with them. I tell you, when I saw the 80, I'm like, come on, man. You guys, listen, you had the perfect fucking road. You got the biggest carryover in gaming history. 150 some people to carry over. You have everything perfect for you. The road is right there for you to easily win, and you decide to do $79.99. That's what made me angry with them. That's it, though.
Stupid shit.
But listen, I thought it was 90, and you guys kept saying no, it's not that big of a deal. It's only 80. But 80
was still high.
80 still high.
But baby, you
have
a point
exactly.
Too, though, because this is the same shit.
Say that again, babe.
I said you had a great. I heard what you were gonna say, and it's a great point. Is the fact that I shouldn't need to see a special like showing of a game to see that I'm buying a new console in a new generation. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like a new generation should never require me to be like, hold on, is that
I have to go out of my way to find it.
Is that new?
Yeah.
Is that
I shouldn't question it.
Like,
I should be like, oh wow, okay.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to do a comparison, right? You do like the Xbox first party reveal when the Series S and X were coming out. Fantastic. And you look at the PlayStation one, fantastic. Both were very good. That's what you need. You need to entice people. This is why you're coming to the platform. And they did a reasonable job. A lot of third-party support. The Donkey Kong was okay. Mario Kart was okay. The other ones, the problem is, yes, they have a bunch of games, but it's like one of them is a tour of the Switch. Okay, I don't care. One of them was a wheelchair game. It's like, okay, this could be interesting, but am I going to pay $70 for that?
No.
And they literally showed a bunch of third parties that all they did was expose that these are all games that look better elsewhere.
But that's not why they're there, though.
As well, but
they came
and then Dustblood or Dustborn, whatever it was called. That obviously that was the star of the show. That was the star of the show.
Hold on, sorry, we just read new information that our boy Duke Togo did not know. They're charging people for that tutorial. Yes.
It's so crazy that game is not bundled in. You just
like Astro Bot
that would be bundled in.
Exactly.
Right?
It's
it's kind of the tutorial of the system. You would just bundle it in.
Yeah, they're dumb. I saw that.
I don't understand that either.
Come on, man. Y'all kind of y'all kind of like just being a little bit ridiculous with that.
That one's just crazy. But like that's the problem. A lot of those games, you give them like, okay, you have those games, but you want like the big games too, right? And they didn't really have that, right? And I think the marquee would have been a marquee Zelda or a marquee Mario. That wasn't there, and that usually is there. They usually have a launch Mario or Zelda, and they don't have that, and that's kind of a big miss, right?
But Mario Kart is bigger than all of them. It sold the most, so it made sense to make that a launch title.
But it's not the marquee title. It's not the reason I would go get it
for the whole world
today, right? So I don't know
that one-on-one experience is what you're speaking about, Hargi. And we were talking to Madman, and Madman was like, when the Switch was revealed, that was impactful, right?
Zelda was the game, Breath of the Wild.
Exactly. So I think
this was Mario 64. That was the game, Mario 64.
Else before,
yes, like we imagined, right?
Zelda looks special. Mario Kart, sadly, and I'm disappointed that this is just the facts and the reality of it. I don't care about anything else. It's just. It looks like it's just 1.5. You know what I'm saying? 1.5 version increase. Like it's just sharper. Same game, yes. The world
and it adds more capabilities. Fair enough, right?
You can grind, wall jump. They have all types of new game modes. There's gonna be all types of stuff for like it's gonna be support for almost a decade.
Down in fucking Mario Kart 8, upside down, loop-de-loops.
I remember.
Like a whole
but
that was just the next level.
I've been keeping up with it. It's way better.
The world, the way that they did was the next level, and freaking going on the side that way. That's the next level. That's what's new and fresh.
For the same console. You know what I'm saying? part 2 same console, create new. It doesn't cost them more power to make him grind on the railing than it does to have him, you know.
Absolutely.
That's gameplay mechanics.
Is what you're talking about.
Yeah, but that's like
the funny part
is
is
you don't need a new console for that. You don't need a new console for that. The new console, you could just release it on the old console without 4K.
And that's
right?
that's what
I don't no, that game was made from the ground up on the Switch too. Like it looks way better than the other Mario Kart, and the world is massively bigger. You have way more detail on the screen with a massively open game rather than a little closed box.
You know what I'm saying?
With 24 people on the same screen with way better effects, rather than like 12 or 11 on a smaller map. Like they made it way bigger.
It is bigger,
and it's seamless.
Forza Horizon 5 runs on a Series S.
Facts.
Okay,
I love that game.
Stunning,
and
right?
It looks
so that
a billion times better than Mario Kart.
And tell me when you saw Forza Horizon 5's trailer for the first time that you weren't like, oh, this is just real footage being captured
show
in
me
the camera,
Mexico,
right?
Show me the game.
And then suddenly you see the game and you're like,
teraflops.
Oh my god.
Series S is identical. Series S is 4 teraflops.
It's 3.95, something like that.
No, the Series X is 12.2 teraflops.
I said Series S. I didn't say Series X. I said Series S.
Oh, okay.
Series S is playing Forza Horizon 5 as well, right? And it still looks great on
but nowhere near as good as the X version. But yeah, it looks great.
I mean, it's still very good.
I mean,
yeah. No, it is.
Just resolution changes.
But I'm not going to choose that over Mario Kart though. Because to me, like I said, it's not about graphics. Y'all making it about physics and graphics, bro. That's not why people buy games. Nobody buys games for graphics. We're now saying,
look, you have equivalent power, right? That's what we're saying here, right? You have about equivalent power. You have DLSS,
like the
which
higher
is like,
console.
You know, like high tier DLSS. You have that, and you still can't beat. Like so, and that's fine. Maybe it's got to be cartoony, and that's fine. Okay, but like that's what I'm looking for. Now we'll see. Forza Horizon 5 will probably release on a Switch too, right? If that happens, then we'll see how well it does, right? But that's the kind of thing. It's like there was no equivalent to that. You're finally saying we're gonna work with the big boys here, and we're gonna have all the games, all the capability. It's like, guys, show me that game. What was that?
Gen X Gamer says Forza Horizon was cross-gen.
Correct. Yeah, it was. That was an Xbox One game.
So on Xbox One, it's that same game.
On the 1.3T flop,
just 30 frames per second.
Yeah, it looks way worse though. Like
I don't remember it. I think.
Wait, hold on. Forza 4 or Forza?
No, Forza Horizon 5 was 100%. It was cross-gen. 100%.
Forza Horizon 5, right? Yeah. That game was cross-gen. I remember that's the one in Mexico, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, yeah, I remember playing that game. That's a good game.
100%. That was a cross-gen game.
Sappho says, sadly, Mario on Switch 2 doesn't look any different from it looking on Switch 1 or Wii U. They got the same art style. That's what I'm saying. They really just
I've done comparisons. No way. I've seen comparisons.
Mario Kart, you mean, right? I assume because we haven't seen Mario yet.
Yeah. You're talking about Mario Kart 8 Deluxe on the Switch.
Yeah, Mario Kart. Yeah, and that's the funny part, right? This is not even like Mario Kart 8 is a Wii U game, right? Not even a Switch game. So we skipped the generation. We finally get a new one. Look, I don't want to say it doesn't look better. I think it does look better, but
sharper and better are two different things.
But you're hoping that with a new console, and you do want them to go ahead and do something fresh to go ahead and make you want to buy it. But the price that they came in with, and then when you hit people with that price, you're like, okay, well then let me compare that to what you brought to the table. And I think that's where the conversation comes in. And that's what
y'all pull up the comparisons. Were y'all watching the same thing to me? Mario Kart world looks way better than 8. Like it's crazy the amount of detail.
That's fine. You're not getting the point of like it's not something that differentiates enough to say, hey, this is a big leagues console now. You're asking for big league price. $450 is not cheap, right? When it was $299, you're like, okay, that's fine. I expect lower end graphics. Now you're asking for big league prices, right? That's basically a PS5 cost, right? It's basically Xbox Series X cost. Now you're looking at totally different level.
Right there. I want you to hold that thought. I'm going to go to Gen X Gamer. Yes, he says, nah, it looks better. You'll need to stop. It made me want to buy it.
It looks way better.
Yes.
And that's fair. That's fair.
To buy it, but then what happened? That's I think we need to separate the two. No one's saying it doesn't look better, but when you come out here swinging around as if it's not supposed to look better for a new console and do more for a new console, right?
It doesn't.
That is expected already.
And you can also
bringing that price. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. Finish what you're saying.
Just when you bring in that price tag is where it all comes into question, and you start weighing things out. No one said when you see it, you're like, oh shoot, bet. Let's go. Look at them showing up. And you're like, okay, I see the difference, this and that. But these things are expected. We're not expecting a situation where you're like, okay, here comes PlayStation, pausing and zooming in for me to tell the difference, right? But when the price kicks in and you're seeing that it's a new console and you're like, okay, well, hold on, let me analyze this now. It's a whole different ballgame. And I think that's a different conversation.
Okay. Agreed. 100.
So also, the tech and what you play it on has a lot to do. They presented it the way they needed you to see it.
So, but also, like, this is the thing I want to like understand. Like, we need to make clear, and Pragmatic nailed it. This is what I was gonna say. The new looking better than the old is not a flex.
Exactly.
Right?
Thank you.
Of course, it looks better.
Yes.
But better than what? Right.
Thank you.
Yes. But you're trying to equate gaming value with graphics and not the value of how good the video game is. That game's gonna last longer than.
No. The game is not free. I gotta buy the Switch to play it. I gotta buy the Switch.
Yeah, of course.
So it is equated to what my worth is, and for me, playing a game that looks the same, it's pretty close to what it looked like before. Okay, it's pretty close for a brand new system. That's not in $290. If this was $299 system, right? Or they said, you know what? Let's flex now, $350. Oof, okay. You're saying it's a Switch, but it's a little better. New gen. Got it. You're going into you're literally more money than a Series S right now.
Yeah, NVIDIA and Nintendo teaming up, expect prices to be jacked up.
But where's the benefit from that? I don't care if the price jacked up. I don't care.
I don't care about paying $450 for the hardware. I think that's justifiable as it being a hybrid because Steam Deck is $399 and you can't dock it and it has no first party games around it. There's no problem with that.
You just have to buy the dock. You have to
no. What I'm saying is that like it's $399. It doesn't have a dock with it.
I got it right here.
Hold on.
No. I said at $399, it doesn't have a dock.
Yeah.
At $399, you have to go purchase that separately, and that's more than what the Switch is. And the Switch is a lot more powerful than the Steam Deck. They have better capabilities. They have up to 120 frames per second, VRR, a whole first-party game. I love Steam Deck, don't get me wrong, but I don't understand why people put them in the same ballpark when really Steam Deck didn't even sell barely more than 4 million in a couple years. The Switch 2 will launch blowing past that. It doesn't have any selling power. It's a nice supplementary device, but I don't compare it to Nintendo because when I pick up the Switch 2, I'm getting that as my handheld, as my console, and I know I need that to play only those games. I don't need Steam Deck. I got my laptop and I got my desktop. I have my PlayStation for games I don't want to wait on, and I support Xbox because I still like Xbox, but I play all my games on my $2,000 PC for Game Pass. Because why would I play lesser settings when I can get the superior experience on my PC? Like, that's one thing that I love that Microsoft has done. Like I said, because to me, that's the best route they can go. I like the route they can go. I don't want Microsoft to go back and make stuff exclusives and try to sell, like they can't do it. It's just not going to work. It's not what's best for them, and it's not what's best for gaming only in the Xbox world. But in the Nintendo world, in the PlayStation world, in the PC world, they all buy games. Steam, you're buying games. PlayStation, you're buying games. You know what I mean? And Xbox, since the beginning, only until recently, you're not buying games.
Buying games, dude. You just mentioned 1.5 million for Astro. They're not buying.
Yeah, but no, they're buying third-party games though. They're spending. You think Call of Duty sells 12 million? Man, that's over on PlayStation. You know what I mean? Monster Hunter. PlayStation has like 90% console sales, and PC has the majority.
The biggest platform is PC, right?
No. I said consoles. Consoles.
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
It's a platform to play the games.
Well, too bad though.
You can't sell PC on the market though.
Too bad, because I wanted to say that if your price is similar to the Switch, you are competing with the Switch by default. Because I mean, Switch got Super Mario, they got Zelda and all of that, but at the end of the day, it's video games. At the end of the game, they is video games, and Steam, bro. Like, people really like underestimate like first party Steam, like like Valve like got a bunch of shit like Counter-Strike and that is super popular, and more and more games that is crazy. The amount of games that you can find in Steam, and you cannot find these games in console, and that include games that are released in console back in the day too. So Steam is great for backwards compatibility and so on and so forth. And now they're playing on the same level. You gotta understand. The price is similar, and they both play games. So you say that you don't need a Steam Deck, but you rather have a Nintendo, right? But
of course,
I'm different. I'd rather have a Steam Deck. I'm waiting for the Xbox, handheld, because I know it's gonna have Steam and it's gonna keep me connected with the games that I already play on PC. So here's the thing: I'm a type of gamer that I play pretty much where it catch me, right? For the most part, I don't like playing on mobile, but a nice handheld that I can continue to play the games that I like. Like, for example, when Ninja Gaiden dropped, I tried off the cloud, but it would have been nice if I had a Steam Deck instead, or
I love Ninja Gaiden Black
handheld. Exactly. But I tried off the cloud. Of course, I didn't get a real feel for the game until I got home and I played natively on my Xbox. You know what I'm saying? Because in the cloud, you cannot play games like Ninja Gaiden because it requires, crazy reflexes.
Too much MS.
It's too much going on for you to play on the cloud. Okay, so I mean, I said that some people would rather get the Steam Deck. Not only that, you get cheaper prices for games. And you got a huge variety of them. You can even break them and emulate and do a bunch of other shit that you cannot do on Nintendo.
But only 4 million people bought the Steam Deck in like 3 years. You want to know why? Because they have the option to do the same thing on PC and their desktop. With Nintendo, that's the only way to play their games. That's why I said I would rather get
we can emulate
the Switch too. Come on, man. You know what I mean? Good luck dealing with them. But come on, guys.
Look, man, it's just like a Steam Deck. It's something new. You guys don't understand.
It exists because of the Switch.
But it's new. Yeah, exactly. The Switch inspired them, but that doesn't mean that the Switch is doing it better, because like for the longest time since the Steam Deck came out, it's better than the Nintendo Switch, in power and everything, right? It's just now that Nintendo Switch is coming with the Switch 2 that they are more powerful. But not only that, the ROG Ally is probably going to be more powerful still than the new Nintendo Switch. And it's still in handheld mode, price range, right? The ROG Ally comes with OLED screen too, 120 FPS. You got Game Pass, you got GOG, you got CD key, everything. Like it's a PC handheld. Where the market is going? PC. So what really matches a PC gamer as a peripheral and an extension of the gaming unit? But a handheld PC, because I'm pretty sure that if I want to get around or Counter-Strike, I'm not gonna pick up a Nintendo Switch to do so. You know what I'm saying? Or if I want to play
Cyberpunk, isn't even on console.
I don't need to double dip on Cyberpunk.
But that's not what I'm saying, brother.
If I have an Xbox handheld or a PC handheld, I already got it. So I don't need to buy third-party games, and I can play it at higher specs on my PC. And also my handheld. So it's but
the Steam Deck it's only sold 4 million. Like you don't need it. What I'm saying, you need to just switch to play Nintendo games. I don't need the Steam Deck. I can ignore it completely. And most PC gamers will, because they rather have a laptop or a desktop. And there's nothing wrong with people having a Steam Deck. There's nothing wrong with you having a Steam Deck. I'm just saying that it's a very niche audience that has it compared to like a main focus on the Switch, because you can only get it there. Steam Deck's like, no, I'd rather get the Asus ROG Ally because I can't get Game Pass on Steam Deck.
Right, but that doesn't look. One thing is necessary, another thing is convenient. Right,
it's a hobby. We don't need any of this stuff.
Exactly.
I know that
most of the PC guys are not really into Nintendo. They're into PC games.
And honestly,
actually, it's a popular combination because they got all of Xbox games and they got a lot of PlayStation games. It's literally the growing trend.
But some people just don't care about Nintendo games. Just the same way that some people don't care about Xbox games. The same way some people don't care about PlayStation games. We all got different tastes.
Well, obviously, brother, but you need to look at the ratio, though.
Let me do this. Switch.
Let me do this.
Especially when we all like older than 30 years old here.
Let's move past this topic because we have two more. I'm trying to get away from the Nintendo shit.
4 hours we've been going? Shit.
I know. So I want to get out of this Nintendo shit. I get it. We got it. We know. Let's
move to something else.
Let's move on. So I'm gonna go to South of Midnight just dropped. Okay. And over here on Xbox, we got this amazing experience, and on PC as well. South of Midnight, we just dropped our review on it, obviously, yesterday. You know, we loved it. Definitely go check it out, and you can leave a comment, let us know what you think about it. But goddamn, is it a fucking amazing experience? Now, I do have a quick wrap up on it from what's his name? Shinobi. He was kind enough to gather all of the scores. So we can see that, you know, GameStop gave it a 10, Gaming Trend 9.5, Slant and Vital, you got 9s, you got 8.5s, IGN gave it an 8. It's better than Starfield, guys. Just so you
know. That's 7 out of 10.
7 out of 10 for Starfield. And then you got your other guys with the 7 usual suspects, right? PC Mag. Actually, PC Mag 4 out of 5.
8.
Which that's an 8. So I don't know why they didn't put that up there. Windows Central is 8. I don't know why they didn't put it up there. But then you got everybody else, you know, doing their thing.
I think it's just the way it's sorted. The ones with dividers are after the ones without dividers.
Oh yeah. That makes sense. Makes sense. Maybe just do, you know, select and cut. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
Select and cut and put it where it belongs. I don't know. But that's all right. He at least went through the issue, the work of putting it together. Either way, it had a Metacritic of 76.
Well, I always just look at OpenCritic because it aggregates everything, PC, whatever platforms, PC,
OpenCritic
Xbox,
is 80.
right? Yeah.
So
it's currently at a 78. So they've added a few more, but yeah, it's currently at a 78. That's still decent. That's really good.
76.
That's kind of where I expected it to be. High 70s, low 80s.
To have the haters the way they are out here, I think that's phenomenal, you know, score for it, for being a smaller game and then ending up, you know, with a decent Metacritic. But it deserves to be higher for sure.
Absolutely.
You know, you take Microsoft's name off of this and you put PlayStation on there, all of a sudden this gets elevated. But either way, they crushed it. I don't know have any of you guys had any hands-on time with the game at all?
Not yet.
No.
I'll finish it over time. Yeah. I'm gonna play it.
I did try it.
So nobody's actually completed it.
Demo did play it.
Mm-hmm. He played like 15 minutes. He said, right?
Yeah. I played a little bit. Like I was saying, I was showing my my mom's boyfriend, and I was playing, briefly. But for what I can see, man, he's so well done. It's crazy. The graphics are crazy. The atmosphere, at least at the beginning level. I mean, I don't know any further, but it felt responsive. It felt good. It felt like we needed more games like that, like more like I don't know, like for example, I was playing Bulletstorm earlier, and I was like, damn, I miss how games used to be. They just take you on a story and they give you bad guys to kill and do cool shit, and you just like bring cool back. And I feel like South of Midnight is like one of those games that I'll qualify as cool because the art style, the animations, and it's just like the world is so vibrant and so cool. It just like it was super engaging, bro. I was like, what the hell is going on? I didn't have no audio, but I was like, oh shit. And it just
the audio is one of the fucking craziest parts about it, bro.
Bro, it felt like a new game, bro. It felt like a new game, like a game just came out. It felt fresh. So I don't know if I can explain myself any further, but yeah, it felt like, oh shit, like this is cool. I don't know if I'm gonna be, because you guys know my situation with the game. I wasn't really that excited. Yep. I'm more excited, for Doom and Outer Worlds and shit like that. But I think it's one of those games that is gonna surprise a lot of people because how well it's done and the gameplay and the variety of gameplay, because it has some platforming in there. You got some combat, you got some RPG elements too. So it's just a cool vibe, man. It just a vibe, the music, the atmosphere. It just feels good. It's just like not one of those games that you put on and you're like, oh shit, I hate this shit. It's like, okay, I kind of want to like dive in a little further and see what's up. And maybe I get tired after like 2-3 hours, but for what I tried, it was pretty fucking fire, bro. Pretty well done. Yep.
Yeah. I feel that.
Cool.
All right. So since nobody else really kind of played it, just kudos to the team.
Absolutely.
We did get the absolute honor of being able to interview them at the show that they put. They had a preview event. We got to interview Guillaume, the studio head.
Yes,
Guillaume, right?
Mm-hmm.
Guillaume, yeah, Guillaume, the studio head, super dope dude. He owes us another interview in Spanish. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
it's our boy. And then we got to interview the Chris Fox, the head of the audio, and Zaire, one of the narrative, writers. And what a pleasure it was talking to them, getting a deeper insight into the game, the how they came up with a lot of these ideas and what it means to them. It's phenomenal. You could tell the passion that they have,
the love that went into the game.
Yes,
yes,
and you can see it
beautiful
throughout the
people,
game.
very welcoming. It was a fantastic experience for us to just be around all of that, right? The knowing the kind of more of the ins and outs of the game and getting to know a little deeper more about South of Midnight. We have our interviews up if you guys want to check them out. Also, we got to talk to the group that did that short film for the stop motion in the beginning of the game. It's absolutely stunning. You guys, if you haven't checked out the game, you have to check it out. But yes, a lot of love, a lot of passion went into it. The storytelling is phenomenal. The music is just beautiful. And the audio in there is just like multi-layer in the most harmonious way. The graphics like a freaking painting. It's just
It's so good.
There are these type of games that just like for this game, it all just gelled together as if the entire group was working. They were working as one when it came to the story and the music and everything else, and you feel it throughout. Amazing game. They did phenomenal.
Agreed 100%. All right, let's go ahead and move quickly to the next chapter. Let me get my timestamp here. All right. So I don't know if you saw this, and frankly, I don't know if any of you care. I did care, and that's why I was like, that's kind of fucked. As you can see here, Insider Gamer reporting exclusive new Deus Ex game was pitched by Eidos Montreal. We're gonna go in here. I was like, oh, dope. That means it's coming. Well, actually,
no, this is the one they canceled, right?
No, they canceled one. They were pitching a new one.
Oh, wow.
And, yeah, and sadly, it's not working out what it seems. But let me go ahead and
so trying to find a publishing partner.
This. Yeah, so it says Eidos Montreal wants to bring back Deus Ex and has been looking for ways to do so. While working on details regarding the recent layoffs at the Montreal, Quebec-based studio, it was learned that the company had been actively pitching to external partners and publishers a new Deus Ex game. According to multiple sources close to the studio's plans, Eidos Montreal was pitching the new game regularly, but it hasn't led to any commitments from publishers. One source said that there was a belief from a couple possible partners that the series was too niche at this stage. Another said that it became clear after a few meetings that publishers aren't willing to take on the financial risk that comes with the Deus Ex franchise at the moment. Not much is known about the details behind this new Deus Ex game being pursued. However, it was said that the concept for the game had charm and novelty, but that it didn't match up with the expectations or standards typically associated with the Deus Ex brand. To make it clear, this game, sources say, is different from the one that had been in development for 2 years before Embracer canceled it in early 2024 as part of the parent company's restructuring efforts. It was also said that the lack of agreement for the pitch game had nothing to do with the layoffs. Insider Gaming is working on more information surrounding what led to 75 people losing their job, and they reached out, but nobody got back to them. So what it sounds like is they got a little desperate, and they're like, okay, let's try to change what Deus Ex is to suit, like, I don't know, a new audience or a bigger audience, because the games don't sell well, even though they're phenomenal games. They don't sell well. I feel like maybe I feel like maybe Microsoft was one of the people they were talking to, and Microsoft,
the only obvious one, right?
Yeah, and I feel like maybe, remember, Eidos is working with Xbox right now. they are working on Perfect Dark, right?
And GoldenEye, maybe.
No.
I know
Perfect Dark is Crystal Dynamics. This was with Fable.
Yes, the Fable.
No, but they also got a partner to team up with them. Remember, because they didn't want to do the game by themselves. Microsoft ended up adding Crystal Dynamics.
It's Crystal Dynamics, right?
Yeah, because both of them are they used to be with Square Enix. Remember, Square sold them, and they had to get rid of them. Because remember that Marvel game that ended up turning out how they wanted, and they had some projects in development.
Two Marvel games, but
they didn't expect to be sold like that. So now they're kind of trying to recover.
And now they have this game that they're trying to put out there, and people are not doing it. Maybe once enough people say no to IDOS, maybe Microsoft will scoop them up. Do you think that's the play? Say no to
I wouldn't mind that because it fits the Microsoft world with shooting and all that. Like I think that they could fund that game.
Shooter, right?
Yeah, I think they should own everybody that's working on their games, to be honest with you. So
I agree. It's
I'd
like
love to get CD as well. Yeah, why not?
Loose ends out there, you never know what's going to get messy. You want to make sure
like if they go under, they already let some people go. Like you're relying on them to help out, and it's like, they've
got that. What is it? The Lord of the Rings and Friends or something like that? Whatever the heck they.
Oh my god, I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, so Embracer had split themselves up into 3 buckets.
Oh, that's right. Yo, Embracer like disappeared, right? Nobody even talk about them no more.
Yeah, but they're part of Embracer, and I want to say, it was like Lord of the Rings
and Friends or
something like that, right? Something like that.
Wait, are you talking about that Shadow of Mordor?
No, Middle Earth and Friends. They split themselves into 3 buckets
because they're still.
Okay.
They own Lord of the Rings.
That. I think that's what they call themselves.
So they're going to be.
I'll just look it up. Middle Earth.
I'm not too sure, brother.
And
Dark Angelic in the building. What's up, fam? I see you, homie.
Yeah, Embracer Group announces its intention to transform into 3 standalone publicly listed entities. And then, one of them is Middle Earth Enterprises and Friends. One of them is Asmodee, and the other one's Coffee Stain and Friends.
Oh wow! Oh, because they make the GOAT game. Question: do any of you guys give a shit about Deus Ex?
I like it. I
like the old team, but I don't think that's who's going to be doing this. So I don't know. But I'm open to it.
I want to say, bro. Here's the thing. This is like a game that was very unique, right? Mm-hmm. It was kind of niche because it flew under the radar for a while. I believe like it could have been a lot more popular based on it's just like Cyberpunk has a lot of things like that are comparable to what this game offers, and it's very popular. So I feel like this game lacked the marketing or something. I don't know what the hell happened. People didn't resonate with the game back then, but now everybody recognized what this game did for its time. So here's the thing, man. People are so comfortable on the comfort zone, right? They're so good right there. They want things that they already know, which is why, games. I would say like the franchises, like Fast and the Furious, for example, they continue to be made. It's just because people are gonna watch it regardless, whether it be good or bad. People are always going to pay attention to that. But when something is new or something is innovative, it's not popular and people don't really want to bet on it because they know people not gonna give it shit. Even though this will be a great addition to anybody's library, if they actually made this game happen, a lot of people in the industry don't give a shit, especially investors. They don't really want to push shit that it might be, because they could really make this a big game if they really go in with the budget and they really do a good job. This could pop. Boy, who has the energy and the money to back something like this and shape it into? Yeah, of course, Xbox is the only one who's like pushing these big moves. And absolutely. Sadly it's going away, but I don't see this happening, at least not for now. We gotta see. Maybe somebody scoop them up. Hopefully somebody, one of these people, I don't know, Acclaim just came out. They back on business. Maybe they can do something about it, even though I think they're gonna focus on AA gaming rather than AAA. But if they make this, I don't want it to be like some cheap, whatever. Whatever.
I agree.
Get out the way, make it for getting, get it out. Now I want this to be like, take the time.
Even if you look at that screenshot, Like,
yeah,
that shit looks.
It looks really good, right?
You know what I'm saying?
It could be exciting. In my opinion, I like
fucking sharp, bro.
Yeah. But
And
back
it's
in
like-
the day, shit too. People just didn't know about it. People in like that, there's plenty of games out there that you can play today.
That's what I feel is perfect for Game Pass, bro.
Yeah.
I feel Game Pass is the place that for the games that are amazing that people just don't fucking
care.
go and don't like go. They
Rush
don't buy
over.
them.
Yeah.
So you go ahead and you get these amazing games, give them light, put them in Game Pass, let them live without having.
And we get some more of them, right?
The
Who marketed this? Is it just Square did the marketing for those games?
Back then, yeah.
Okay, and that's probably why they failed, because Square Square was terrible at that. Okay, and I think that might be the thing. You know, like, so you could say, hey, let's say PlayStation wanted to pick them up. PlayStation will never pick them up because they already aren't making money, and PlayStation is only looking for things that will be guaranteed money, right? So they're not gonna look at this. Nintendo doesn't care to buy anything because they already make money on their games, so they're all set. So if I said, okay, let's look at some other publisher, Take-Two or something like that. Take-Two already bought the one they wanted. They got Borderlands with Gearbox. I don't think they're going after this. Yeah, and then you look at EA. No, they would buy them and shut them off.
Like this.
Oh, they'll buy them and sacrifice them. You know.
Yeah, they'd buy them and kill it. Ubisoft is out because they're just dying anyway. I doubt anybody in Japan is going to touch this. So who else is left? The only obvious answer is Microsoft, and Microsoft has the Shield. That's it. It's Game Pass. It's the Shield. It allows them to invest in these kind of games. They'll probably cut the budget and say, instead of it being 200 million, we're going to spend 80 million, 100 million, and try to make the game and put it out there. Just like
they'll give them the help. They'll give them the help to do it, though.
Yeah, because they also have they have so many people across all their studios. They now have the freaking all of Call of Duty's dev teams available if they need to rush in and say, let's finish this thing up, right? They now have that capability, right? I don't know if they're going to use that or not, but they have that. So there is a potential they could say, why not? We could potentially take both. I don't know what Tomb Raider status is, but I heard that was also kind of in shady waters.
It was being made for Amazon.
Yeah, so I hopefully that's all good. But this is kind of the thing, right? I think if they pick up both of those, that's what they could take on, and hopefully they could revive this. I don't know where they were when they first talked to Microsoft, because remember, Microsoft has changed over the last few months, right? Where it's now, we don't mind taking a game on and still putting it everywhere, right? So they could totally take this and say, Deus Ex has been on other platforms. We will continue. We will continue with that path. It will be day-and-date Game Pass, but it will also be on every other platform. No problems, right? So,
but it will be
their sales.
It will be a game, right? It'll be
exactly. So that is a very viable potential. I just don't know where they are. I also have no idea what's happening with that FTC stupidity with ABK. I don't know where that stands. I haven't heard anything definitive that's been dropped. So that's kind of where we are, right? So until that's done, I don't think they're going to look at anything. This could be something they could pick up under the radar. It was bought for 300-ish, if memory serves. They bought Crystal
as a bundle.
Deus. Yeah, so it's possible they could get just Deus for, or what was it? Is it Eidos Montreal? And then
Eidos Montreal,
something like that. Yeah, and then they could just pick them up and get Deus Ex maybe under 100. I don't know. We'll have to see. It's a viable potential for them. The thing is, though, as you know, we've been looking at the things that they really need, which is go get a Take-Two, go get a Fortnite, because that's what they need. They need the funds to say, now we can play, right? Once those are there, they just keep generating revenue. Satya and Amy are off their back. Hey, we got your 20-30% returns. Here you go. Just shut up and leave us alone. And they can go do these other more fun things, right? They need to do that. And I think the other one, as we've always been saying, is Valve. If they could pick that up, that just eliminates so much. They get so much revenue out of that just by owning the major store on PC, and then Game Pass becomes Steam, which would automatically be a massive win. So
agreed.
Those are the ones I would go after. This is cool. But it's a timing thing. Like it wouldn't be the thing I would go after first. I'd be looking at Valve. Seriously, they're in this whole mixed PC thing. Oh my God, would that be like fantastic? Hey, we own this now. And yeah, it's going to be the store that we have, and all our games are here. And Game Pass is here, right? And that is what we're giving you as part of our hybrid, PC model. With
I agree with you, Hargy.
That would be so cool.
Those are the moves that allows them to go ahead and nurture gaming when it comes to making a variety of games that may not necessarily sell immensely, but it suit certain types of players, right? So, and that's important to keep that creativity alive.
So so we'll see, but good luck to the team.
Absolutely. Listen, just swoop in at the last moment. If they're about to go under, then just
save
buy
them
so we don't lose it. Let them linger for as long as they can, and then
fishing rod.
Scoop them up for the cheap.
I mean, they're already paying them, right? They're already working on Fable.
Well, not the whole paying for what they're using, right? So like, they still have a whole bunch of other people not doing shit. So anybody else any bars on this?
No, that pretty much said what would happen. I think Microsoft has other focuses.
I agree with that too. We'll see what they do. All right, this is the last one. Okay, and I saved this for last because I feel so bad. Been talking so much shit about Nintendo and PlayStation, and we forgot like PlayStation deserves some flowers because they just dropped the game.
Why does this keep happening?
Last of Us PC port, I'm guessing.
We're not hearing about these games that they keep dropping.
It's just, I don't know what, but you know what? Kudos to them for dropping a new game. Very excited. That's right. You nailed it. Neil Druckmann says, you can't stop this. The Last of Us Part 2 is now on PC.
I made a video on that today.
Oh my gosh.
They did it, guys.
Here we
go. They happened to release this game again.
Whole slate.
It's just the whole desire to constantly go ahead and release these games. Guys, obviously I'm joking. This is not a new game. This is the same
Pragmatic wants to know flowers for Concord.
Listen,
not the graveyard.
Oh,
this is gonna get there completely, but
the sad part is that PlayStation released a game and it's not on PlayStation. You know what I'm saying? It's on the PC. You know what I'm saying? It's fun times. This was more of just like a joke. Just the fact that it's that this is what they have. This is what they get to see. If you're a PlayStation fan and you're looking at like your lineup of what games are coming out from PlayStation, and all you're doing is just watching games get released on PC.
I mean, you have to think that you're living on a loop, though, that this game just keeps on popping up over and over again. I feel like you have to pinch yourself every once in a while and wonder if you're living in like the present day or what is going on.
Do y'all not know this game has this port Digital Foundry did has a lot of problems.
Oh yeah. They already said it. They said it's better than the first one.
No,
it says better than the first one, but it still had problems.
So, yes.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Never forgotten.
Discord. Concord.
Concord.
Jesus.
Forever in our hearts.
Forever in our hearts.
The biggest karma Sony has ever dealt with, and they deserved.
Facts. That was some trash.
It's a very arrogant move by Sony.
There we go.
My God, it was
Pragmatic
so
Eagle says it. I figured out the strategy. Sony's trying to out Skyrim by re-releasing their games hundreds of times. Yes. Yes.
Nah, bro. Ain't nobody competing with Skyrim. They put that on toasters and microwaves.
Oh my gosh, that face, you guys. That face is that picture is priceless.
That's real
facts. He did say that, talking about it's going to be the Star Wars 2 of PlayStation. I'm like, what is he looking at? So this game is going to die at launch. I have people at the party, I'm going to be laughing too. I'm like, guys, I'm telling you, this game is going to fail like big time. And they better not launch it. Fair Game is going to do the same thing. They better not launch Fair Game.
I mean, he's not wrong. We would definitely see a lot more of Concord in my background.
Yo, talk about a soulless game, huh?
Yeah.
Concord is soulless
100%.
from the start.
100%. 100%.
Oh my
I
goodness.
thought it'd be nice to end with a nice chuckle. Shout out to all the PlayStation owners who watch PlayStation release games that already came out 46 years ago on their own platform. And on
PlayStation.
PC.
PlayStation's so good they cancel games and consorts.
Oh man!
Oh my gosh!
We talked about the concert yesterday.
Talk about it last night, Hargy.
Talk about it, Hargy.
Yo, tell us, Hargy. Tell us.
Tell me they went
my
ahead
God, that's
and
so
did
hilarious.
exactly what we said. What would happen? We said no one's showing up to the party, guys.
Oh my God,
no
dude!
one's gonna do it.
So
no one did.
So demo AGN, can you like off the cuff? What music do you remember from any PlayStation game?
Oh man, you're asking me that question.
Took too long. If you couldn't come up with
no, seriously, I couldn't.
Yeah, so I'll ask
Nobody
you the
can.
same thing. Tell me a Nintendo one.
Oh, come on, man.
Exactly, it's so easy.
Gerudo
How
Valley,
about
man.
Xbox? Halo, anyone?
Halo.
Yeah, Halo.
Right? I mean, it's just immediately.
Wow, okay.
That was some crazy shit.
All right.
Who's going to watch a freaking PlayStation concert? They don't
We
have
said it
anything
was not
anybody cares
Hargy.
about. I don't know,
I wouldn't. I don't see why I would want to.
like, what are you guys thinking? Anyway,
Listen,
embarrassing.
a South of Midnight concert, though, sign us up. That would be insane. That would be insane.
oh my goodness,
That's
hilarious.
Actually, if you
fact
guys
they even
play
did it.
South of Midnight and go through the whole game, you will know some good songs.
I actually can't wait to play South of Midnight, bro.
Oh,
I'm
I can't
so
wait to
excited.
hear.
No, I'm actually gonna stream it tomorrow. But I've been
That's
like not trying to play behind the scenes because if I do that, then it won't hit the same. And I already see like the first like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. So I don't want to spoil myself because I know it's gonna be good. The minute that I fired it up, bro, I know like this shit is good. Like this shit is good. So I can't wait to play it. And I wasn't even that excited, but now I am because you know,
me neither.
like,
I lowered my expectations, so just in case if it's good, it's enjoyable. I had no expectations for this game. I didn't even care about it at all. I don't really need it, but if it turns out to be a good game, that's a bonus to me. I'm kind of looking forward to Doom, the Dark Ages. I'm going to be going through Doom Eternal and streaming that, do the DLC so that I can get ready to play me some Doom, the Dark Ages, and obviously the Cyberpunk DLC before that. But I'm still going to play South of Midnight too, though. I'll let y'all know what I think about it.
That's probably going to be good. Yo, but I wanted to ask here, I know we're about to end the show and shit, but like, what do you guys think Doom Metacritic is going to be? Like, based on how we're seeing everything, I'm guessing Doom is going to be probably the lowest, you know, and I hope I'm wrong, but I'm
sorry, high 80s. High 80s, sorry.
I would say
low to mid 80s. That'd be my guess.
Yeah,
I would say from 75 to 80. I would say.
Really? I was thinking more like 85.
And I'm gonna fucking lower it because
it's gonna be a 9 to a 9.5 as a game.
The game itself looks amazing. The music sounds freaking.
That is gonna be an amazing game. I'm just saying, Metacritic. This is not my criteria. You know, I'm hyped for Doom. You know, I've been playing this shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm not. You know,
oh, we know.
No, but Metacritic is important because if you do well, PC gamers will support your games. So PlayStation, you need that to be high because it could get you 1 million plus more sales. So it does matter.
But I'm saying, based on the conversations, now that we've seen that what South of Midnight scored, and you know, I've seen some people with the reviews and they've been like in love with the game. Some people be like, artistically, this game is amazing, and the atmosphere, and they talk like beautiful things about the game. So far, what I see, even IGN gave it an A for God's sakes. So, you know, like I'm just seeing where everything is going.
The real score is like a 14, right?
Like, I mean, I feel it's gonna be like from 75 to 80, and I hope I'm wrong. But that's just the media probably hating.
Dave, Demo, you're
Midnight is not announced for PlayStation, but Doom is. So you got to take that into consideration when
you're gonna have people playing it on PlayStation.
Yes, right? That's what I'm saying.
So I think it's gonna hit differently. They'll be a bit more fair. But yeah, that game looks insane. So
yeah, it really does look insane. I'm hyped. I'm sure. I can't wait, bro.
Guys, listen,
fire.
We're gonna wrap it up here, man. This is like crazy. We haven't done this long in a while. So, guys, thank you all so much for rocking out, man. We're gonna end it here. Thank y'all for the support for rocking out with us.
Thank you guys so much.
A lot of people been here this whole goddamn time. It's crazy.
Thank you, guys.
But thank you guys. Shout out to everybody who's super chatting, man. You guys are the shit. Appreciate all the support. Shout out to everyone who supports us on Patreon and on YouTube as members. Of course, we want to shout out our elite members. You have the homie Big Boy Mike, Dark Angelic, Culture the Canuck, Music 72, and Queen Witch. And of course, we have our inner circle members, our boy Big Maze Gaming and Pragmatic Eagle.
Woo.
Appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for the support. We do have the first two people who were in the chat. Shout out to them. You had Culture the Canuck, Game Shark, and Music 72. Again, love seeing people here first in this bitch are still here.
I see you, Game Shark.
Game Shark. First super chat in the building was Avenged Ninja with that $2. Biggest super chat was from our boy Pragmatic Eagle with that $10.
Thank you guys so much.
Guys, thank you again for rocking out. Listen, we will be back on Tuesday. Okay, this weekend. Our boy, we got college stuff to go to. I got some crazy work stuff I gotta get, to do. So weekends off. We'll be back Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern with Night Quest. Boy Farrell will be back in the building.
Woo! Let's go.
Shout out to the homie.
Shout out to Farrell.
Shout out to Farrell, the homie. But guys, thank you again. Shout out to the homies who are here, bro. 4 hours and 45 minutes. Y'all ran the gauntlet tonight with us.
I enjoyed it.
Y'all. We had some fun, heated debates and discussions. It was dope. So thank everyone.
She's strong. I see it. You know what I mean? She's hanging in there, man. I like your lady friend. She be having knowledge. Like most women don't really go that far, but she does, and I like that, man. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's my wife.
Y'all got going.
6 kids.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Yeah, you have an awesome wife.
I thought you thought she was somebody else. Like just
no. That's an old term for wife or whatever, like old school term. It's that wife. It's an old school term, but
gotcha.
Yeah, it's cool seeing that, man. I like that. I'm like, okay, he has a wife that she has knowledge too on the video game aspect. I kind of like seeing that combination. It's a pretty cool combination to have, and y'all's channels growing together.
Thank you.
My girl.
Thank you.
But yeah, listen, shout out to you guys again. Appreciate y'all. We had some fun. Go ahead and AGN, tell everybody where they can find you, man. Appreciate you for rocking out, man. 4 hours and 45 minutes.
I know.
Yeah, man. Y'all already know, man. Look, we'll have some different conversations too that won't be like that. You know what I mean? It's just that. But at the end of the day, like I said, it still was positive to me. I enjoyed it. Just type in AGN on Twitter. Y'all can find me. AGN PS5, AGN Xbox. Since I be stumping the ponies and putting them in their place big time. Twitter. Y'all can find me on there too. I could put the. You said what into what to share it?
Put it right into the private. To the
private. Oh, okay.
And then I can grab it.
Okay. There we go. Oh wait, did that do my
page?
Was
just straight up YouTube.
Oh God, yeah. No wonder why. Okay, because I had to make a new one because I have my stuff on. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
There we go, brother.
There we go. Hold on. Oh, what the fuck? Let's do this. Go here. Go here. All right. We got the. All right. Power Boss already did it. Took us forever, but Power Boss made it happen.
Thank you, Power Boss.
Appreciate you, homie. Thank you again. And appreciate you, Adrian, for rocking out, man. Long ass show. But
thank you so much.
You know it, brother.
And then of course, we got the Mr. PSP himself, Pony Stain Papa, Demo Flow.
Yes,
my dude. Thank you so much for being here, my brother. Let everybody know where to find you, man.
Hey, what's good, y'all? Demo Flow Gaming here. You can find me here every Friday with CMoney, Doodle, and the Wise One. Every Friday at 11 a.m. I got my show in the morning. I'll be talking shit there. Saturdays and Sundays, I'm usually streaming games, playing games and whatnot. And that's it. I'll be this Sunday. Hopefully, as I get to see Harky again on Wet Dave's show. We're gonna be rocking there Sunday, 7 Eastern. And it's gonna be fire. I love going to Wet Dave, and we always got good debates in there. So I can't wait to rock with you guys and have so much fun playing some video games, playing South of Midnight, some Mortal Kombat. I've been making everybody watch my Side X movie. So if you want to come get it, I'm on Xbox Demo Float. Y'all already know, Bobby. It's your boy Demo Float checking out.
Woo.
Thank you, my brother. Appreciate
Thank
you,
you,
homie.
Demo.
Yes, sir. Demo. Cool dude. I like him.
And then we do have the homie Dave Reezy in the building with that $2 super chat.
Dave
Anyone
Reezy
play
was
Doom worse
good.
than J Tech gets clowned? I know how you felt, dude.
I remember that, man. Shooting the wall. That was so funny.
Now, of course, we got the wise one, the author, the patriot, the pony slayer, pony volunteer makers, our boy RG. Thank you, my brother, for being here, my dude. Let everybody know where to find you. You just put out a video.
Yes.
Go watch that
guys.
shit.
Check it out.
We gotta watch it. I wanted to watch it, but
before the show. Before the show,
dropped it right before the show. I was like, oh shit, I want to listen, but I'm trying to figure this shit out.
Yeah, so my video, if you want to check it out, my channel is Hargi-chan1 on YouTube, and then I'm sure everybody already knows. If you know about the book, if you want to pick it up, shop.chani.us.
It's on Amazon too, right, Hargi?
Yeah, so it'll just point you to Amazon and Barnes and Noble and all those places. So it just has the link directly, so you don't have to find it, right? So
yeah,
you go to that, it'll point you directly. You can also get a signed copy if you want to, but yeah, so shop.chani.us.
I have a signed copy.
Yeah, we
do. Yeah. And then I'll be on tomorrow with Fonz at 6 p.m. US Eastern Time, Fonz Gaming. Check that out. And then as Demo mentioned, 7 p.m. Eastern on Sunday, we'll be on with Web Dave. So check that out. And then on with Boom next Wednesday as well. Double Barrel Gaming, 7 p.m. US Eastern Time. Check that out. We'll see what kind of fun happens next week. See where all the world is at the time, right? Maybe we'll have a pre-order since it'll be the 9th on Wednesday, and we have no idea.
Yeah, that's gonna be crazy. I really hope that they change some things, and that'd be nice.
We'll see.
So we'll see what happens.
It's just delete the number and change it. Do the right thing. Okay, that's all.
Yeah, that's simple. I agree.
You go from 0 to hero in a heartbeat. You know what I'm saying? Go back to 60 though. Now you gotta recoup. Now you gotta regain. You know what I'm saying? You can't go to 70. You gotta go to 60. You gotta keep it lower. All right. Let's get out of here, guys. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate each and every one of y'all. We're gonna go ahead and end the show the way we end every single show. Doodle.
Yes.
We're done.
We are.
Until next time.
You're intruding.
You're intruding.